another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the Megojuku is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the Megojuku is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the Megojuku is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, getting moving faster. Yeah, for freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the Megojuku is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the Megojuku is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the Megojuku is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is, one name. Good day, dear friends. So there it is, one name. So there it is, one name. So there it is, one name. So we're now, so today is the 19th of February where I am. So we're now officially 6 days away from the decision day. So it is now time for grown-up adults to put on their big boy trousers. So this is the business end of matters. The business end of matters. This is where adults come out to assert as they are. So adults asserting as they are. So adults as certain as they are, as guys, I bring you this. Naira scarcity, comply with Supreme Court order, APC tells federal government. And there it is right there. And there it is right there. Is that the final breaking of the... I've often said on this platform that Tinubu is going nowhere unless it defeats Malam Buhari. And Malam Buhari, he has used all the instrumentalities of state to fight this guy. I'll show you a clip in the course of this session, just the volume of troops that Buhari has rolled out in Lagos State. People are saying it's to safeguard the elections, is to intimidate the Lagos space and to compromise and suppress Tinubu's vote. So that's what that is in play. But the real space now where this election is going to be won and lost is on this Naira space. So now there was a gathering just yesterday, APC meeting. The chairman of the party called the meeting of all of the governors, and it looks as though they have now reached maybe not a universal decision, but certainly they reached a decision as a party. Naira scarcity, comply with Supreme Court order, APC tells federal government. So is that now Tinubu at the final battle now that clinches him, that Aso Rock says? So that's the speculation, of course, the final battle that clinches him, that Aso Rock said. A lot of people are of that thought. So that's the first headline. Still within that space, though, Naira crisis, Buhari appeals for more patience, endorses Tinubu again. So now this is now the language of contrition, that we're hearing from Buhari now, who ran away to Ethiopia, but the crisis that he left at home still chased him there. So this now messaging coming from Ethiopia, Naira crisis, Buhari appeals for more patience, endorses Tinubu again. So he endorses Tinubu again. So if Buhari is feeling the need and finding cause to continue to endorse Tinubu every three or 4 days or so, then that is to say that that endorsement that he gives to Tinubu is not a convincing one that anybody accepts, because he only needs to endorse Tinubu once and campaign for him. Of course, nobody has any reason to believe that he's not backing Tinubu, except, of course, there is sufficient reason to believe that he's not backing Tinubu, and then of course he looks to reassure that. So this endless endorsements, Naira crisis, Buhari appeals for more patience, endorses Tinubu again. So Buhari endorses Tinubu again, but easing off on that Naira space really is the signal people are looking for. Vote Tinubu for continuity of my regime's achievement, Buhari begs Nigerians. So somewhat of a campaigning for, somewhat. So that's somewhat of a campaigning for that. There's nothing full throttle or frontal about that. That is just that is the if I must, then I will. That's sort of like an if I must, then I will sort of campaigning. Vote Tinubu for continuity of my regime's achievement. Buhari begs Nigerians. So he has run away, of course, to Ethiopia, as we know. CBN, IMF calls for review of 2007 Act. So the International Monetary Fund and the International Monetary Space, they are all weighing against, of course, this rather crude and rudimentary Naira policy position of the Buhari administration. So that's coming. And it looks as though now, a little too late, but it looks as though the penny has finally dropped. Article reverses his position, and it puts that that's regarding the Naira swap, of course. Article revises his position, and he puts that out on his verified Facebook page. But is this too little, too late? Because he was as early as 3-4 days ago inviting the government to stay its course. Buhari releases fresh statement on Naira redesign policy, reveals presidential candidates Nigerians should vote for. So that's somewhat repetitive of what is already known. So this now a catch-up. Nigeria update, ABC of currency redesign versus XYZ of cash confiscation. So ABC of currency redesign versus XYZ of cash confiscation. So this is Malam El Rufai giving us a walkthrough of what has landed us in this space. I might well even make that the first readout. So we start from that spot. So we start from that spot. In a video to sway voters for Tinubu, in a video to sway voters for Tinubu, Buhari vows to end current hardship. So Buhari vows to end current hardship, but then of course that hardship entirely of his doing. So it's not as though a crisis that has happened on the space out of expectation, against expectation. This is something that he has brought into being and is now promising to end. Easily ended, of course, by just tightening the noose around the financial space of the Nigerian state. So now this is a story that's been rumored all over the obedient media space. You know what they're like in the obedient media space. Remember when they told us that the Ghanaian president had endorsed Peter Obi and asked Tinubu to step down because he was too old, forcing the Ghanaian president to take to Twitter that they're not born and well to interfere in Nigerian politics. So the obedience, and they even did this to the Sultan of Sokoto, forcing the Sultan of Sokoto to write a very angry public statement to repudiate that space. So they continue in that vein. The story now that they've been pumping out of the obedient fake news factory, that EFCC had surrounded Tinubu's house and recovered 400 billion naira in cash. So that's the story that they've been circulating obedient media. It's the lack of brain function. Sometimes you wonder, do they even know what a volume, in terms of just the physical volume of it, what 400 billion naira is? And by the way, the total value of the new currency printed is 400 billion naira. So it's just the brainlessness of it, but the EFCC still feels the need to respond. EFCC speaks on raiding Tinubu's Lagos residence, or almost certainly to repudiate it and, of course, to slam it down. So there it is right there. A rich and diverse menu, as always is the case. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. Make the like space look handsome this time around. We are getting increasing traffic, but those traffic cannot be mirrored in the like button. So just, if it doesn't really pain you not to click on the like button, then just click on it. It's no skin off your nose. It's at no cost. So why not just click on the damn thing? Just click on the damned thing. And also clicking on that damned thing, click on the other damned thing that says subscribe if you're not subscribed already. So click on like and subscribe. And if you want to come join me on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard is your open invitation to come and do that. So I'll post that link in the comment section now, especially if you're a new voice, and especially if you're a female voice. So we're short on those two spaces. We're not so short on new voices because thankfully there are newer, more refreshing, and more expansive, very confident voices that are coming to join us in recent times. But we're short on female participation. So if you're a female, then you get priority. And if you're a female northerner, you go to the top of the list only because you're underrepresented on the platform. So click on that link that says StreamYard if you want to come join us on the studio. So click on StreamYard, and then if you feel inclined towards tipping towards the platform, if you feel like lubricating your host with some liquid nourishment, then click on this link that says buy your host cups of coffee. It's a 3-step process. So go there and go wild. So go there and go wild. So let's take another little micro musical intermission before we get to the readouts. But first, let's go to the Kegites. The Kegites.
Only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ibe shodi ya kekere elemu re o. Obi master kekere elemu re o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petro Sọ́nàmẹ̀ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petro Sọ́dúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikoko Niru Agweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So there it is right there. You all know what that means. I've interpreted it every instance. Ikoko Niru Agweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So let's kick this off from the beginning to really see where we started to get us to where we are. Nigeria updates, ABC of currency redesign versus XYZ of cash confiscation explained. So not Buhari, but El Rufai has tabularized the sequencing of events that has gotten us to this space. So this is the tabulation. Number one, currency redesign was approved by the president and announced. Currency recoloring resulted. So that's number one. Number two, currency swap was envisaged by Section 20, subsection 2 of the Central Bank of Nigeria Act 2007 as approved by the president. Swap means I take 100,000 naira in old notes to the bank and receive 100,000 naira immediately in new notes. No more, no less. Number three, during implementation of the cash swap, the central bank withdrew over 2 trillion naira from circulation, but printed only 400 billion naira. So 2 trillion naira removed from circulation, printed only 400 billion naira. So in effect, currency, this is number 4 now, currency confiscation was then unilaterally and unlawfully implemented by the CBN. Trade and exchange have collapsed. Human suffering, impoverishment, and economic contraction resulted. So number 5, the policy objective was derailed into a deliberate national fiasco to sabotage the elections in the name of preventing vote buying. All efforts to get CBN to implement what was lawfully approved failed. So number 6, some state governments had no choice but to approach the Supreme Court for adjudication. The APC as a party and the Progressive Governors Forum are unanimous that policy implementation must be reviewed and full compliance of the subsisting ruling of the Supreme Court be observed until final judgment on the suit instituted by the state government. So there it is. So that is El Rufai giving us a walkthrough of how we landed where we find ourselves now. So how we landed where we find ourselves now, but where we find ourselves now. Naira scarcity, comply with Supreme Court order, APC tells federal government. So a meeting took place just as early as yesterday, where the APC chairman called a sit-down roundtable with all of the APC governors, and it looks also this is the position that they have now adopted. Comply with Supreme Court order, APC tells federal government. The ruling of Progressive Congress APC has asked the federal government and the Central Bank of Nigeria CBN to comply with the interim order of the Supreme Court, which asked parties to maintain status quo with regards to the Naira redesign policy of the Apex Bank. This was the outcome. Pardon me. This was the outcome of a meeting between the state governors of the party, the National Working Committee (NWC), and APC presidential candidate Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, which held on Sunday in Abuja. The party also asked President Buhari to urgently intervene and halt the current sufferings of the people. Governors Nasir El Rufai, Yahaya Bello, and Bello Matawali had earlier taken the federal government to the Supreme Court, seeking an injunction to suspend the Naira swap policy of the CBN, which has caused untold hardship to Nigerians. Although the Apex Court gave an interim order for the federal government to maintain status quo and allow Nigerians to continue to use the old Naira notes, its decision was completely disregarded by the government, which has continued with its disruptive implementation. In a brief interview at the end of the meeting, Adamu said, "I am sure you are quite aware of the fact that a meeting comprising of the APC governors was held today, and the leadership of the NWC of our great party was summoned for this afternoon, and we had discussions, and at the end of the discussions, we have resolved as follows. And this resolution is without prejudice whatsoever to the case that is lying at the Supreme Court at this point in time. This has to do with the issue of currency redesign. We note very seriously that the program and its implementation is causing tremendous difficulties to people of Nigeria and to the national economy. That we urge the Attorney General of the Federation and the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria to respect the Supreme Court order of interim injunction, which is still subsisting." I wonder if Abubakar Malami can be derobed. By the way, they can just derobe him now. So where is the lawyer associations in all this? When the Attorney General of the Federation is inviting the federal government to flout a Supreme Court law, how can he be a member of the bar and then invite the executive space to flout Supreme Court rulings? They should just derobe him. They should just unlawyer him, you know. That we urge the Attorney General of the Federation and the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria to respect the Supreme Court order of interim injunction, which is still subsisting. That the meeting is urging His Excellency, Mr. President, to intervene in resolving issues that are causing these great difficulties to the economy. Also, and by the way, this issue is quickly resolved. Do you understand? This issue is quickly resolved because all of the bank notes, all of the old bank notes, the 2 trillion that they say they've recovered. I'm not even sure how you are recovering something that belongs to somebody else. But the 2 trillion naira that is now in the possession of the federal space is still in all the commercial bank vaults. So they can just release it instantaneously and it goes on the street immediately. That we urge the Attorney General of the Federation and the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria to respect the Supreme Court order of interim injunction, which is still subsisting. That the meeting is urging His Excellency, Mr. President, to intervene in resolving issues that are causing these great difficulties to the economy. Also speaking, Chairman of the Progressive Governors Forum, PGF, a platform for all APC governors, Atiku Bagudu of Kebbi State, said all the parties at the meeting endorsed the resolution. So it looks as though it had universal adoption. So the entirety of the party versus Mala Buhari and the cabal. So this is now where we are. Listen to this again. Also speaking, Chairman of the Progressive Governors Forum, PGF, a platform for all. So listen to that. Pay attention. Listen. Just listen to what I'm saying because it's quite. Listen to this. Also speaking, Chairman of the Progressive Governors Forum, PGF. So that's that forum. A platform for all APC governors, Atiku Bagudu of Kebbi State. Now listen to this part as well. Said all the parties at the meeting endorsed the resolution. So there is universality because, of course, all of them turned up. I'm not imagining anyone did not. So there is universality in the adoption of this particular stance by the party that does sheathe your swords and come to heal. Come to heal, Dauraman. Come to heal. So this is what the party is now saying. So it is now the APC party versus Malam Buhari and the cabal. So that's where we are now in the storyline. He said, We are on the same page. The APC Governors Forum, the National Working Committee (NWC) is one party. We are all together. The chairman said the governors and the party are one and the same, and I am very proud about the conduct of our campaigns by our presidential candidate under the leadership of our party, led by Abdullahi Adamu, and the Director General of the Campaign Council, and the governors alongside all our APC candidates across the country who have been doing a tremendous job mobilizing Nigerians. Meanwhile, 7 governors of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC on Sunday boycotted an emergency meeting convened by Senator Abdullahi Adamu led NWC of the party. The meeting, which began at 2:35 p.m., was convened to issues relating to the party's state of preparedness for Saturday's presidential and National Assembly elections, vis-a-vis the worsening scarcity of the Naira and the lingering fuel shortages, which have fueled mass discontent across the country. Absentees. Those who were absent from the meeting were Babagana, Umara Zolom, Ben Ayade, etc., etc. Those who attended were etc., etc. So what are we making of this is what I'm wondering. But this is a separate meeting, of course, outside of the meeting that had a universal resolution around a position around the Naira scarcity space. So still staying with that space. Naira crisis, Buhari appeals for more patience, endorses Tinubu again. So quite how many times he will endorse Tinubu before he believes it himself is the question. Amidst the hardship and crisis that has trailed the Central Bank of Nigeria's new Naira policy, the president, Muhammad Buhari, has appealed for more patience from Nigerians. Buhari, who said he is fully aware of the hardship, Buhari, let's take that entirely all over again. Amidst the hardship and crisis that has trailed the central bank's new Naira policy, the president, Buhari, has appealed for more patience from Nigerians. Buhari, who said he is fully aware of the hardship, argued that the policy is meant to improve Nigeria's economy. I am appealing to you to exercise further patience as we take appropriate measures to ease these hardships. God willing, there will be light at the end of the tunnel, Buhari said in a video recording from Ethiopia, where he attended the just concluded African Union Summit. Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Publicity, Garba Shehu, revealed this in a statement he signed on Sunday, titled "In a video to sway voters for Tinubu, President Buhari vows to end current hardship." Correspondents report that no small chaos has popped up nationwide following the president's announcement on Thursday that only 200 Naira notes will remain legal tender until April the 10th. So yes, it then goes on to give us the backdrop. So actually, let's just read it all the way through. All old 500 and 1,000 Naira notes, Buhari said, must be returned to deposit banks before February the 17th, 2023. The adjusted deadline he approved in Daura, Katsina on January the 30th. Buhari's announcement came despite a pending Supreme Court order restraining the federal government from effecting the deadline. Speaking on Sunday, the president said, "I want to once again assure you that I am fully aware of the current hardship you are facing as a result of some policies of government which are meant to bring overall improvements to the country. I am appealing to you to exercise further patience as we take appropriate measures to ease these hardships. God willing, there will be light at the end of the tunnel. In the video, Buhari also drummed support for the presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress, Bola Tinubu, saying he is reliable and I know he will build on our achievements. The president thanked Nigerians for electing him to the country's highest office for 2 terms and urged them to vote for the APC flag bearer because he's reliable and I know he will build on our achievements. I am not a contestant in this election, but my party, the All Progressive Congress, has a candidate in the person of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So is Asiwaju now his official title? Now, I don't know. As I mentioned before, Tinubu is a true believer in Nigeria. It's always quite carefully worded. Anytime Buhari endorses Tinubu, they say damned with faint praise. They say damned with faint praise. So it's damned with faint praise. It's always carefully calibrated, the wordings that he chooses to endorse Tinubu. So it never really says he's the best man for the job. It never speaks to his capacity. It never says that this is the only choice. It just quotes it in sort of like a very orchestrated language just to give the veneer of an endorsement. As I mentioned before, Tinubu is a true believer in Nigeria who loves the people and the development of our country. So that speaks nothing to capacity at all. I am calling on you, I am calling on all of you to vote for Asiwaju Bola Tinubu. He is reliable, and I trust he will build on our achievements, he said. The president emphasized that the APC presidential candidate has demonstrated his commitment to the development of the country and the well-being of its people. His message comes barely 2 days before the grand finale of the APC presidential campaign rally in Lagos on Tuesday, which is expected to attend. So the Lagos rally, I wonder if the troop deployment is actually for the Lagos rally. We'll see how that plays out. We're expecting the mother of all rallies in Lagos on Tuesday. The momsy of all rallies, the mother of all rallies. Vote for Tinubu for continuity of my regime's achievement. Buhari begs Nigerians. So I think we've covered that. So let's go on to the next. I'll only give you just a taster of this one. I won't give you the full readout. Oh, I could give you the full readout. Actually, it's not that much of a long read. At CBN, IMF calls for review of 2007 Act. So the International Monetary Fund is hold on. So the International Monetary Fund is actually inviting the Nigerian state to review the enacting legislation of the central bank, the one that gives it autonomy. So that's what the IMF is inviting. So CBN, IMF calls for review of 2007 Act. The International Monetary Fund has called for a review of the Central Bank of Nigeria Act 2007 to strengthen the bank's autonomy and governance. IMF made the call in the latest report titled Nigeria 2022 Article 4 whatever. The call for a modern review of the CBN Act 2007 comes as the bank's autonomy is being disputed over its Naira redesign policy, as the Supreme Court recently made an order to suspend the ban on the old 1,500 and 200 Naira notes. Many have questioned the right of the court and the independence of the CBN. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbadabiamila, also recently said that regardless of any supposed autonomy of the CBN, the Apex Bank is still bound by law. He said, many have argued on the independence of the CBN, the autonomy of the CBN. That does not make CBN above the law. The Constitution gives the House the power to issue an arrest warrant against anyone. We can summon anyone, and that was exactly what the House was going to do until the CBN governor came. So we are watching and we're monitoring very closely. However, the IMF stressed the need to maintain the autonomy of the central bank to make price stability the main objective of the bank. It also urged the CBN to resume the publication of its annual financial statements as well as abide by international standards. The report reads partly. To strengthen the central bank's autonomy and governance and to establish price stability as its primary objective, the 2007 CBN Act needs to be modernized. The CBN financial reporting practices should be bolstered through full adoption of international financial reporting standards and resumption of publication of annual financial statements. More broadly, the CBN should take steps to implement the recommendations from the assessment. Okay, it goes on. It's just, I'm not going to label you with a technical, financial, whatever it is. So let's go on to the politics of it and go now to Abubakar Atiku making a 360-degree turn. You remember that Atiku said that hell must freeze over before anybody made any changes to the deadline for the Naira swap. So it looks as though now the weight of what he's saying is now giving him a 360. The CBN currency policy is, this is from Atiku's verified Facebook page. The CBN currency policy is hurting ordinary citizens and those who legitimately earn their money. The Apex Bank should, as a matter of urgency, allow commercial banks to join the CBN in the collection of the deposits of old 500 and 1,000 Naira notes. The new currency should be immediately made available in sufficient quantities to alleviate the suffering of the masses. I assure you that when we come to power, by the mandate of your votes, the PDP administration will not allow any Nigerian who legitimately earns their money to lose a single kobo of it. You can take that promise to the bank. Also, yes. Because our aim is to create prosperity and not impoverish the people. Signed, AA Atiku Abubakar. So there it is, Atiku Abubakar. So now, this one now, good news for Peter Obi. The Economist endorses Peter Obi, says is the only candidate who offers Nigerians hope of change. Okay, so let's see what this means. All right, just a couple of paragraphs from this. We already know how this would read, so let's just a couple of paragraphs. The Economist has described Obi as a sprightly 60-year-old. What's going on here? All right. Actually, this is the London Economist, so it might well be maybe some gravitas to it. The London-based newspaper, The Economist, says Peter Obi, presidential candidate of the Labour Party, is the best choice for Nigeria. The Economist described Obi as a sprightly 60-year-old man, while Tinubu, presidential candidate of the APC, was described as an old-school politician who, at 70 years old, is unlikely to shake things up. It also said that Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party is no better than Tinubu, adding that the former vice president has grandiose ideas for industrialization and 1 million new police officers, but no plan on how to pay for them. In the article titled, Nigeria desperately needs a new kind of leadership, The Economist said, Obi is a sprightly 61-year-old former state governor who is leading in the polls, offers an alternative. Most striking, he has urged people not to vote along ethnic or religious lines, but to favor competence. Should they do so, it would mark a radical shift in Nigerian politics. He has also warned his supporters they should expect no money in return for their votes. Obi talks of supporting business, freer trade, and getting a grip of Nigeria's mounting debt. He diagnoses the country's failing more precisely than his rivals, though he is not much better at explaining how he will fix them. His promises to scrap the staggering wasteful petroleum subsidy and rationalize the central bank, many exchange rates are echoed by his opponents. So I'm not quite sure if it's his opponents that are. I wonder if it's Okechukwu that wrote this, and because of course Okechukwu works for the economists. There's always an Okechukwu somewhere. So I wonder if this is Okechukwu writing in the economist on behalf of the clan. This looks like a clannish piece. Okay. I only say that because listen to this. It says Obi is a sprightly 61-year-old former state governor who is leading in the polls, offers an alternative. Most strikingly, he has urged people not to vote along ethnic or religious lines, but to favor competence. I'm not quite sure if anybody has frontally asked anybody to do that. Should they do so, it will mark a radical shift in Nigerian politics. He has also warned his supporters they should not expect money in return for their votes. Obi talks of supporting businesses, free our trade, and getting a grip on Nigeria's mounting debt. His diagnosis, he diagnoses the country's failings more precisely than his rivals. So I'm not quite sure what diagnosis Peter Obi has. I'm not sure where this is coming from, though he is not much better explaining how he would fix them. He promises to scrap the staggeringly wasteful petroleum subsidy, which they all have, and rationalize the central bank's many exchange rates, as echoed by his opponents. I wonder if this person saw the Nigerian Economic Forum when they asked Peter Obi this same question, and he didn't even understand the question. And anyway, Obi is not entirely a new broom. He was Atiku Abubakar's vice presidential running mate in 2019 before switching parties. He has faced questions over undeclared offshore assets. He says he earned the money in question before he took office as governor. Even if he wins, his Labour Party is very unlikely to gain a majority in the National Assembly. So governing will be hard. But he is the only candidate to offer Nigerians much hope of change. And by the way, that is actually, there's some truth and veracity to that statement. In terms of actual change, Peter Obi is the only a real candidate amongst the top 3-4 that offers a real change of direction. So he offers a change from traditional politics. He offers a generational shift change, you know, and it also offers an orientational change, but it doesn't offer a competence change though, or, you know, it does. So there are changes that Peter Obi's presidency would bring. That's just obvious. Obi is not entirely a new broom. He was Abubakar's vice presidential running mate in 2019 before switching parties. He has faced questions over undeclared offshore assets. He says he earned the money in question before he took office as governor. Even if he wins, his Labour Party is very unlikely to gain a majority in the National Assembly, so governing will be hard. But he is the only candidate to offer Nigerians much hope of change in a country that has been badly and repeatedly failed by its leaders. He is easily the best choice. So that's a subjective view then, because the piece has not painted sufficient enough of a picture to land on that conclusion. So this conclusion that he is the best choice, it sits outside of this article, because there is nothing within this article to explain or justify that he is the best choice. So this is an invitation of to trust. You know, this is an invitation to trust. This is an invitation to trust the authenticity and the judgment of whoever wrote this, because there's nothing in what we have read so far that leads to him to conclude that he's easily the best choice. The Economist said Nigeria has been cursed with bad rulers, but Obi, a third presidential candidate, offers a measure of hope. Africa's most populous country is in desperate need of it. the economy, the continent's biggest, burst with youthful potential. Half of the country is 18 years or younger, the paper said. A flourishing Nigeria would boost the whole of Africa. Instead, it is dragging it down. Nigerians are poorer now than they were in 2015 when the outgoing president, Muhammad Buhari, took over. At least 60 million and rising survive on the equivalent of $2.15 per day. Buhari's protectionist policies have made things worse. In addition, the country is besieged with violence. So there it is right there. So that's the economist then recommending that Peter Obi are the best things in sliced bread. Buhari releases fresh statement on Naira redesign policy, reveals presidential candidate Nigerians should vote for. So I think that's already covered in that piece that we, in a video to sway voters for Tinubu, Buhari vows to end current hardship. So I think that's already also covered in our previous reads out. So let me read this one finally, then we come into the room, see who is available. EFCC speaks on raiding Tinubu's Lagos residence. So this is a story that's been circling around the obedience fake news space. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has denied let's do that again. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has denied raiding the residence of the presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. In a statement sent to correspondents on Sunday, the commission described the report of the raid as false. The statement reads, the attention of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has been drawn to a report circulating on the social media, claiming that operatives of the commission raided the home of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, standard bearer of the All Progressive Congress APC, in the forthcoming presidential election, and recovered a humongous sum of 400 billion naira. The commission wishes to state, do we even need to read this? We already know where it's coming from, but let's just start. The commission wishes to state that no such operation was carried out by the EFCC. The public is enjoined to disregard the report as fake news. So I wonder if they should really still be making the efforts to debunk any of this. We already know fully when the news is coming from the obedience space. Kulata will see you. Adanle Koko joins you. Charles next, once a favorite of the platform, now returns to reclaim his position as still a favorite of the platform. Joined by the progressives, and Michael joins as well. So good to see you, gentlemen. Good to see you all. Let me acknowledge Adelaja Ogunbiyi super sticker. So Adelaja Ogunbiyi opens up that super thing space. So let's have a lot more supers. We want to see this place light up like a Christmas tree. So thank you, Adelaja. So let's hold on. Somebody just sent me something. All right. Okay. So let me actually play you a video clip that one of the subscribers did send in. So we used it to kick it off, and then the session can be opened up. Let's have Ajanle Koko. If Ajanle Koko is driving, then we'll come back to him. So Ajanle Koko, are you driving or?
No, I'm here. What's going on?
All right. I wanted to know if you're in a good space so we can kick it off with you. So let me play you this video clip. This is coming out of Lagos and signaling to the obedience. This is in Yoruba language, but if you don't understand the language, the body language speaks for itself. Watch this.
Eléyìí ò gbọ́, àbẹ̀rẹ̀ gbọ̀ngbọ̀n eléyìí ò gbọ́.
all right, so there it is, Ajan Lekoko. I think this MC Oluomo times, they've not seen the amount of troops. These are people dancing at their own funeral, I would suggest, Ajan Lekoko. They are dancing at their own funeral.
Only out there. That's what we know how to do. So,
You know Yoruba, there's nothing they know how to do more than only or 10. One more only there, but let me play you another clip, Ajan Lekoko. Let me play. In fact, I'm going to play you 3 clips, but let me play you this one now. So this one now, it comes from Buhari from Ethiopia.
I am not a contestant in this election, but my party, the All Progressive Congress, has a candidate in the person of Asuwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. As I mentioned before, Tinubu is a true believer in Nigeria, who loves the people and the development of our country. I am calling on all of you to vote Asuwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He is reliable, and I trust he will build on our achievements.
So that's Buhari endorsing Tinubu yet again from Ethiopia. Why this seems to be almost happening on every 2-day basis. So why do you feel that there's the constant need for that reassurance of this endorsement? So Buhari endorses again as far away as Ethiopia. So start from there, Ajan Lekoko.
thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Please click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. I think the president is making those statements and delivering that speech to give reassurance to party leaders, party members, and the supporters of their party around the country that is really and strongly committed to this effort for Tinubu to be president of Nigeria. We all know that his action or inaction that been described by a lot of people, including myself, as that he's not committed, is not supporting Tinubu. I think he's trying to change that perception that no, you people don't see me like that. Don't describe me as a person that is not trying to return a good don't describe me as a person that is not trying to
return a good deed. Yes.
To somebody that gave me all the support when I was running for president. So I think is he put himself in this situation. If he had stood up and if he had been supporting the candidate and been going around with him since he started campaign and have mobilized, if he had mobilized even the party leaders within the cabinet to go around with him too, that will have people wouldn't have been saying all these things they are saying against him, that he is not supporting Tinubu. So, but I think that he's trying to do better. He's trying to change that perception and try to commit himself with a statement and action this time, particularly when the election is 7 days to go. So he's just trying to do his best so that after leaving office, if anything go wrong, if Tinubu does not win the election, people will not have too much to blame him. So he's trying to make this statement so that at least he can have something to show that, I came out several times to declare my support, my endorsement, and So I think he should have done better, but still, it is better that is coming out. That will change. That this statement is capable of, energizing his core supporter, particularly in the North, that have been voting for him for several years before he became the president. Those that took him as their religion at every time that is contesting. So he is trying to convince them that is committed, and they should wake up. They should go for Tinubu. They should campaign hard. So this is what he's trying to do. He should have done that better, but it's not. It's not too late. But at least he's just trying to energize his base from the north to go all out, particularly at this dying minute, to go for Tinubu. So it could help, but let's wait and see what will happen in the next 7 days.
All right, brilliant. Do you feel the pendulum seems to be now swinging back in Tinubu's favor yet again? Naira scarcity, comply with Supreme Court order, APC tells federal government. So emergency meeting convened yesterday. The outtakes from it, then the resolutions they've now come to announce to the public, announced by the national chairman of the party itself, Abdullahi Adamu, who you don't get a more pro-Buhari person than that. And there is universality amongst the entirety of the party inviting that Buhari should step down on this stance that is taken. Tinubu was at that meeting too. So what are you then making of this? Naira scarcity, comply with Supreme Court order, APC tells federal government. So it looks as though Buhari stands alone in this position he has adopted.
Well, it is good that the party is trying to show to the president that he is not bigger than the party. Yes, it could be the president, the head of government, but the party is by the virtue of the party. It's by the party vehicle that took him there, and therefore the policy that he has introduced with this Naira exchange policy that is putting people through pains and suffering in the country. They don't want they don't want to be part of it, and therefore, as a party, telling him in a strong term that we are not on board with you, and do according to the order of the Supreme Court. This is democracy. Our party represents democracy. Do not act against democratic principle, which could rob us as a party that is not that does not respect democratic value. So the party is trying to paint a picture out there that, look, Buhari is acting on his own. We as Democrat and progressive party, we are not supporting him. Therefore, we are acting to show to you people, we are acting to, let him know that the party is bigger than him, and we are acting in the public that he cannot continue with this policy. So the party is trying to show to the nation and international community as well that they remain a party that value democracy, that we act in consonance with democratic value, and therefore they will not disrespect the rule of law, and that is their position, and they are, putting it to the president to act in the same way for the goodness of democracy in the country and the goodness of our people as well as for Nigeria. So the party is acting right. It is now left for the president, to abide by the decision of the party and act right, so that his party can still be seen both in Nigeria and across the world as a political party that is committed to democracy in Nigeria. So the party is bigger than him, even though he's the president. They sponsor him. They gave him the vehicle that took him there. And the party if the party want to take him down today, it's very easy. They can mobilize the Senate leadership and all of them. They can mobilize forces against him within the party and take him down. So he's not bigger than the party. He just one of them, though a leader, but he cannot act, unilaterally without taking the party along. So he didn't take the party along in this decision, in this policy, and the party is not happy with him, and the party is coming out frontally against him that we are not part of you. So I think
Ajale Koko, I feel almost certain that Buhari will reverse position on this policy, but I think it's a race against time. He wants to hold the policy just for the rest of the week until the elections take place, and then they will just ease it off and say just let it run to the end of the year. But I think he wants to squeeze the money out of the Nigerian space up till the elections and then release it back. But will the space be able to hold for that long is just where the question is. Because if anarchy breaks out, he has to take responsibility for it. And it's a toss of a coin if it's heads or tails, isn't it? If anarchy will break out or not.
Look, let me tell you, what the party is trying to do is to exonerate themselves from the shenanigan being perpetrated by Buhari. The party, as of today, will suffer a very serious setback at the poll, because Nigerians are going through pains, and they could go to the poll with their anger and, vote against the party. So the party is trying as much as they can, to show to Nigerian people, we are not part of this. Our candidate is not part of this. This is not who we are. President is on his own. So they are doing this so that Nigerian people will not vote against them. Because voting against them, particularly voting against Tinubu, the presidential flag bearer of the party, it will cost them a lot. It will take them out of power. And they are very fragile. If APC fail to win the next election, that will be the end of APC. APC will break up because there's going to be accusing figure. They're going to point accusing finger against each other from the west to the east and east to the north, and they're going to point accusing finger against each other. So this is what the party is trying to prevent, and to show to Nigerian people, look, we are not part of this policy that is put in place is Buhari, and then obviously if everybody can hear this, can see the position of the party now, forcing the president, trying to force the president, or rather directing him, to change course on this policy. So, but let us wait and see. Let us see what the president is going to do, what his response is going to do. But I think the party should have taken a position, a collective position against this guy like 2 weeks ago when this problem started. When Tinubu started that fight against him, it should have been the party as a collective effort started this fight against him. If they have started like 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago, is it 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago when Tinubu delivered this?
About 2 going on 3 weeks ago, thereabout.
Yes. Yeah. When Tinubu delivered this outburst in Abeokuta, it should have been the party, the collective effort of the party against him. Things would have been better now. It would have been, we wouldn't have been in this worst situation we find ourselves now. But Tinubu took that risk. He took that courage to say, I am not going to take this. This is going to cost me a lot. This will take me down politically. After investing so much in terms of financial commitment, energy, time,
and political capital. He invested a lot of
everything into this. I'm not going to accept this nonsense. Whatever is going to happen, let it happen. I will say this. I will say my own. That is what he said when he started that outburst in Abeokuta. Some of his aides were trying to tell him, Baba, cool down. Don't say. He said, leave me alone. He said it in Yoruba, leave me alone. Let me say my own. Let me say what's in my mind. Let me say it out. He said it in Yoruba. So if it had been the party that came out collectively to, and deliver that outburst against Buhari, it will have made effect stronger than taking this collective position now a week to the election. So, but
Ajale Koko, for all of the campaignings that we have seen, for all of the noise and the argument, for all of the who-has and the brouhahas, this election will be decided on this Naira swap policy. This is what what we're going to decide. What is happening now will decide the president.
Oh, surely. Surely. A lot of people are angry. A lot of people are hungry and they are hungry. And they will take it to the poll. Whether we like it or not, some people that love to vote for APC before, so they can't get all the vote of their supporters across the country.
Ajale Google.
Yes.
Don't you think 2 or 3 weeks ago it was difficult to read the tea leaves? Because when Tinubu made that outburst first, I think people first thought it was crazy. Because it was too bold of a move. Let's be honest with ourselves.
Oh yes.
So it was too bold because nobody had settled down to actually think that Buhari is a lame duck that is trying to destroy the party. Nobody had the balls to do it. So once the cat was let out of the bag, if Tinubu basically forced the party to act, that's my opinion. He forced them to act. Otherwise, they would have just been timid and they would have gotten destroyed at the polls. So because what I'm reading right now in the north is momentum has swung to the other side because everybody is looking at the unity of the APC, that they are unbroken. So the northern leaders that were tepidly supporting Atiku are broken ranks with Atiku now. That's what I'm reading. I don't know if it's accurate, but they're just seeing that this APC is unshaken. Unshaken against their own president. So when people are seeing that sign and they know Buhari will be gone, and they think of the possibility that this guy could still win. And if he wins, I'm going to be on the other side. That's why you see Atiku pulling the moves, the last minute move is trying to pull. And a lot of defections going on today and yesterday have been towards APC. That's why I'm thinking the momentum has shifted to the other side. In the north, the south, I don't know. The Southwest, they'll vote for their son, but the South and the Southeast, I don't know. But that's how I'm reading it. It was difficult for the party to act 2 weeks ago. They were not bold enough to act. So was Tinubu starting it out first, and El Rufai and Ganduje carrying bag, and now everybody has solidarity now. So it's just a party coming to the realization that this is our survival, and they could not read that 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I think these policies, right? I think the Northerners have gone against it more than any other part of Nigeria. So if you look at even Tambuwa, that's a PDP governor, had to go
exactly. He joined the lawsuit.
Join up with the APC governors against the policy. So, but if you look it in the south, whereas people like Obaseki and others, Obaseki and which other governor from the south again have gone in the favor on the side of the government. So it's like you're having two different effects from two different parts of the country. I think in the north, they're not welcoming it at all. They disgust the policy, and if they see you to be on the side of the policy, that means your own is finished. While in the south, on the other hand, I don't know why, for some reason, some people seems to be embracing the policy. So it's okay.
It's okay, but I think if they see articles post in Facebook today, a reverse position today on Facebook. If those state governors and co and the ones supporting, but if they see articles position today, they will have to reverse I think they will have to reverse their choice.
Yeah, but Atiku is not stupid. Atiku is not stupid. He can read the pulse of his people up north. They're not in favor of the policy. He can see it that the thing is going against him. A whole Sokoto governor Tambuwa had to go the other way. So Atiku Tambuwa is playing the major role in Atiku's campaign, but he is a governor. He wants to produce a successor. He wants his House of Assembly members to win their elections in the state. He wants the House of Rep and senators to win elections. So he understands very well where his people are going, and then he's made that conscious decision. So what I don't understand is why is it that we have two different people up north are saying it in a different way, while a lot of the people down south.
No, people up north are not saying it in a different way. Because I was listening to Rudolph's platform just was it yesterday, and one chap that came on there from the north, he was just describing all of these harrowing stories. It's just they're not reacting in the way that the south is reacting, but they are feeling the weight of it just like everybody else. So, but let Patrick interject, and then Ajale Koko takes the floor. But Patrick, you wanted to add?
Ajale Koko, I think I have to appreciate your forthrightness and the way you've been very objective. I remember when Tinubu said this thing that day. You said, yeah, this is a lot of courage that you are seeing here. And that even if he's going to eventually lose it, I mean, he has come out to say, look here, I am not part of this arrangement and I am distancing myself from it. And that you see, then you were saying, you see that this might change the whole thing. And I appreciate the fact that that's happening. I was just like a prophecy then. I actually didn't believe that when you said it. I must be very sincere. I thought, oh, this is a problem for us. How are we going to handle this? But the way you said it, I saw the other side to it. And even though I didn't believe it, but I'm beginning to see that now. The implication of this policy is very obvious. All of us are aware now. We know it.
All right, back to Ajale Koko. Yeah.
Can't say more.
Patrick, we're losing you. The reception is fading out.
People are not beginning to. The economy. Can you hear me?
Yeah, better now. Round it up, and then we get back to Ajale Koko. Your reception.
Economy is shrinking. The economy is shrinking now. Why? Because transaction cycles, business are able to do like 2 cycles in a month, and each cycle is what makes them profit. And now, because of this cashless thing, they are only able to do 1. It means that they are going to probably make half of what they are supposed to make. and you look at the effect on their suppliers, on their labor, all the money that is supposed to go around because of one cycle that is lost. And it is the effect is going to start happening when the new government comes in. We might not feel it now in the economy indices and measures, but by the time Tinubu comes in the first quarter, you might begin to see a decline. They'll say, oh, there's a decline. Please, when you see that decline, know that this factor is probably one of those things that is responsible for that. But I see that Buhari
No,
he has
I'm
been
sorry.
demystified.
Sorry, Patrick. If we go back to what because El Rufai tabularized how we got to this point. So let me just give you what he said again. It says Nigeria update ABC of currency redesign versus XYZ of cash confiscation explained. So he said that number one, currency redesign was approved by the president and announced. Currency recoloring resulted. Number two, currency swap was envisaged by Section 23, as that's subsection 3, of course, of the Central Bank of Nigeria Act 2007, as approved by the president. Swap means I take 100,000 naira to the bank in old notes and I receive 100,000 naira immediately in new notes. No more, no less. Number three, it says implementation of the cash swap. The central bank withdraws 2 trillion. So this is where what you're saying comes into effect. So number three,
Exactly.
during implementation of the cash swap, so it's not a cash swap, but a cash confiscation is really what we're looking at. During the implementation of the cash swap, the CBN withdrew over 2 trillion naira from circulation, but printed only 400 billion. So in effect, currency confiscation was then unilaterally and unlawfully implemented by the CBN. So listen, this is where what you are saying, this is what I'm showing
Yeah.
here. It says
But
trade, hold on, it says trade and exchange have collapsed. Human suffering, impoverishment, and the point that you are making, economic contraction resulted.
exactly.
So
The
that's where
economy
you are.
has
Yeah.
contracted now because if, for example, people go to market and say, I can turn over this my money because there's a free flow of cash, people can do like 3 cycles in a month. Some of them 4, some of them cannot do more than 1 now. And they make profit per cycle. Maybe if I turn this money over in one time, I'll make 10,000. So if I can, what the effort now is to turn it as many times as you can. So if they do 4 times, if I make 10,000 per time, I'll make 40,000 profit, which is a growth in the economy. Now this guy is able to do
Velocity
only
of
one
money,
now.
Patrick, Abi. I said velocity of money.
Exactly. So the effort is to even reduce it. That's the essence of cashlessness, so that the speed at which the cycles can be made is faster. That's the essence of good road network. The speed at which raw materials and products move to the market is faster. So our businessmen can do more cycle than they are doing currently. And when they do more cycle, the economy expand. But that's what this guy is doing now. Is just slowing the wheel down. He's taking a gear off and he's slowing the wheel down. But what I've appreciated with this effort is that Buhari have been demystified, and that is the truth. Now he knows that he doesn't have as much power as he think he has. That people are your power, and the people are standing there. Even the people that are supposed to be close to you, like Erufa, are saying, "No, you are not right here," and we can stand our ground. And that's why that chairman quickly called that meeting. I'm sure it was one of those that said, called the meeting, went to Addis Ababa, and indirectly start begging them. That's the way I see that. But those guys are not
Eh,
backing
but
up.
somebody has to back down though. That's just the thing.
No, he's
And
going to back down.
but he has to back down by Wednesday.
He's going to back down. Just watch it. You know what Yoruba say? Oshusaga. You know where? And if for my Yoruba people, non-Yoruba people that are here, when a leader goes out and as a quick,
Because if he doesn't back down by Wednesday and the party loses the election, they will look to punish him.
you know what? The party is not going to lose, and that's what he will. He will look. They will so mess him up because the party is not going to lose. Him and that is vice president. They'll be so messed up. I got some insider information that guy has a role in this. and I'm so disappointed.
Oshibanjo,
Christians don't
Abi,
behave. Yeah,
it's still paining from the primaries,
yeah,
Abi.
Christians don't behave like this. This is not a good example of Christians. So please, for my non-Christian listener, this is not how a Christian behaves. He's not representing Christianity. Please don't see him as representing a Christian there. But they've been demystified. Now they don't have as much power. This guy is going to win. Then another thing, one man I want to bring our attention to is there's a shift in the north. There's a generational shift in power in the north. There's a new category of people that
No,
are coming in.
we've already said this. We discussed this now. You're talking about the progressives coming through.
Yeah, but do you know it's happening in the south? And that's what people are not watching now.
Who is coming through in the south?
Oh, by the time Tinubu comes, there'll be a generational shift for people like Fashola, Fayemi, and some of the people that are making noise now, they are supposed to key in now. This is going to be, when the Obasanjo came in 99, he came with a group. And that group now they are beginning to get out of it. They are beginning to get out of power. Some of them are still young, but they are weak. Some of them are old, and they are going. The Tinubus are going, the Akodes are going, the Oshobas are going, and younger people are coming in. And a Showore is been starting now. In the next 4-8 years, Showore is not going to be where he is now. I'm not a supporter of him, kind of, but it can change in the next 8 years and improve. That's what human beings do. Human beings improve and progress. So instead of people coming to make noise and shout, you better key in now. You better key in now. Labour Party is not going to be like this in the next 8 years. Things are going to change. So there's a generational shift both in the north and in the south. And if you think you have something to offer, it is my advice that we all key in now. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. So thank you. So Ajahn Koko, there it is. It's decision time. It's a poker game. It's a game of brinksmanship. It's pistols at dawn. Pistols at dawn. Who blinks first is the thing. Because for this to have its potency, the Buhari has to break by Wednesday. No later than for what is playing out now to have its full potency. Buhari has to break by Wednesday, but it looks as though Atiku Abubakar has already broken. He has changed the tonality of his language to now ask Buhari to loosen the noose around the financial space. So Buhari stands alone now in the stance that he has taken. He and Emefiele. He has to break before Wednesday. Ajanle Koko.
One man Obi is still in that group.
Sorry, Ajanle Koko. Let Ajanle Koko come in. Yeah.
Look, one man. Buhari already been broken, and that is why you see him delivering speech, calling for support for Tinubu. Tinubu have demonstrated that leadership status that nobody ever expected when he started this fight 3 weeks ago. A lot of people thought that will bring him down, but we saw how he's been able to mobilize the entire leadership of the party against Tinubu now. Against Buhari now. Buhari and the cabal. So Buhari has already surrendered. The party has spoken. They have taken a common position now against this Naira exchange policy that fit no purpose for the economic growth of the country. And that is the best action they have taken. I've seen this party taken since 2015. This is the first time you see the party coming together at the leadership level against position of Buhari and his team. This is the first time. And it shows that the party, it shows that Tinubu and his team have a vision for that country. What I mean, the vision for that country is that when is the right time to take action and take a decisive action, he is capable of taking a decisive action. That is what he has demonstrated. Look, to be a leader, you have to go through some processes. You can't emerge as a leader through a back door. No. You have to go through some processes, that will take you to that position of leadership. And by doing that and going through that processes, you will get equipped with, the ability and the capability to lead well and to take a decisive decision when it is time to take a decisive decision. And that is what Tinubu have done by delivering, like going against the president and Omefiele 3 weeks ago. And since then, the party never been the same again. The party leadership, it opened their eyes. It opened their brain. It opened everything clearly to them. And all of them saw it clearly that, look, yes, this is a leader that can see things well. Let us fall in line with him. You see, everybody coming together and telling Buhari that, no, we are not part of this. We are on the side of Nigerian people. So Tinubu already broken them. Him and his cabal, they already got the memo that they have no power anymore. They have no strength. They have nobody with them. And, and they have forced them to surrender and then and start to give their support to Tinubu publicly and even behind the closed door within the leadership of the party. And that is why you see, right from Ethiopia, Buhari delivering that ship. Why do you think it all the way from Ethiopia, making that speech, calling for support for Tinubu? Why do you think he is doing it?
That was an under pressure speech because there was no need for him. Why the urgency from Ethiopia? He just left Nigeria yesterday. He will be back tomorrow. So why the immediacy of that urgency? So clearly he's under real pressure that and you cannot do. He's under real pressure. Well, he's a very stubborn man. That's the one thing we do know. He's a very stubborn man.
Yes, but he's a stubborn man, but he has met a politician that is experienced. It is not just a noise making. Look, let me tell you one man. To be a leader, like I said earlier, you have to go through some processes, and that process will equip you with teamship that you and them together can take action, decisive action at the appropriate time. So that teamship that Tinubu have, that he mobilized against Buhari, that was what forced Buhari to surrender. He didn't want to surrender, but that teamship that he was able to build across the country, within the party, and outside the party, I've showed to Buhari that, look, yes, he has met somebody that is stronger than him politically. So we have to give kudos to Tinubu. He did what is never expected of him because, like Patrick said, when this thing happened 3 weeks ago, I gave kudos to him for standing up and for saying it loudly. Like, look, this man doesn't mean good for Nigeria. Are
we in the pen is mightier than the sword space in this battle? Is this a case of Ogbon Jagbara law? The pen is mightier than the sword. Is that where we are in this?
Oh yes.
Yes.
One man. Look, Buhari was just a lucky man to be president of Nigeria. He was very lucky that he was able to get that alliance with Tinubu from the West that gave him that presidency. And he forgot about that, and having got to government, he thought he have it all. But, when he now decided to mess with the power, the finger that fed him to give him that, politicians, those that are real politicians, they know the game better than him. He doesn't know the game as Tinubu's and the Atikus. Those Tinubu and Atikus, they came from the same political.
But I would suggest that Tinubu knows politics. He is a better politician than Atiku. He plays politics better than us. Even though they both came from the Yadua school, I'm sure that's what you want to say. But Umaru Yadua,
yes.
Am I right to say that Tinubu is a more of a strategist and a tactician in politics, more instinctually politically astute than Atiku?
You see, both. But the way Atiku failed to manage the crisis in the party with Wikis and the G5, if we are to be Tinubu, I believe to manage it better. You understand what I'm saying? Tinubu will not abandon Wiki. Never. He will do everything to make sure that he gets him and will not let him go, because he's a governor.
Team ship. Yes.
Tinubu will not let him go. So, but Atiku, I think he's equally a good strategist too, and that is why he was able to defeat Wike.
Wike is actually politically naive.
No, Wike is not naive. He's not naive.
Wike is politically naive because he maneuvered Secondus out to put Ayu in, and Ayu, of course, if he wasn't naive, he would know that Atiku would go for the presidency, and then he puts his best buddy as chairman.
No, you know what he was trying to do, because he was trying to prevent a situation where the North, we said, since you guys have the southern.
But he could have picked somebody that he could control in the North rather than an Atiku acolyte.
Well, if not for what do you call Tambua, Wike will have got the ticket. So it's for Tambua that stabbed him in the back.
Okay. But why I'm really saying that Tinubu might be a better strategist politically and more politically astute than Atiku. Here, and I suspect in America as well, they say 3 strikes and you're out. 3 strikes and you're out. So the mismanagement of that Wike space was a strike 1 for Atiku Abubakar. The mismanagement of that Deborah Samuel situation, that's strike 2 for Atiku. So now let me bring you, I read it out already, but let me give you the headline again. Atiku backtracks, says CBN Naira redesign policy hurting ordinary Nigerian citizens. So that's strike 3, all within this electoral cycle. He does not read it. He just goes instinctually. He doesn't have the instinct for it as Tinubu. And Tinubu, if you look at him again, the first Abeokuta outburst, a master stroke, and then the second Abeokuta outburst, another master stroke.
Oh, yes. I think all those points that you mentioned, yeah, I think I can agree with you that he has really demonstrated that he is a better strategist than political strategies than Atiku. Yes, I think I will agree with you. So, Tinubu, look, whether we like it or not, whether you like him or you don't like him, look, on this issue, I think he got it right. He got it very, very, very right. And to a lot of people, even those that are supporting this shenanigan and nonsense now, I think they will come to align with him. It's a matter of time. The way it look now, I don't know if election will hold on Saturday, because there's no way that with this fuel scarcity, scarcity.
I cannot see the election
I
holding.
mean,
There's nothing to suggest that any election will hold.
and going forward, I don't see the pains and suffering subside. I don't see it's going to get worse, and that is when you will see some that are jumping up now and praising it because they think yes that will take people.
People need
Anger.
Ajane Koko, people need free and unfettered access to their money for the election phase. Money to buy petrol, money to buy snacks at the polling, money to do whatever. They don't want to be worrying that, oh, I only have this 20,000 naira. I cannot use it because I don't know when I'm going to get another one. Not because they don't have it. So they need to have unfettered access to their own money in order just to participate in the election. Even they need unfettered access to their own money. Because if they do, imagine you let's say you spent the whole day on a queue to get 20,000 out of your 50 million in your own account. Are you then going to go on election day to be spending money on a goody or whatever? They need money to participate in this process, their own money. How can the election take place when people can access their own money? It's just a nonsense.
I mean, when you are hungry, how could you go and stay on the line to say you want to vote for several hours? When you are hungry, you have no food in your stomach. How would you be happy to go and vote? So definitely this problem, there's going to be vote apathy, whether we like it or not. There's no way.
Even vote apathy. Are we actually looking at accusing Malam Buhari of voter suppression with this stance that he has taken?
Oh yes, I think yes, we can disagree. There's going to be yes.
It is suppressing this. This is
yes.
voters. Yes.
Because a lot of people will feel, what is the point? I've not eaten. How can I go and line up for several hours? I mean, and tomorrow, I don't know what is going to happen tomorrow. What will I do? What can I do today to make some little money, if I can make little money? Because the money is not even there in the bank, and the business is down. I mean, how can people go with that kind of situation to say they want to go and vote? It is, look, people that are supporting this nonsense now, some people that cannot see beyond their noses, and their leader that is talking nonsense that people should go through pains today, so that pains today will usher in better tomorrow for them. All of them, it's a matter of time. You will see they will come and line up behind Tinubu to say this is a shenanigan.
Even Kwakwanso has backtracked a bit. Peter Obi stands alone now, still with the anti-people stance.
So who is the better visionary among them all? Who is that among them? Atiku make a U-turn. Kwakwanso, you are telling me now that he make a U-turn. Don't worry, obedient. Obi will make a U-turn. It's a matter of days. He will make a U-turn too on this nonsense, useless policy that fit for no purpose. So Tinubu, with his team, have taken over the party. They are in control of the party, and Buhari have seen it clearly. He is no more in control with this party. The party is turning its back against him. And I believe he will act according to the instruction of the party because he is not bigger than the party.
Actually, Ajale Gogo, you made a great point. Right now, with this move, with this meeting that just happened, I think officially we can no longer call Buhari the head of the APC.
No, he has lost it.
He's lost it. For all functional purposes, he's no longer the head of the APC.
No, he's no more. He's not. Look, for him to regain his relevance, he have to go along with the party. And going along with the party means that he must act in accordance to the position of the party.
Do you think it's that much more difficult for him to backtrack, having made that national broadcast? If he had not made that national broadcast, then you can just, if he had gone via his usual Gaba Shehu, it would have been easy for him to backtrack. But it's much more difficult for him to backtrack now, having made a national broadcast.
No, he will backtrack because nothing is in his favor anymore. Look, political party is not one man. It's not one man affair of a thing. It's an affair. It's an association with a group of people where you see the leadership of the people, leadership of that association. When they come together and say, "This is what we want," they have to go in the same direction. One person cannot.
It's for everybody and it's for nobody.
It's for himself alone. It's for himself.
But the point is that even if he doesn't back out now, these people are going to deliver that victory without him. And that's the sweetness of it. And that's what I want. Let them deliver it without him. And then he will see that he's a nobody.
Yeah, but it still has the Abiola option, though. Do you think they will exercise?
No, that's not possible now.
The Abiola option. They won't.
Now. If the man tries that, I bet you he will not last the next 1 week. Nigeria is the biggest black nation. The world cannot watch that happen. The guy will be out in the next 1 week. If people will give him to the West like this, they will dash him out. They also don't want trouble now. They will give him up. Say, just do everything you want with him. Leave us, JJ. Who is going to stick out his neck for that man? To say, I'm ready to die for you? No.
I actually wish Buhari a long life. So that he can see the aftermath. So he can see what he did and what then happens afterwards. But round of that space, I want to go to Charles next, who might well have a different slant on the conversation. He being obedient. So let's take an obedient view of the conversation. But Ajale Koko, back to you.
Yes, in conclusion, I think the party has have acted right. To come out with their common and collective position and indicated to Nigerians that they are not part of this. Indicated to the president where they stand and what they will want him to do. And Buhari, as he described himself as a I think he described himself as a converted Democrat. What did he call himself?
Yeah, it's a converted Democrat.
I think he better act right so that alongside the party, he can show to Nigerian diplomatic community in Nigeria and to the international community that, yes, as he's called himself, that is a converted Democrat. Yes, indeed, he's a converted Democrat, and he's going along with his party, and in the interests of democracy in the interest of the rule of law and comply fully to the order of the Supreme Court, so that the diplomatic community can begin to have they will have relief, and international world can have some hope on Nigeria as well, and international business community too, looking up to this election, trying to see how this election will be conducted. We begin to see that yes, Nigeria is taking a good direction, and everybody can have peace of mind that yes, law and order law and order is still above every other thing in Nigeria, because where you don't have law and order, it's a place not to live, it's a place not to invest, it's a place that is a hopeless place. So we don't want to give that indication to the world that we don't have law and order. So respecting the order of the Supreme Court, we indicate to the world that yes, we are a country of law and order, and things will begin to take shape, and it can start to redirect the situation, implement the policy where to the interest of the country and the interest of everybody in the country. So Buhari needs to change course. He has to go alongside his party position and act right, and not act for the interest of some few cabal or some miscreants and in some other party, some political leaders that are praising this nonsense. No, he has to go Nigerian people. So the party is no more on his side. I think he has seen it clearly. Tinubu have turned the party against him. Tinubu have taken the leadership of the party, and I think he has seen it clearly, and I hope he can begin to comply with the directives of the party for the interest of good governance. I take moment.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So thank you, Ajale Koko. So up next, we'll go to Charles and next, who used to spend quite a bit of time with us, returns after a period of hiatus. But on our way to Charles and next, let's acknowledge the super chat, which has not been streaming in, but has been snail pacing, kicked off by Adelaja Uwubi, of course. Alexander Gomez tries to energize that space. He says, I hope and pray that you shall not be seeing these Agbero characters when Bola Ahmed Tinubu becomes president of Nigeria. I just find it uncouth and hooligan-like. So that was to that clip that we opened. We'll play it again, actually, before Charles comes on, because it seemed to delight the audience. So thank you for the super chat, Alexander Gomez. Alexander Gomez still continues to keep the super chat space 100. The absolute dumbest monetary policy, unbelievable turn of events. In just 2 weeks, constitutional crisis and a huge shrink in the economy. So there is Buhari, of course, as dumb as they come. He thinks everything is just force and AK-47. Remember when he said, I'm not going to let the Naira die under my watch when they first came in, and there was about four tiers of exchange rates, and they were saying that you have to devalue this currency, and he said no. I'm going to. He just thinks AK-47 is the answer to everything. So Alexander Gomez continues with the super chart. He says that expression is American made popular by Clinton. 3 strikes and you're out. So yeah, 3 strikes and you're out. So 3 strikes and you're out. Alexander struck 3 times with the super chart. So people are looking to join Alexander in that space. You're welcome to do that. We want that space illuminated with the glowing colors of supercharts. So glowing colors of supercharts. On our way to charts still, let's just document that Ayo has done, he ever does. The sponsor of the platform, Ayo, with the bike, the coffee. So thank you, Ayo. So people welcome to join Ayo in that space as well, and the use of the super chat button. So to you then, Charles. Patrick was just talking about the demythification of the Aboki from Daura playing out in Technicolor before our very eyes, just at the tail end of his departure from office. So the demythification of the Aboki from Daura, the whole party now stands in opposition of Malam Buhari as he stands on that lowly island surrounded by Abubakar Malami and the rest of the cabals. So the party takes a stance, obey the law. What do you then think Buhari should do? Do you think he should capitulate immediately and right now and just set the currency and the economy free?
Yeah, I think he's trying to more or less. It's more from this set on onset. He's trying to like more or less damage control. But I think I'll still be wary of Buhari because he might still have a card up his sleeve, especially during the last weeks of the election. I foresee that the 22nd of this month, what the courts will do in that sitting is to adjourn that suit to after the elections. And after the elections, there will be a correction. But I think Buhari.
But if they adjourn it though, will they still maintain their order that status quo should be maintained? Because if they maintain that, then Buhari is flouting the law.
I think no, they're going to maintain. Buhari is not. I don't think he's just going to let things just whatever he's put into motion. He's not just going to let it just 5 more days before whatever he's sought to achieve will come into effect. I don't think he's going to just give up that easily. I think on the 22nd, the courts that suit will not reach a landing. It's going to be adjourned to after the election. I'm also hearing rumors that the bankers are going to go on strike on Monday, which is, to be honest, I think it's also going to give room, really, because I think it will also be a right move for them because there's really going to be mayhem if the banks are open all through before the election.
You don't think there'll be a mayhem if they are not? People are queuing at the banks at the moment complaining. They will break into those banks if they don't open.
They wouldn't. If the banks go on strikes, if the bank closed down, I think that would
the
be
bank go on strike. The ATM are not working. The POS girl has said that.
I think just between now and the elections, I think, and that is why I think there's military.
So let them eat cake in between. Is that what you're saying? Let them eat cake.
To be honest, I think so. I think that just.
Oh my God!
If the banks are open, it's really going to. I don't think those elections will hold. I really don't.
I don't think the elections will hold either. It's just
the banks are open, and the court decides to maintain the status quo leading up to the elections. I think the masses are going to, the thugs are going to hijack the election, and I think they're just going to destroy everything. But if the banks are closed and activities just are crippled with the military presence and everything, I think people will more or less focus on the election and take the aggression away from the banks for the time being. That's what I see.
Why do you think there are all these daily long queues at the banks? Why do you think there are?
I think Nigerians are desperate. They're trying to. Everybody's panicking. That's the truth. And I think CBN. They really went. Buhari is trying to achieve something because even this whole currency swapping and everything has some mischievous undertone to it. Because really, if you really wanted to target people, like look for maybe the bandits that they've been giving out cash, and also look at politicians, what you could do was to bring out a list of maybe political affiliates or Boko Haram sympathizers or affiliates, monitor the accounts, and over the course of the year and everything, just monitor the inflows and outflows and get them. Do you understand? But the way he's handling it is obviously towards crippling money politics in these elections. And that affects mostly PDP and APC stakeholders, the money grabbers. And for what I see, I don't think, even with Buhari's apology, his sentiments, vote Tinubu and everything, I think he's still going to go on with his plan. I still think he's going to go on with his end game, not only because he has started it's in motion, but because it's really what he's trying to achieve is just in 5 days' time. I would not be I don't think he's just going to give up. 5 days to
No,
whatever.
what I'm saying is that he might not have those 5 days, that 5 day luxury. Because I was asking you why you think people queue because the queue are still there, even from as Friday they were, Saturday they was, the queues are still, and they're as long as they were, and people getting irate with our bank officials. So why do you think there's just these endless queues at banks in Nigeria?
People, like I said, people are panicking. People are just, everybody's trying to look out for himself.
Right. So if the banks don't open, then what do you think will happen?
The election takes precedence. I think people, it's better the banks don't open. Okay.
Yeah, so but what happens to then those people that were queuing for their money? What would they then do, or what should they do? Because they are queuing to access their money.
Rather, they will channel that energy towards probably a change in government, changing the system, or whatever. They'll channel that.
So they'll go home and drink water for the next 6 days. They'll go home and drink.
I guess they'll channel that energy towards changing that government that caused this whole problem in the first place.
So you are happy to inflict that level of suffering, not just for your man? Is that what you're saying?
The funny part of it is that, the funny part of it, why I laugh at this whole scenario is that Nigerians have been suffering from inflation, from banditry, from all whatnot under APC. So if this is happening 5 days to a change in government, I think Nigerians can stand it. We've been suffering and smiling. That's been a theme all through our existence as a country. So I don't think it's anything new. We normally suffer and smile about it. We make jokes about it. So why should it be any different?
All right. Somebody sent me this clip to bring to the attention of an obedient. You, of course, are an obedient. So let me play you the clip to bring it to your attention. Though somebody said I should bring this to the attention of an obedient.
Members of the Gubernatorial Campaign Council in Kano and the Northwest and zonal state coordinators, we have decided as a group unanimously to endorse the candidature of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We have also resolved to leverage our existing political structures to work on the mass mobilization of voters and swinging of votes to ensure his emergence as the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in 2023 presidential election.
So what do you make of that? Kano State Labour Party collapses for APC.
Well, that is not going to be any surprise to me. In the last election, well, in 2019 election, APC took 77% of the votes from Kano. So I don't see any change in anything, really. So I don't think it matters to me. I wasn't expecting Labour to actually have, and even PDP.
Sorry to interject. They didn't just say Kano, they said the entire Northwest Labour Party structure.
Yeah, well, anyway, we're talking about Kano now, so I'm looking at the statistics now. So I don't think, even if Labour never had a chance in Kano anyway, so I don't think that makes any difference to me.
Northwest, it includes Kaduna too, Northwest.
Kaduna as well. Well, who won the Kaduna the last time? Still APC, right? Okay, well, it was a tough one between APC and PDP.
Yeah, but Kaduna is one of the spaces that the Labour Party was looking to make heavy inroads. All those Christians that all those Christians that people come here to tell us about all the time.
No. That north is on lockdown between APC and PDP. And from the way I look at things, APC is taking that north. Labour Party has no chance really in the north. Labour, I'm an obedient, yes. It would be a miracle if we have any lead in the north, but obviously I know that APC is taking it. It's between APC and PDP, and from Atiku's countenance in this election, he has never really been he has never even showed like any form of. I think he's a defeated man as far as I'm concerned. I think this election really is between Labour, sadly, and APC, and to be honest, it's going to be a landslide win for APC in the north. That's for sure. I don't think Labour can.
Yeah, but if it's a landslide win for it, I'm surprised you will say that. By the way, I know as an obedient. If it's a landslide win for APC in the north, then it's a landslide win in the country because they take the Southwest as well. So what's
Yeah,
next?
like I've said, me, I did my own permutations, and what I foresee is
Obi will win Kaduna,
Peter Obi is not winning. Look, like I've said, the only thing that
Taraba,
can help the only thing that can help Peter Obi is if I don't know,
Plateau,
Tinubu really rigs that
Nasarawa,
election for him.
Benue.
Hold on, obedient Nandi. So that's
except
Lagos State.
hold on. Is this a recorded audio? I said hold on. Charles is also an obedient, so he is fighting on your team too. So Charles, carry on.
He's not an obedient. He's not an obedient. He's not an obedient.
I'm more of a practical. I'm a real. I'm not going to be carried along
If
with
he's
the
obedient,
scenario. Based on my own calculations,
you don't have to be a fanatic. Oh God, let me just mute.
Taraba,
All right.
Kaduna,
All right. All right, let me just step you down for a moment. Mute yourself. You get your turn. Sorry about that, Charles. Back to you.
Based on my own calculations, what I see is APC really is going to win nothing less than 20 states. Labour Party, if they're lucky, will win 12, and maybe
I'm really surprised you will say this. Charles.
I'm just looking. I'm looking at that north, and they don't. The way we think in the south, east, southwest, we are still a bit. We still look at things from APC failures of APC and things. The north are a united front. Even if APC as a party fails and everything, they will not look at that. They look at what they gain from voting for a particular candidate, whether it's a hold of power, especially. And currently, they are going to hold on to power under Asiwaju because it's going to be. I think there's an agreement between the southwest and the north, and if they keep on doing that, it should just be rotating only between those two. So it's only.
Do you think if Tinubu wins the presidency, it will be Yoruba only by name, and power will still retained in the north? It will still essentially be a northern president. Even
Yes,
Tinubu,
because he knows deep down that if the north never supported him, he wouldn't win. If the north decides to go with Atiku, that's the end.
Do you think if he wins, do you think he will pander to the north to the level of Goodluck Jonathan, who was just on his knees to them throughout his
the way, to be honest, the way Nigeria is structured, the north really rule this country. If he doesn't kiss the north, especially when he's in power, then what we will see is that APC structure collapsing, and PDP will just be the next person headed by Atiku and everything. They'll just see the West as a betrayer. And I don't think they will want that. It's better they have an arrangement and keep to that arrangement of, okay, you know what? When it's our turn, you have our back. When it's your turn, we have our back. And let things just be mutual between them. If they have a plan of cutting out whatever, really, they already have a plan. With things, as things stand, they can do without the Southeast. And power will continue to just rotate one way or the other between whoever they decide, between who the West and the North decide. So really, I think it's a win-win for both of them. I think they'll not be shooting themselves in the foot by not supporting.
Do you think if Tinubu wins, then the Southeast is out of the power play at the presidential level in perpetuity? Do you think it's a forever defeat if Peter Obi doesn't?
Yes, it is, because the way they are now putting things is that whatever party comes up now is going to be the way they've set things in motion. It will always be, as long as it's an Eastern presidential candidate, they will just target to IPOB, they will just target to the miscreants in the Southeast as they tag them. And that is enough to derail any political party. The only way the Southeast can have a chance is by actually converging with the Southwest and the North under either both APC or PDP and win their buying and support. But if they say they want to do things by themselves via political party, they'll just tag them as IPOP and they'll exclude them completely, which they've done for the past year, and it's even getting worse now. So I think till when what the Southeast really needs to do, they can't fight the battles. It's going to be a losing battle if they just decide to just stand by themselves and think that they can win that battle and win Nigeria. What they need to do is to go back home, reorganize themselves. Within the next 4-8 years, try to win back the support of the North and the Southwest, and just try to make a claim that, okay, you know what, we've heard from our wrongdoings. Let us give us at least give us that we are still Nigerians. Just try to just form a kind of a form of national unity. That kind of just make themselves be more Nigerian and get that buyback towards getting into that power struggle. If not, the West and the North already have a grand plan of excluding them. They can always tag them as terrorists, Biafra, miscreants. The whole unknown government can go on for as long as it takes. And there will just be a mindset that the Southeast are just troublemakers. And that will just be the mindset of all Nigerians. And that's what is in effect now.
If you read the landscape in this manner, how come you're supporting the Peter Obi?
I'm supporting Peter Obi because I just want a change from both PDP. Look, I'll be honest about it. Look, APC has really done. APC has just turned the country
You are not
upside
supporting
down.
Peter Obi. Stop lying.
Relax. I don't know where I stay outside of Nigeria, so I can see things from a more grand perspective. I don't
You
go
are
on
not
tribal
supporting my
sentiments.
brother. You are an Abadu
Relax,
man. Declare.
relax.
You are an Abadu
So
man.
I see things from. See, I want change. I see APC and PDP. I think they don't have anything to offer Nigerians.
Forget it.
If Bola Tinubu comes into power,
hold on, Obedient. Obedient. You can be a Peter Obi supporter and still have a balanced view. You don't have to be irrational you don't have to be irrational to be an Obi. What is speaking to is the reality as
let him not be saying he's obedient while he's not an obedient. Let him be clear.
Why is it?
How
Why
do
is
you
it
know
not
that it's not an obedient?
By
because
saying that
it's not wild and telling
Because
us
it's
Obi will win
echoing. Because the
Kano.
guy is echoing Soludo.
It's not telling us
one
Obi
man
will
went
win
to
Kano.
know. One thing I want to tell you, look, by this time next week, Nigerians, the great obedient Nigerians, will retire PDAPC, and P2B will march as the president of the new Nigeria. Go and mark it. I will be here again to remind you what I just said now.
In case you are not here, how can we?
You guys will shock us,
and then
right?
the one, let me tell you, P2B will win Kaduna, P2B will win Taraba, Plateau, Nasarawa, P2B will win the federal capital.
It will win Borno, I swear.
Look, I'm just telling you, these ones, go and all the whole ones, I'm telling you, just mark it.
And
Lagos
he will
State,
win Lagos State too.
The P2B
And
will,
State.
P2B is the only
It will win
candidate.
Borno, I swear.
P2B is only candidate that is open will not even get.
That will shock all of.
They will shock. Hold on, Obedient. Hold on. Now let me ask you a question. Since he has decided to usurp Charles's place, will Peter Obi shock us on Saturday?
Huh?
Obedient. Will Peter Obi shock us on Saturday? You see, now you're. Will he shock us on Saturday?
That is not. It's just confirmation.
All right.
You know, P2B is already the president-elect. It's just what is going to happen on Saturday is just confirmation.
President-elect. Before elect.
How can you be president-elect?
If it makes him feel good, Obi will become the president, right?
All right.
It will win Rivers as well.
Yeah. It can win Rivers. The Southeast and South states is debatable.
Look,
Kulata, where is the spreadsheet that Peter Obi is president-elect? Kulata, are you sleeping?
Look at that.
Kulata is pretending.
Kulata is not doing his job well. Obi is the president-elect.
One man.
And the good thing about it is just 5 days.
Charles, one man. When I listen to Charles, I used to think situation in the Southeast was hopeless, but after listening to him, I think the Southeast might realize the hope of being presenting the president of Nigeria in near future, because now I can see that they have people who are seeing the facts and who knows that they need to buy their way into the heart of people. They need to make people to love them. They need to stop hating people just for the sake of the fact that they are not holding the same opinion with them. They need to stop seeing people as useless, just because they are not aligned with them. They need to stop seeing themselves as being on top and others are down. They need to see themselves as being friends and brothers. And Charles has said that. And I think with people like Charles, there's hope for them.
No. So, Patrick, you should not be surprised. You see, Charles is the silent majority in the Southeast. People like Obedient Nandi, they are the vocal, very small minority. And the vocal minority is always the loudest. But Charles, a reasoned, balanced mind, that's what we know the Southeast for. So you should not be surprised. Charles is the silent, it's just they are too silent. Is the silent majority in the Southeast. But Charles, back to the reality.
Sorry, one man. I just wanted to mention one quick thing.
Yeah.
AI, is it Zita? She taught me one thing. I'm not sure she's the one that said it. I've been learning a lot from her lately. But someone said something, I suspect it's her, that the Southeast has one problem. The candidates the Southeast will embrace will not be a candidate that the entire Nigeria will like. The candidates from the Southeast that entire Nigeria may like, someone like Rochas, the Southeast will not embrace that candidate. So there's still that problem that Southeast needs to fix. Because they need a universally acceptable candidate. But whoever comes out of the Southeast that is universally acceptable, they reject those people. So it's a conundrum they need to fix.
Do you concede that, Charles? And how do you think that can be addressed? What Kulata just said, Charles.
I don't know what tenants you say why Rochas will be.
Let me give you an example.
Maybe Rochas is the wrong example.
No, it's not. Okay, so Ludo, I mean, Rochas is acceptable in the north. Rochas is acceptable in the north. Rochas is acceptable in the southwest. Rochas is acceptable in the north
and the southeast to an extent.
That's the problem I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying. Rochas is acceptable in the north. He grew up in the north. He has a lot of foundations in the north and the southwest.
Southeast leaders are not even. They themselves are not. They're not good to their people. So when it comes to, I think they're also sellouts in some ways. So when it comes to finding a Southeast leader that is even representative of the Southeast as a people, it's a very hard one. Because the way, I don't understand Southeast politics, the way they are more aligned to the political parties than to their own people. For some reason, I don't know why. If you even look at this guy in Imo State, he's the governor there, but he's not of the people. He doesn't speak of the people. He more of represents the political party than the interests of his people. So we have a problem with even finding somebody that speaks in one voice for us. So when you talk about Rochas, I've stayed in Imo State for a while. Honestly speaking, Rochas, his administration in Imo State is really nothing to write. You can talk about the whole education and everything, but when it comes to infrastructure and some other things, he really didn't. He didn't really leave a mark. Southeast are still disappointed in him for one reason or the other. So I think, like I've said, we as the Southeast, as Easterners, really need to come together, put our house in order, and actually find good leaders within us. I don't think these old leaders, Rochas or whatever, our old leaders are terrible. We need to find a new crop of leaders, young leaders, groom them up, get into the political landscapes, and rule our Eastern Bloc well. Then now translate it to the presidency. If not, I don't think we'll be united in the front to that effect.
Oh, all right, brilliant. To Buhari's, I've lost count. And yet another broadcast of him endorsing Tinubu. So we played the broadcast, and he went on to repeat it in Hausa language. But then, of course, about 2-3 days ago, it gave the same endorsement again. So I've not seen this yet in any other party where Patu Tomi is straddling the media space to say, I still endorse Peter Obi. So why do you think that Buhari feels the need to continue to reaffirm his endorsement of Tinubu? And do you think there's any sincerity to it? Because I was just looking at the language of endorsement. It was anything but ringing. It was the barest minimum sort of coded language endorsement. So why do you then think that repeatedly, continuously, every 2 days, the Mala from the north feels the need to endorse the Luther from Lagos State?
So the truth about it is that Buhari does not support Tinubu. That's a
No.
fact.
Yes.
Everything is, and if Tinubu was wise and his people were wise, they'll be quick not to get carried away with whatever he says. Because I think what he's just doing is he's just playing by the script. Okay, I've been caught lacking and everything. He's just trying to just carry out his plan and not look so bad, especially in terms of his legacies in APC. I think we shouldn't be carried away with all his speeches of him reiterating his support for APC and Tinubu. I think he's still going to play. Buhari is a tough person, and I think that's his Naira policy. He's going to see it through to the end. But at the same time, if everything works out for Tinubu, nobody can come out and say that he didn't support. At least he has the records to say that. But I supported him. Now you can't just throw me out. So I think he's just playing it safe for now. But I think whatever his intentions were from the onset, he will still carry it out and wait to the election results. If it favors Tinubu, fine. If it does not favor Tinubu, he will come out again with his chest and say, but I don't think Tinubu should be carried away with any of the things he says.
Do you think I'm pretty certain that Tinubu is not carried away, but do you think they just need him to give they call it keeping up appearances, isn't it? Yeah. Is it just for him really, because everybody knows, they know that he doesn't want them and he knows that, so everybody knows what is in play, but just to keep up appearances of some semblance of some of unity to throw into the space.
I think he's also tried to, because if everybody has that feeling that APC is a house divided among itself, so the only thing Buhari can offer, because Buhari has really created a mess for the party, the only semblance they can just say, okay, you know what, Buhari, what you can just do, just to make things right, just give us some form of unity between now and the elections. After the elections, you can, to hell with you. But this is the only thing you can do. Let us try as much as possible to maintain that structure, that we are still a party, we are still united. And that is the task they've given him to do between now leading up to the elections. But and that is what he's just doing. I still feel deep inside him, he doesn't want to do it, but that is just the last tax they've given him as a party within the party, and he's doing it just to give them, because Nigerians are a bit you don't want to have, you have a group of Nigerians that were Tinubu supporters. With the whole Naira crisis now, you have some of them saying, okay, you know what, to hell with APC, let's get rid of APC. And you have some people that are Buhari supporters but are so skeptical about the party. So what they really need to do is to try as much as possible to paint the party as being united and being carried along with Tinubu being the leader, which Buhari is trying to paint as that. So that's what I'm saying. I just think he's just trying to make PDP be united, put out a united front, like you've rightly put.
Oh, all right, brilliant. And talking about PDP, yeah, you know, the one thing that people feel will be the ultimate undoing of Atiku Abubakar is his untrustworthiness. People feel that you cannot hang your hat on Atiku Abubakar or anything that he has to say. Just so self-obsessed. So just so self-obsessed he is. Atiku backtracks, says CBN Naira redesign policy hurting ordinary citizens. So he was quite clear, unequivocal just 2 days ago, that they should stick with that 10th of whenever, and they should not extend it by an inch, so and the citizens can adapt and adjust. But now the weight of all of it, because he's getting all the reports that everybody is getting as well, that the country is really hemorrhaging under this. So he now latterly now tries to, he pivots 360 to reverse back on himself to now adopt a position completely contrary to what he had previously adopted. And this goes to the heart of that lack of trustworthiness about Atiku Abubakar. So Atiku Abubakar, flip-flop man, is he going to flip-flop his way back to Abu Dhabi?
Atiku has never been in the race. I think this whole elections, to be honest, has just been a scheme, especially by the North. I don't think Atiku was even interested in this this election, as far as I'm concerned, and I don't think he even actually tried to even represent that party. As a matter of fact, Atiku being the front bearer of PDP is what even destroyed that party, because if Obi or Wiki had been the front runner, I think things would have been really, really tough for APC, especially with the things that are going on now. But I think the North just used Atiku to break that support that they would have gained, especially from the Southeast, and more or less, I think, to be honest, Atiku is just a waste of time. PDP as a party, even when you look at their campaigns and everything, they're not even in the news. Obi is gathering more, is pulling more weight and support from people than PDP. The only thing the only support were saying that, okay, PDP has a chance is from the North. But from the South or Southeast or anything, I don't think PDP is going to pull anything. The way things are, and that's why I said that really Tinubu is this election is just if Tinubu is going to lose this election, it's going to be a sabotage from the inside in the name of Buhari, and otherwise it's a landslide victory for APC. Atiku has
if Peter Obi had the PDP ticket, what sort of landscape would we be looking at now? What sort of conversation do you think we'll be having today?
In fact, it would be we won't be having this conversation with everything the way things are going right now. It's going to be a very, very, now you say that will be a very tightly contested election. In fact, I would say that APC might not even win anything, especially even the North states will probably swing to Atiku PDP's camp. That is what I will see with this whole Naira scarcity and everything. But the way things are, Atiku is he's not even interested. I don't see him as someone that is really interested. I think he's just playing a script. You understand? Because he's not, his comments, his utterances has not even been presidential in nature. He's just been going with the flow. He's just playing along. So I really don't think PDP were really interested in contesting this election. I think they were just struck. They were just the way they structured themselves was more or less to, like, even with APC's failures, they put themselves in a position that Nigerians would rather accept APC than PDP. That's the way it's just structured. Ordinarily, with the way APC has failed, and is continuing to fail, even leading up to the election, it would have been easy for Nigerians to just, switch over to PDP immediately. But the way he's set up his campaign, set up his whole election strategy, it's more or less like you are actually forcing Nigerians to just, just stick with APC. This guy that they themselves are not serious. The house is not even in order as well. So Atiku is nothing to write about. I don't think he's a threat in these elections.
Shaz, can I ask a question?
Yeah, go on.
So what makes you think that if Atiku didn't come in, that Obi will have given APC the run for their money, assuming that, what makes you believe that?
So in this light, before Obi will get that presidential ticket, there'll have been especially meetings within the Northern Caucus to actually entrust their party votes to Obi. So there will be some form, at least, even it might not be much, but there will be some form of northern support from the PDP political elites, which might sway some northern voters towards Obi, that, okay, at least our people, if our northern political elites under PDP have entrusted this man, there's some form of trust. Even though he's Igbo, he's not a northerner, but there's some form of trust that we can give to this man to hold this ticket. So in some ways, Obi might have captured some votes from the north, And with the way things are going under APC currently, a lot of people will have shifted base to PDP. That's what I see.
No, as for me, I just think that was just a gamble, though, because either way, whether Wiki or Obi, I don't see how how PDP will have given PDP APC, especially Bola Ahmed Tinubu, headache. The only thing that I know that would have happened within that space is that instead of choosing Shetima, probably it will have gone for another person within that node to balance the religious equity side, and it will have managed to switch that in completely. And then I don't see the way that the northern governors that are mostly APC, I don't see the way that they will want to lose their seat. And you can see what the governors are doing now to the president. It's telling you that when these governors want something, they know how to get it. When they don't want something, is when they pretend that they are powerless. So to me, I think that thing is, we are just saying it because we think because the lack of performance from APC will have discouraged people. To me, I believe Obi will have not even maybe he wouldn't have even got this level of sympathy.
No, he'll be a bit more stronger. If he was under PDP as a presidential candidate,
he'll be significantly stronger. PDP is the largest party in Africa. It's the biggest party in Africa. So
used to be.
Well, which one is bigger now?
APC is bigger than APC, of course.
All right. All right, Charles, let me take you to a different space. I'm not sure if this is a comedy space. EFCC speaks on raiding Tinubu's Lagos residence. So the story all over the media space yesterday, no, even earlier today, that they raided Tinubu's house and found a stockpile of 400 billion naira, which they seized. Should they even have bothered to come out and debunk something this ludicrous?
No. I don't know. I don't know who is. I don't know what they're trying. I don't know. I really don't understand the end game. Because 1 minute, to be honest, like I've said, I would not trust Buhari because the way it's a joke. To be honest, I think they're just desperately trying to clutch onto straws, to try as much as possible to tarnish Tinubu's name. But I don't know that there's something that a group of people that are trying to sabotage, paint Tinubu in this light to just deter people from voting for him. So, but like I've said, even as long as the North supports APC, I do not think it's Tinubu's to lose. Whoever the North, really, the way Nigerian elections is structured, whoever the North supports, that is who wins the election. The Southwest or the South-South is just the votes that come from those two angles are just divided votes and really mean nothing. So I think all these ones are just trying as much as people are just trying to more or less trying to give reasons for why that whole Naira debacle is going on. They're just trying to defend the actions of the policy, the Naira policy. But I think it's dead on arrival. I think it's a little too late for them to be bringing up making up stories like this.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Thank you, Charles. And where have you been? What happened to you? You used to be a regular here, and then you build on us. What did we do?
Work. I've been quite busy and everything. I just moved and so many things. So I've been out of touch with social media.
All right. So you finally bought that mansion. Look at that.
Yes. So it's people like us that are trying to catch you, but luckily for us, we have put our own Naira somewhere else inside bank.
Yes, so many of us have, the odd 5, 10,000, 20,000 naira that, when you are coming back, you say, okay, I'll hold on to this so that when I go back, I'll be able to pay the taxi, those immediate from the airport.
I have like almost 20,000 because I just came back from Nigeria like in December. I have like
so that's that. I wonder how much of this money is in international space. Speculate to that. How much do you think your 20,000 naira that is dead in some drawer somewhere? Adanle Koko's 1 million naira that is in a vault that now is now tissue paper. How much do you think is out there amongst us, just people like you and I that just when
I
we're
don't
going
think
back home,
I don't think it will be that much.
you
I
don't
don't
think
think
it'll be up to about 10 billion?
for people in the diaspora.
Yes, you Americans, you know
Cash?
how you hold money now.
No.
You don't think so?
I don't. The way we are structured, especially coming from the West, we don't even carry cash around and everything. I don't think, even if we have cash around, it's just be something little that we just bring back home. It's nothing significant. I don't think we will have that much lying around.
All right. So
Yeah.
we'll not keep it as a collector's piece. It now goes into the museum as once upon a time we used to spend this. All right. Thank you, Charles. Stay with us.
Yeah.
So that's Charles, of course, a regular on this platform who, of course, took away, rejoins us back. So always a delight our conversations with Charles. Ayo comes in with the super chat still. He says, Ondo Hausa traders ignore federal government collect old notes. So I think people will still just continue to collect that old notes. And whatever happens, the most that will happen is they will take it to CBN and just exchange it. They are not going to lose the value of it, which is the main thing. So they're not going to lose the value of it. So let's move the conversation and take it on to Kulata, who always has a unique and peculiar view of the Nigerian landscape. So unique and peculiar view of this, naira scarcity comply with Supreme Court order, APC tells federal government. So that meeting, which you were telling us about yesterday, it has taken place now, and the memo coming now to the whatever it is, the agreement reached, announced by the chairman of the party, universally they are against this policy position. So the Nigerian landscape is against it. Atiku Abubakar has done a 360. The APC party now stands. So Buhari stands alone on this policy. What do you think this means? And do you think Buhari will hold firm or yield?
Well, I think this means only one thing: unity in APC. Unity in APC and Tinubu taking over the realms of the party. I think Buhari will stubbornly stand firm until told otherwise by the Supreme Court. But it's kind of like messed up the Supreme Court with this speech in big, because I think they're going to come with a pretext that there are no 500 and 1,000 naira old notes anymore. So that speech has put Supreme Court in a bind, in my opinion, because it's acted. I mean, he acted in a rash way. So I don't know how Supreme Court will rule on this, especially if Emefiele comes out and says, "Oh, he's ordered the banks to go and destroy the 500 and 1,000 naira." So at this point in time, the deed is done. It's too close to the election. Even if they tell them to release the money, it's just going to be a symbolic victory. There's no practical way of getting those money out of the banks in less than a week, and people are going to be pissed. But now people being pissed.
But hold on. In El Rufai's speech, it's a broadcast to the Kaduna's people. He was telling us that those monies have not a single note has been destroyed of the 500 and 1,000 naira notes. That they're all in commercial bank vaults, and that's
yes.
Yes. So if he sets it free, it can be on the streets within hours.
But I mean, what is Emefiele going to say? Because that's what El Rufai say. What is Emefiele and Buhari going to say? I mean, what are they going to claim?
You think they might say they have destroyed the notes?
They can say so now. If they insist, they can
provide the proof of evidence, because there are procedures for doing that. It's not just at the
discretion you're right.
of anybody. Because if somebody just sit there and go say, we have destroyed it, we could have taken it to his village now and say we have destroyed it. There are procedures
but what, Patrick, what if they started destroying it? What about that?
No, people would know now. The way things are now, if they start destroying today, they are not going to destroy themselves. They are going to move it now.
And they will move it. But what I'm saying, what's the guarantee that they've not started doing that?
No, I'm not sure.
Because there's information that the monies are still in the commercial bank vaults.
And we still have that money in the hands of people. That's what we are saying. In the north, there are still people who don't have even access to the banks to even take their old notes there. So this idea of, we have gotten everything. is a lie.
Okay, so here's the thing from a Supreme Court. When Supreme Court meets, I think the first thing they're going to discuss is jurisdiction, right? They're going to talk whether they have jurisdiction. There's some technicality to it because now even the World Bank is questioning the independence of our CBN. So if it's determined that our CBN is not independent, then the Supreme Court does have jurisdiction because it just becomes a state versus federal matter, not a state. I mean, it has nothing to do with CBN because Buhari said is the one giving CBN the directives of what to do. So they need to discuss jurisdiction, and if they discuss jurisdiction, if the Buhari win or if they prevail, they'll withdraw the case. If they withdraw the case, it's all over. That means you have to follow what Buhari says. If they agree that there's jurisdiction, then they're going to now postpone. They're going to give another date where they're now going to discuss whatever the case is. So that buys APC time, and that forces Buhari's and Cole's hands that you have to continue with status quo. So what does status quo mean? Does status quo mean they eliminate that 20,000 naira withdrawal limit and they let every single old currency live side by side with new currency? Because things have changed. The new limit of only withdrawing 20K, that's new. So status quo doesn't involve that. And so they have to get rid of every single thing and just let
I think I think the status quo judgment is essentially about the legal tender of the 3 nodes. So that's
not
the status quo. Not the
withdrawal
totality
limit.
No, I don't think it applies to that level.
Are we sure?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm just speculating.
Because part of the package is this 20,000. I mean, because this is supposed to be a cashless policy or whatever they call it. And part of the cashless policy is reduction in withdrawal limit. So if status quo has to be whatever became of whatever was in existence before this policy, in my opinion. I'm not a lawyer. I just play one on YouTube.
Yeah, that's what it is. But status quo is like bring everybody party back to the way things were before the issue.
Yeah, so that means they have to, if they bring it to status quo, if that happens, if they say, okay, we're going to sit on this case in April 10. I mean, if they say, okay, fine, we have jurisdiction, because the first thing they were going to say, I'm not a lawyer, I'm just acting now. So if they say, okay, we have jurisdiction, then they can say, okay, the case, we postpone the case till April or May or whatever. And so revert back to status quo. So that means Buhari and Co, they have to reverse everything. And then people will flood to the banks. The banks need to release those old notes and people will flood to the banks. But how long? Because it is Wednesday. I mean, we're talking about, it's too late. Because it's Wednesday, the election is on Saturday. So if that happens, people will have to now flood to the banks. I mean, the banks need to release the money. And people now need to flood to the banks between Thursday, Friday. 2 days. What are we talking about here? It's that may happen, but people are still going to be pissed because the banks will be full and people will be confused. New note, old note. Some people will still reject the old note, and it's just going to be a shit show. It's going to be a shit show.
So it's already. What do you mean? It's already a shit show. What do you mean? It's already. I don't think what is happening in Nigeria has ever happened anywhere in the world. They're telling us that the cattle sellers are collecting old naira, and I don't know, man. It's just that.
Can you speak to the fact that the banks might go on strike? What do you think might happen?
Man, the bank, that's another possibility I'm not thinking about. If the banks go on strike, then all bets are off. Like, then Buhari just created chaos. Like, why did they have to do this? What was this for, really? Because if the banks go on
strike, yeah.
We'll regret now. If the banks go on strike, then are we now going to have an election in that kind of environment? That's crazy.
We're not.
Because that is election sabotage. Buhari basically just sabotaged his party. And to what end? I'm still confused. What is Buhari trying to achieve here? Because is he thinking that this is going to give me legacy on free and fair election by sabotaging your own party? I don't get it.
I'm not sure that. I'm not sure that I'm not sure he cares about free or fair election. I think there's just a thing about stopping Tinubu. I'm not quite sure why.
But if you stop Tinubu, does he prefer Atiku then?
No, he doesn't.
It doesn't. That's the thing.
So, Kulata, do you notice that he probably didn't anticipate this kind of response from the market, from Nigeria? And I don't know how the advisors are thinking, because if you are, for people who have been involved in change management, you don't institute several changes at the same time.
Yes.
You are trying, there's a change of power that is likely to take place. You are changing currency. You are trying to organize a census. You don't put all those things together, because those changes can interfere with themselves and produce the kind of
too many moving parts.
Exactly. It's like using some drugs. You know, there are drug reactions. If you use some drugs together, they will just fire some process in the person and you might have a crisis. And that's what is likely to happen now. Because if the banks go on strike, the gas stations will not want to run. Because if you bring cash to gas station, it means that the gas station cannot take those cash to banks. And if the banks go on strike, the gas stations might not be sure that they will get the kind of customer service support that they will get if they try to use the online banking platform. So that means the fuel crisis we have will aggravate. Then so many other essential platforms or systems that are very relevant.
Services.
Services will be grounded because of that. And then you have a problem. You have a problem. So I'm sure this guy, I don't know if this guy is not thinking of. For the first time, I'm beginning to look at him like that.
Well, you used to be a Buhari champion now. You could never do any wrong in your eyes.
I used to, but the way things are going, because these things are very obvious. You are trying to do currency change at the same time. In between this election, between governorship and presidential election, the guy is trying to organize a census.
Yeah, but would you put it past him? You can't put it past. Would that surprise you if Buhari says but that there's going to be a census on the first week of March? If you would be surprised to hear that. You know, it's just a yam head from Dara.
It's a yam head and he's speaking yam. It's very. It's not. I mean, I think okay, at this point in time, I think we can call Buhari a chaos agent. I think that's the best word that fits him. He's a chaos agent. Because on your exit, where you're supposed to get goodwill, where you're supposed to be thinking about your legacy, you just decide to screw everything up. It's insane. It's insane. I don't know the end game. This is very confusing. And but the only thing is, I don't think he changes it. Sir.
When I seen us screw things up before.
Yeah, but not like this now. This is.
Well, I did not know how Nigeria was during his military regime, but from what I heard,
it was like this. It was honestly speaking, it was like this. And I keep telling Ajani Koko, and Ajani Koko doesn't want to agree with me. I was alive then.
Like this,
it was like this. Remember essential commodity in the market that they were forcing Omo, forcing basic stuff.
Yeah, they were forcing the price. You can't force
the price. They will say you must sell this at one price. Then they will now start trying to distribute.
Remember when they got into a dispute with the international space, and then we were doing trade by barter with Brazil.
Trade by barter
with Brazil. Buhari has always been like this. So
those were crazy days. And you go to Lagos. Then when I go to Lagos, I'll see people doing frog jump in the morning. Workers, old men.
In Yaba.
No, Buhari has always. I mean, it was this crazy back then.
I'm even surprised that Oga Patrick and Ajali Gogo are the ones saying that Buhari is not like this. They are the old people that should even know better.
Actually, me too. I'm old though. I'm not young.
I know you are old, but I know that Patrick and Ajali Gogo, they are far older than you.
They don't become old men carnival.
I'm not an old man, no.
I'm
grown. I was mature enough to. I mean, that time very well.
I was a kid, but I remembered whatever was going on then, and I felt it was crazy.
You are one of those who are retiring.
Well,
Very sad.
yeah, but I mean,
the Gen Zs.
One of the oppressors, the bourgeoisies.
but
So next week
it
is
is
very bleak
crazy.
for Nigeria now. Is that what you are saying?
It is bleak now. See what can happen. Look at I've just described what the court may do. If the court says, okay, we have jurisdiction, we'll take up the case, then that means status quo. Then if the bank goes on strike, what the hell happens? If the bank doesn't go on strike, everybody rushes to the banks. So and we only have 2 days before the election because court will meet on Wednesday. Then you have then talk, then election. I
And then the
mean,
bank can't
what is
handle
going
the
to
pressure.
happen? They can't handle the pressure. Everybody will rush to the bank. We will have one of the lowest turnouts in this. I mean, in our election history because people have basic things to do, like staying alive, rather than going to queue for an election.
They want to buy
And
food and keep in the house because that's the tradition during election. People buy food and stop in the house because you don't know what might be the
yes,
outcome
no.
and the aftermath of the election. Everybody wants to, if they say there's a strike, there is
Do
riot.
you remember? You remember COVID? The way all of us went to the grocery store to go and buy things just to hoard because when there's uncertainty, human wants to survive. So that's why a lot of people are hoarding their currency now. They go and withdraw. Some people are going to the banks. They get 20K now, get 20K now. They just been going day like that to hoard because look, election is coming up. Nobody knows who is coming up. Nobody knows there's going to be election. No, some people are even thinking military, whatever. So there's chaos, there's uncertainty, and there's chaos. And now this is now going to create further chaos. You're supposed to have stability during election. In the United States, the Federal Reserve will not raise interest rates 3 months to an election. They just don't do it. You don't even raise any criminal case against any candidate months and months before the election because you want it to be stable. You want peaceful transition of power. But Buhari has the exact opposite, 180 degrees. He has the exact opposite reasoning. Like, let me take a sledgehammer and I want to kill Tinubu and Atiku. That means everybody will not get money. Everybody will get 20,000 naira. I'm going to change the color of the naira. Now, you know what's may happen that nobody's thinking about? Politicians may start printing fake notes and giving people fake notes.
Now,
Obasanjo came out and said Buhari is a dead horse. You know, when he said that thing, when he wrote that article there describing, no, I think it was at an international conference saying that anybody expecting something spectacular from him is just giving himself a problem. That is more or less a dead horse. They should just allow him to do what he wants to do.
No, but they can't allow him to. You see, now this is what is going on now. So if they allow him to do what he wants to do, now we
allow
see
him to destroy the system.
Yes.
But that's not what Obasanjo actually mean, really, because it's just saying that even if you are pushing this guy and you are expecting something different, that it's just a waste of time. That's what more
exactly.
Was saying.
So just get.
So I will not be surprised even the Supreme Court meets and he just jettisoned them and be like, "Kill and Wele solo."
No, at this point, we can't do that.
At
this point,
has he not done it before?
Because you know why? He doesn't have the backings now.
Oga Patrick.
Power resides in the people.
Hold on. Did the power not reside in the people before he jettisoned the Supreme Court judgment?
But now he's beginning to get some response now. And look at the way he's behaving now. He's nervous now.
I'm laughing.
Obviously nervous now.
He's nervous.
He cannot anticipate the kind of response he's going to get.
If the thing is this, when he was doing all those things that he was getting their way, it was just because the people that are real power brokers were just looking away. But now the game has changed.
Exactly.
Any silly move now, we move against him. So,
are they going to impeach him then? Well, because that's the only thing you can do.
See, they will look at the list damage. You know, they don't want to escalate, right? They will just be pushing. But if he tries to do something silly, these political power brokers, they can go to any extent.
They can move against
him. That time,
but the thing is, outside of impeachment, there's very little else that they can do. You can't plot. What can they do? They can't do anything outside of impeachment.
Okay, you can see that the guy is beginning to shake, right? Because today it will tell you, it will give action that contradicts what is even broadcasting nationally. It's just telling you that the man himself is no longer comfortable. So it's not a game, because before you can call yourself the CNC, it simply means that some people are still respecting you, they are still supporting you.
Exactly. God
But
bless
once
you.
those people start removing their shock,
Then you will know that
they,
you are
they will
alone.
pack everything down, and even some soldiers, you just be surprised that you command that those people they will use there, because they will be looking at what is going to happen in the future. So
Because they
it's
know
very
that you are going
calculated.
now.
So it's not like when he was in the military, and even when he was in the military, they even see dare the man, right? The only person that will give him problem, they move him away and say, yeah, okay, this is Babu, that's it. And he even try to argue with them. So
I think a way. I think I'm going to take Fatai's position here. I think a way for him to save face is to tell Emefiele to write a resignation letter and come out and pull back some of this stuff as soon as possible. That's the only way he can save face.
Buhari will not do that.
He will not do it.
No. Hold on, Patrick. If Buhari is to reverse position, there has to be a sacrificial line. Sacrifices has to be made. Somebody,
Yes.
There has to be an error.
There has to be an error.
No, not necessarily so. If, for example, I don't know whether if Supreme Court can issue a judgment on Wednesday on this whole thing, knowing the urgency.
But they won't issue judgments, Patrick. Patrick, they won't judge. I think the first thing they will do is to determine whether they have jurisdiction. Then they will now set a date.
You know what? Supreme Court has a lot of things to cross on Wednesday. So forget the notion that that case will be settled on Wednesday. It won't.
They can't. They can't be settled.
And the El-Rufai and all those guys, I think they understand what they are doing. So I think what they want to do is to let that status quo remain into election. I don't know what that will be, the implication that is going to be for them. So that in case the Supreme Court later say, okay, I don't have jurisdiction, they will achieve their aim, they've concluded the election, whatever happened after then, only Buhari will take the blame. So, and that is why, you see, only 3 went to court, right? Now, about 7 coming to join.
Yeah.
I can tell you, this week, before that Wednesday, more attorney generals will file their processes to join. So now you will be getting about how many applications before the court. Join the application alone. Don't forget, there's a possibility that the AGF will be challenging some of these guys that are coming to join. Okay, to say we don't have any issue with you. Why will you want to join? That's one issue I emphasized. Now, if that is going to happen, somebody is just fine on Monday or Tuesday. They can't hear the application that day. Now, the Zoom can make another and say, okay, I consolidate all those applications together. Let's air it. Let me give you a clear date to have that. Now, by the time you finish that, the Attorney General will be saying, I have a preliminary objection. Don't forget, the Attorney General is challenging the Supreme Court. He's saying you don't even have the authority, the jurisdiction on this case, because this case is not between the federal government and its sub-region, that's the state government, and that the only time you should have this original jurisdiction is when it is between the federal government and then the sub-region. Now, that application alone is a very highly contentious application. Don't forget, the applications that all these states that are just coming to join would also have interest in. So as it stands now, they will pretend as if we have not received it, even though they've seen it. So, okay, bring us in properly first. When you bring us in, then tell the Attorney General to come and serve us properly now as a party. When they serve us, then we can respond. So there are a lot of technicalities that will be involved in this case, and by the time lawyers play their own role, they will surely overwhelm the Attorney General. Attorney General is our Attorney General is not even don't let me say a fantastic litigation lawyer like that. So he will appear personally in court. Those guys will overwhelm him, and he can't overwhelm the Supreme Court because already they've angered the Supreme Court. See, all those judges are human beings. They are not non-living things. They've seen what the president has gone out to do. He has challenged their power and authority already, and they may not show it in their discretion, but they will start showing it in their little discretion. The other night they're supposed to give the federal government. They won't give the executive this time around. So I don't see that case ending on Wednesday. And the moment they adjourn that case on Wednesday, they're not going to adjourn that case to Friday. Don't forget that they also will go for holiday for election. They won't stay in Abuja. Some of them will go to their state to vote. Some of them
so they may adjourn it like 2 weeks after Wednesday.
Yeah,
it's possible.
So some of them will also want to go to their states to exercise their civic responsibility, and some of them they want to go to a safe place because they don't know what can happen to Nigeria after Saturday. So I don't see that case ending on Wednesday, and I don't know what the implication of that to the El-Rufai gang and the guys that have initiated this and Tinubu. I'm still trying to.
Wait, if they adjourn it, are they going to reiterate and restate the status quo again?
They will surely always say that. They will surely always restate that status quo, because if they don't, you see, the subject matter, the main reason why you are in court will be destroyed before you even get to judgment. Then what's the essence of judgment? If you don't, what is the status quo? Let's ask ourselves. What's the status quo? Federal government said, I'm invalidating this currency. It's no longer a tender, legal tender.
Legal tender.
By XYZ date. Some people went to court and say, no, you can't enforce it on us. You have to look at XYZ before you can do this. And the Supreme Court said, okay, maintain status quo. Then what is status quo? Status quo is that what the government is trying to achieve, don't achieve it for now. Let us continue with the hold. Yes, we know that you have printed the new. Let's continue with the hold and that new pari passu. Let everything be working together. Let the economy be moving and everything. Pending when I will decide whether the date you've given is even reasonable, whether what you say you are doing, you even have capacity to do it, whether the law even allows Emefiele to do what he's doing without probably fiat or something from the president, or whether, there are so many cases, questions lawyers will crab up to. So the status quo is just maintain what you are doing for now. Don't check the table. Nobody should enforce anything for now. And let's continue with
is there a possibility that they meet on Wednesday and say they don't have the jurisdiction?
I don't think so.
Or they're going to be overwhelmed by the new application and then be forced to change the dates because of 7 new applications. Yeah,
I don't think they will take that jurisdictional thing. Now, yeah, the Attorney General will try to push it, okay, but I don't see how to be able to push it through because some people are still knocking the door. They are saying, "Let us in," and I say, "Oh, declare jurisdiction." Those ones also they have a right of say. You have
to get a right of say. You're right.
Yes.
You're right.
There are also states in Nigeria who has interest in this thing. We all share the same legal tender in Nigeria. There is nothing like Ekiti legal tender. No, we all share the same legal tender. So if some people are questioning this thing and I'm saying, no, I have interest in this thing, let me join. And you are saying, no, I'm already saying Supreme Court doesn't have jurisdiction. And then let me come and have a say to tell you whether it has jurisdiction and can pass my argument. So I don't see Supreme Court going against that. It's a settled principle that everybody must be in first before you can question my jurisdiction.
I want to make a prediction. I want to think CBN will officially now allow people to bring their 500 and 1,000 naira notes to the banks, to the commercial banks now. And I think that aligns with what Atiku typed, what he posted today. So maybe he got some heads up. That's what I predict may happen. And in that case, politicians that have old naira notes, all they will do is they'll use it for the election. And then the people that they give can take it to the commercial banks. I predict that may happen.
Yeah, but does that not defeat the whole purpose of what the central theme of
But
it does.
So that's a defeat for Buhari. That's a defeat for Buhari then.
That doesn't reduce the pressure on the people. The pressure is not even on the politician now.
No, it doesn't. It helps the politicians, Patrick. It doesn't reduce the pressure on the people. It just helps the politicians.
Reduce the riot? Will it reduce the noise and the
no, it will not. It will create a depressed turnout, and then it will now sell the election to the highest bidder, because you're going to have a depressed turnout, and the people that turn out will be bought with old naira notes and the mixture of old and new naira notes, and then they can take it to the bank, and then ultimately
So the
things will
gas
settle
even
down on the
working,
long
the
run.
gas even
It's
working
made
the
it worse.
situation.
Exactly.
Kolata, in my conversation with Ajale Koko, I was suggesting that this Buhari's policy position is actually voter suppression. Is this not voter suppression?
It is voter. It's meddling in the election. It is voter suppression. Anything you are doing so close to election is meddling. Is election meddling. I don't know why it doesn't get it. It's election meddling.
Hello,
you
sorry.
see,
And if there is a voter suppression, this type of economic activity, the effect on commerce, livelihood, I believe it's normally seen more in the south. You'll be surprised that at the end of the day, most southern voters will be disenfranchised and they wouldn't even want to
They won't go
bother
out to vote. No, they
coming
won't.
out. So why you have the northern
With,
voters?
with the lack of money, the heavy military presence, and no fuel,
Thank
nobody
you.
is coming out. Nobody is coming out of their house.
No,
They're
no,
just
And
nobody's
I
going to
will not be
vote.
look, I will not be surprised that even all this military that we are seeing is even in the south. All the north, they will not have any military.
Yeah, no,
Base.
it's not in the north now, because if it was in the north, we'll see the clips as well. But these are people using their phones to send out stuff in. So if
Can
they
you
were
imagine?
deploying in the north, we will see it. So they're
Can
not
you imagine?
if we are talking, I think there's even a larger voter turnout in Kano than Lagos. So why especially are you putting a ring of steel around Lagos and holding people to hostage? Lagos is under siege. That's just the thing.
And
But
this is and sorry, and this northern space and the spaces that are not even sick that needs the security most.
All right, but Kulata, this clip now, Buhari coming out to yes again reaffirm his endorsement of Tinubu. I thought an endorsement is just something you do in one instance, and then of course you are clear as to. So what do you make of this endless endorsements? And do you think it serves any purpose? We're saying it's just keeping up appearances. This is what Ajane Koko and I concluded.
It serves no purpose. It doesn't serve any practical purpose because, first of all, Tinubu and his gang, they've taken the advantages of this currency to finally depart from Buhari because they've been, I mean, you see, Buhari has been an albatross on their neck because of these failures and now bad policy. So now they've had an opportunity to distance themselves from Buhari. So it's more like, if I was Tinubu, it's more like, just please, Oga, keep your mouth shut. I don't need you coming to be endorsing me when I've already separated APC party from you. I mean, they've essentially detached APC party from Buhari. Initially, it was about Cabal and Emefiele, but now it's frontal. It's now Buhari. It's now Buhari. So what Buhari is doing right now, I believe, in his head, this is what I think. If what I think is correct, that means Buhari is very dumb. What I think Buhari is trying to do, well, apologies for Buhari's fans listening to me. But what I think Buhari is trying to do is, I think Buhari thinks by doing this is actually doing a good thing. So we will have a free and fair election. He's not thinking about the consequences. So he's taking, I think I mentioned it on Dr. Damages, he's taking a shotgun to kill a cockroach. Not knowing that if you use a shotgun to kill a cockroach, you're going to blow up a hole in your drywall. So he's creating more damage while he thinks he's doing the right thing. Then he now wants to now say, okay, I'm endorsing the candidate of my party. But when the international community sees me, they'll think, oh, I made sure our election was free and fair. Not thinking that a policy that is creating hardship is immediately against your own party because you are the ruling party. Your policy is the one hitting people hard. So of course that is to a disadvantage of your party. I think the only thing is because your candidate is way smarter than you that is thought ahead. But what he's doing right now is foolishness. It serves no purpose. He's just trying to be. I mean, maybe he's seeing the tea leaves that the party is moving away from him. So he's trying to do like, oh, I'm still trying to help. I'm a party man, and I think that's what he's trying to do. That I'm a party man and a party man. But it's ringing hollow. It's ringing really hollow.
Lata,
That's why.
do you know what I see politicians may end up in doing in this election? They will end up in dollarizing this election instead of spending naira. They will start using dollars, $10, $20, give people. Take to bureau the change and change your money. Spend it the way you want. Because they are not able to spend naira. They have dollars. In fact, as a matter of fact, those guys, they store their money in dollars.
Even safer.
And then change their money
Yeah,
to naira for the
in the
purpose
north.
of for portability. You remember this guy, Yakubu Andrew, that guy from Kaduna that they caught him with one building he had in one somewhere Basha in Kaduna where he stored money. That is the early days of early months when Buhari just got to government. I don't know if you remember that man. That general NNPC boss.
NNPC guy, NNPC guy.
Yeah.
Do you remember that guy? Because that guy wanted to contest after El-Rufai, and that was the reason why they bought the guy's balloon. But do you remember that guy didn't store his money in naira?
Yeah, he had dollars.
That the money they caught in that mud house was actually in dollars, not naira.
Yeah,
where
it's dollars.
Put air condition there and then store that money in that place.
Yeah, like $10 million or something like that.
Yes.
Close to 10 million.
Wow.
Yeah.
So these guys, they have dollars. They can decide to dollarize this thing. And that is why, for me, the only reason why all these Tinubu guys and co are fighting is because of the anger, the resentment that the
it's the resentment. It's not because of the new currency. Tinubu already has the new currency. It's not about it's not about the money. He has the new currency. He has dollars. They can buy CFA. However you want to put the money, he has it.
So that money in $100 bills. You do not expect them. How do you want them to break down? Breaking down $100 bills to what $25 is not accessible in Nigeria like that.
So they don't need $100.
Currencies are done in $100 bills. That's where all of them save their money. It will take a lot of efforts for them to break it down and share it out.
Let me give you an
example. $100 bills.
Do you know how much safer APC can move into this country from Benin? Take Asari Dokubo alone, for example. He has a university in Benin Republic and he's supporting Tinubu. People are paying school fees. He has investment in safer. That guy might be able to move maybe $1 billion worth of safer into the system.
Oh, look at us. Are we not even ashamed of ourselves? See what we're even talking about in our politics.
No, but we are just trying to make Buhari see the stupidity in the policy.
The reality now.
But he's still trying to help us in some ways now. The only thing that is affecting right is the timing. The timing is just wrong. Right. You don't think the timing is wrong? It's anti-party. That's just the problem with that policy.
The economy is going to be destroyed.
That's what we are saying.
The GDPs are taking a hit. You'll find out when they start reporting on it later. I mean, maybe say 6 months. The GDP has taken a massive hit.
Yeah, but Kulata, as Patrick said, unfortunately, when the financial sheets of what Buhari is doing now, when the financial sheets come in, it will be in somebody else's tenure, and they'll get the blame. They'll get the blame that he has it'll be long gone, and they'll
Tinubu should be getting ready. MC Oluomo will solve that problem. Don't worry.
You love MC Oluomo. Okay,
he's capable. He will solve.
All right. Okay, let's take a 1 minute break then. Since you invited MC Oluomo, let him speak for himself. So there it is. For the benefit of if this town belongs to us or belongs to you, that decision will be made on election day. You know,
This is what the Lagos is no man's land crowd. They are warning you that no, we're the owners of this land. So if you try anyhow, if you do anyhow, how do you say that? You see what?
If you do anyhow, you will see anyhow. That
You
used
see
to be
anyhow.
Ego's phrase. What happened to Ego? Look at that. So Kulata, this now position being adopted by the IMF, inviting Nigeria to revisit the constituting or whatever it is law that forms the CBN. Because what has been highlighted under this space that we are now is that the CBN is not autonomous or independent of influence. Even Gbajabi Amila said there's still a product of the constitution subjected to law. So IMF then inviting the tightening of the independence of the CBN. Do you think that's a dog whistle to Buhari that Mala settle down?
Yeah, it's not just a dog whistle to Buhari. I mean, it's a constitutional thing, because if you give the president the power to willingly influence the CBN like this, I mean, all bets are off. It's like giving the American president all the power to control the American reserves, just like that. You can tell the Federal Reserve chairman, jack up interest rates, reduce interest rates. Like if my election is coming, me, Trump, I'll just tell him, reduce interest rates. So that means people will be able to get cheap money, then I will win. We should not have a CBN that is heavily influenced by the executive like that. So IMF just kind of like they're telling us gently that, hey guys, you guys have a constitutional loophole here. You need to fix this, because the president should look at the power we're giving the president just to boom at a whim. I want you to do this, and then the CBN governor does it. Our country is not supposed to work that way. You have to autonomy needs to really be close as much as possible to autonomy and independence. The way we have it right now is not, and that's why the states can sue. We have smart lawyers in Nigeria. I have to give it to our lawyers. That's why the states can sue the federal government and directly in the Supreme Court, because it's now a state and federal issue. If Buhari can just change whatever in our change whatever in our currency just like that, and then the states can sue. It's like, if this is making my citizen uncomfortable, then I'm going to sue because I'm responsible for my citizen. So it's a good advice from the IMF, but the Buhari, I don't think is intelligent enough or smart enough to act on it. That's even if he knows. If someone tells him, nobody may tell him. This is the second time IMF is talking about this currency issue in the past 1 week. This is the second time they're talking about it.
It's unbelievable. I wonder if Buhari actually understands the weight of Nigeria in the international space, because he thinks it's just still this third world country where he can just these things, they reverberate well and beyond the shores of our country. But Kulata, you saw that clip that I played of the obedient. Yeah.
Can I quickly speak on that?
Oh yeah, come in.
Just my own ideology may sound very weird, and you see, IMF EU, we should always look at it. We should be very curious when they are suggesting anything to us. We shouldn't, because of one singular action or event, then take whatever IMF is saying, hook, line, and sinker. I'm always very curious about IMF, because I know that yes, we countries practice democracy, but in different ways, and we don't structure our institutions same way. There is nothing to prove that because you structure your institution this particular way in most IMF countries or compliant countries, therefore that is what we work in every society. Okay. In our own society, we have seen central bank governor before, Sanusi Lamido, who just relying on the Central Bank Act and then dip his hands in the pocket of CBN and brought out billions to just dash in some investing in Kano and some one place like that. You remember, if anybody can recall that time, recklessly. And nobody could really question him, because he said it's a corporate social responsibility under the CBN Act and he tried to say that he was independent of the presidency.
I remember now.
You remember? And people
Yeah, I
started
remember.
questioning him until I think he went to somewhere in the University of Benin also to go and donate one stipend also that he said he was trying to balance the thing. And people said, so why would you go and give billions to someone in Kano? And for me, he was just preparing his way through to the emirship back then. So it was just more like appeasing to his people and buy his way through. Using the federal government, using the CBN governor. And you remember even when Jonathan removed him, he went to court against Jonathan because he believed, you can't remove me, I'm independent of you. All this challenging that. These are the things we could see as society. There's something we should realize about society. Our society is a third world developing country. People have tendencies, to misuse power, particularly people that are just appointed into office. So if you now, godify them, they become a monster. Okay, that's the way I see it. And there are countries that don't detach their central bank from their the federal executive department, and they are functioning well. We just need to know what worked for us. We don't need to follow IMF, hook, line, and sinker because of Buhari. Buhari will come and go. And I'll give you an instance. People's Bank of China, that is their central bank. But that central bank,
China is disciplined now. Nigeria, I mean, we have the likes of Buhari.
Yes.
That's the reality of Nigeria.
Yes, I know. And we've also had the likes of Sanusi Lamido. So we need to balance these. We can't make CBN that independent. The way people just say it in ideal. I think I listened. It was the OB or one of these people that just like talking economies and everything, and they don't really look at what is the reality, the peculiarity of our own society. People tend to abuse power. So for me, look at Supreme Court and Buhari we're talking about here. Thank God that Supreme Court look at the issue of Ruga. Do you know that if not because of that Land Use Act that Obasanjo did in the 70s as Land Use Decree, Buhari would have created Ruga in all states in Nigeria today. And those governors wouldn't have done anything. But because Obasanjo gave them Land Use Act, which vests every interest, every title in every line in a state in a governor, vested it in a governor. Buhari find it very difficult because there is no federal land anywhere. You need to go to the governor to go and beg for land as a federal. So they balance that. So for me, we just need to balance it. The central bank is working, the Bank of China is working for China. And if you go and look at their hierarchy, they call it a cabinet level executive department. It's part of their state council. And is working very fine, So that's my take on that. We don't need to
honestly, I don't understand our central bank under Emefiele. I mean, we're talking about the second central bank sometimes acting like a commercial bank to direct customers. They give all this loan or whatever. They do digital. They do card. I can understand e-naira, like digital currency, but they're doing cards that will compete with MasterCard. They're doing all this. I don't know, is it for farmers or something? Is that the work of it? Is that the work of the central bank? And then if you have the presidency being able to do all that stuff, then the presidency is almost controlling the bank and can direct the money from the central bank to do all sorts of things. And again, outside of that, how did we end up in a situation where they printed so much ways and means directed to the federal? I mean, things are just messed up. Let's just say everything needs to be rejigged. It's not the way it is right now. It's not working for us. Whether it's coming, yes, I agree. We should be skeptical of the IMF, but whatever is happening, the shenanigans happening in the central bank right now is crazy, and it really, really got crazier under Buhari.
Kulata,
hold on. Sorry, Ola. Law current. You have to make sure your mic is switched on. Otherwise, I'm not able to bring you onto the studio. So either switch on your mic or go out and come back in, because it's saying that your device is not connected, and that's because your mic is not switched on. Back to you, Ola.
Yeah, you see, one thing we need to go back to is this: when you bring a competitor to come and be your regulator, you have to look at some kind of dangers there. whether we like it or not, a person like Emefiele, I see him as a competitor because of his stake in Zenith Bank. Then, when Yadua started this thing by bringing Sanusi to, he brought a competitor, and Sanusi that time just went outside what an economist like a Soludo would do. So he set that bad precedent, and anybody that followed suit, they just took it to the worst level. And unfortunately, we Nigeria, we like supporting irregularity, so long it is convenient for us, and so long that it agrees with our political correctness. So if you really want to get this thing right, take example from what they do around the world. You won't see, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, you won't see Canada now or America to just go to one of the commercial banks and bring one of their former executive or the current executive, and now bring to head their central bank. So I think that was one of those things they were trying to correct when they introduced the CBN Act, the one they enacted to make CBN free, to have its own autonomy. So until we go back to that and pick someone that is not going to have interest in competing with commercial banks, then I think we're on the right path. So Emefiele and Sanusi, they were typical. They were they are bad examples of the type of CBN Nigeria should have. So
do we need like an academic or like a pure economist rather than people coming back?
Whether from academics or wherever, pure economists. In the issue of our central bank now, I will give it to Soludo. You see, our bank used to die anyhow until Soludo came, and by the time this guy brought his own reform, he had no feeling for any bank. It was totally a neutral person. He just went on what he wanted to do and see the way our banks are stronger today. But when you brought Sanusi, for example, that was already caught in demarketing some commercial bank, that he was forced to apologize, the first thing he did when he got into power was to target those people. I'm not saying those people didn't do anything wrong, too. They were wrong. But the solution that Soludo gave that time, was that the right solution? No. It was Sanusi committed a lot of unethical things within that period. You see some loans started disappearing, performing loan that those ones that belong to his coding started disappearing, and unfortunately, Nigerians believe that this man was the reason that Nigeria Bank never died. So now what we expect Emefiele to do too? But Emefiele will do everything. We do everything to protect his own bread and butter too, because it's a competitor that will bring to now become a regulator. A very typical bad example. That's my take on that.
All right, thank you, Ola. So Kolata, you saw that clip that I played earlier on of the Kano State Labour Party collapsing into the APC. Did you see that? All right. Let me also show you this because there seems to be something going on, but maybe you can interpret it. So this is Kano Central PDP senatorial candidate Dr. Abubakar something or the other joins APC this afternoon, and he is the current member of House of Representatives for Kano Municipal. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. So what are we seeing the sweeping up of our Kano State votes? Because people keep giving Kano to Kwakwanso, and I'm not sure because Kwakwanso is a politician of old. How many governments have we had since Kwakwanso? Kwakwanso is I'm not sure that they should be considering the totality of Kano State to Kwakwanso the way this politics is shaping out.
Yeah, I don't see Kano is going to be a tight race between APC and NNPP. I keep mispronouncing that party because you still have to give Kwakwanso his base. His base is primarily there, but Ganduje has grown as a strong politician in Kwakwanso because he controls most of the local governments. He controls the new monarchy. They created a new monarchy after they got
Yes,
rid of
they broke the emirate into 5. Yes.
yeah, they broke the emirate. So those people that he installed there, they're loyal to him. So he has some real solid structures. So I won't be shocked if APC wins Kano. I won't be shocked. But the thing now is, it's not just Kano, the entire Northwest Labour Party. And of late, a lot of consolidation is going the APC way, because in the North, the reason they're smarter than us politically, they know they can read the tea leaves. If they see that power is going to stay somewhere, you're just going to see them consolidate into that block so they can have influence. If they see Atiku is losing the grip, because Atiku gained some momentum like 2 weeks ago, but he could not hold on to that momentum based on the unity game that APC is playing. Because Atiku promised that he's stealing some senators, he's talking to some governors, he has, I can't remember, a ridiculous amount of House of Rep that he claims he's going to steal from APC. APC came out and today or yesterday, and they said, which one of us governors is Atiku stolen? That not a single one of us. So the North can see that in unity, this APC team, they're united and they're stronger. So you're just going to be seeing people abandoning PDP and mushroom parties like Labour Party. Of course, we can understand that. And now I read some endorsements. I can't pronounce this, some Qadri Sufi order, some Islamic order. They just moved to Tinubu now. Then there's another one called the Zala Society, another Islamic society. So things are moving towards a united front, because they're not seeing Atiku is just Atiku, right? Atiku is treacherous. How much trust can you give Atiku? And you say, okay, I'm going to risk my political fortune on Atiku, when the other alternative is the incumbent party, even though they're fighting with their president. But you see every single governor and senator and House of Rep sitting tight, intact. You're not a blind guy now. You can see that you should, if you're going to vest your trust, you'd rather vest it where there's more unity than for Atiku that is full of treachery. So whatever you're seeing there, that's what I think is going on in the North right now. People are reading the tea leaves and they're moving massively towards APC.
Kolata, pardon me. I was just asking Ajan Lekoko earlier, if Tinubu does go on to win this presidency, will power still, to all intents and purposes, still be retained in the North because it's so beholden to them? Or will he attempt to break the back of that hegemony once and for all? Or will he try and evolve a truly Nigerian space that will dissipate these power structures and then create a meritorious space? Do you think it will be so beholden to the North that to all intents and purposes, powers will still be retained in the North?
That's kind of like a tricky question, because power, no matter who becomes president of Nigeria, power will be in the North. Let's be candid with ourselves. But Tinubu, if healthy, is someone capable enough to it's gonna get backlash, but it's smart enough to be able to he can't break it up. You can't do without it, but it may be able to, what's the word I'm trying to get? It may be able to contain it to an extent. It may be able to contain it where it's not bleed. Here's the problem with Tinubu now. He is beholden to these guys because, look, they're batting for him. They're saving his ass. So he has to settle them. They have to be in control of things. People are not going to come out for you to this extent, going against the president, even though the president wants to destroy their career. So that's understandable. But people will not come out to bat for you like this, that you're not going to get there and turn your backs. It's not an ingrate now. I think one of the reasons they're still loyal to him is because of the trust. So he's not going to break that trust. He's going to settle them. So if he's going to settle them, at the very minimum, his first time will still be beholden to the North. But it doesn't mean he will not have his own space to move. You will have the space to move, but the North will be very, very visible in his government. So it's only maybe second term if he's able to move the consensus of his party to restructuring, which if they're sincere enough, the way this guy described, if they're sincere enough, and if, I mean, because we have a progressive group here, if they're sincere enough, they may be, I mean, we may see some action in restructuring by the second term. If there's a second term, we may see some action.
Even if there's restructuring, the power will still remain in the North, because
power will always remain in the
yes,
North
power
because
is
of
in
the
the
population.
people, and they have the numbers.
They have
There's
the
nothing we
population.
can do about it.
There's nothing, and again, the future demography is going to get worse because demography is destiny. They breed more, they marry more, they're younger. We study more, we love life more. We don't take
And
those
we are
kind of
even
risks,
breathing less.
and we're breathing less. So.
All right, Kolata, I still want to sample your opinion on the
I have a
article.
contrary opinion on that.
Yes, hold that thought. I want to sample your opinion still on the article space, because there's intrigues going on there. But I want to get quickly to Thomas, who is on his way to work and is just really waiting to share.
Okay, go to Thomas.
I'll go to Thomas, but stay with us. So, Thomas, I want to play you this clip that somebody sent in, one of the subscribers. I'll start with the reaction to this. Watch this, Thomas.
You know, I like your presentation, but people from your state who flood Lagos every day at the backs of trucks and trailers and night buses would not agree with you. They are not staying in their own state, they're coming into Lagos, and that is why we have thousands of people putting pressure on our social investment program and on our public amenities and facilities. And that Lagos was the Lagos that Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu started the program to pay the WAEC fees of every pupil in our schools in Lagos, either they were Lagosians or people that came from your state and your state. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is not a tribalistic individual and has continued to inspire the governors that has accommodated people in the state. So that's the reason why you see that our infrastructure, but we are not staying on that. We continue to expand the infrastructure. Yes, there have been traffic, but we have done a lot of investment in our road infrastructure. We have introduced the small last mile buses. We have introduced the large buses and the BRT lanes in Lagos State, for example. We have expanded 500,000 people go through our large ferries every day. And in addition to that, we are doing the coastal road and the regional roads across the Lekki to create alternative routes to get to the international airport. We are every day investing everything that we have into making Lagos better. And that's why every day millions of your people are entering into our Lagos. It is insulting of you to come on this platform and speak against the progressive family that have continued to build and make Lagos a safer place for people to come into.
All right, so that was a youth debate of leading political parties, and no prices were guessing who that guy was batting for. But this is a well-rehearsed narrative, of course. If Lagos is that awful a place, why are you clambering over each other to join? But what are you making then of the youth speaking the language of the old?
Thank you, one man. Good afternoon, everyone. The guy is about the infrastructure. I'm in line with the guy. I've said it earlier on countless of times. The mass infrastructure going on in Lagos is very enormous, and there's no doubt. It's only the blind will not see that. I was in Badagry. I saw the infrastructure going on. When I got to Agege, I missed my way. I can't even identify Agege anymore. If you know Penn Cinema very well, they've done a flyover bridge that people coming from Iju, Shaga, Fagba, they will just go under. They can fly if you are going to Ikeja. It's enormous. It's enormous. If you want to talk about Computer Village, it's just everywhere. We can't doubt that. It's only the blind that will say that is not true. So in totality, I agree with the man. Even though I'm not a PC man, but if we see the truth, let's just say the truth. we can't because of the barking of the dog and kill the dog. So even though Jagaban is the GBT of Lagos, is a corrupt man, but he has been doing good things on everybody that he puts on this is the same platform. Talking of Fashola, talking of Ambode, what kick Ambode away? They said Ambode is not following the template. They kick him away. They even asked him, why do you kick him? He said, my people said they don't want him. I think several times you brought that video to us. They kick him out. That's they found what they call it. Babajide is there now. They are doing well. It's not 100%. They are not doing so much fantastic. I think we can see changes. Why are people running to Lagos? Why are you not asking people? People that are talking against Lagos or Lagosians or Lagos government. Why don't they stay in their state? Why are people running to Lagos? Some people even went to Nigeria. They can't even go to their hometown. They stay in the same Lagos. So I'm an objective person. When it's time to criticize APC, I will criticize them. When it's time to give them kudos, I will give them kudos. It's very enormous. Do you want to talk about Lagos Expressway that I drove 45 minutes from Lagos to Ibadan? Do you want to talk about the rail? This infrastructure is there. We are not there yet. APC is not there yet, but the little they have done, we have to acknowledge it. So I'm not sure I win for the guy. The guy, we can say the guy is working for his money as well. So you have to sweet talk, but I really resonate with what the guy said. I really resonate with everything because I saw it myself. It's not that one in one way. It's not that ASA. I saw it myself. The enormous infrastructure going on in Lagos. Thank you, Mama.
Oh, all right, brilliant, brilliant, Thomas. So brilliant, Thomas. So Thomas, to it then. So Buhari caught somewhat of a lonely figure these days, because you other than the force of the federal space, there is nothing else that shows him up. So the party has abandoned him, of course, with the party having a meeting and the chairman of the party, who he handpicked himself, Abdullahi Adamu, he came out with the agreed position of the party that Buhari should step down and obey the rule of law. So there it is. And of course, the political space itself already raging against him, all the state governors within the party waging against him, 10 states now in lawsuits against him. But are the people for him is where the question is. So if you ask if the people are for him, that is where it gets convoluted somewhat, because the people now are locked in some pecuniary interest politics to now weigh a support for Buhari from strange quarters, even as deep as the Ipobians are supporting Buhari now. But Buhari now are in the spaces that matter, completely weighed against and surrounded by his own kit and kin. So how does he move then? Because we are expecting still more movement from him on that Naira space. What are you anticipating then from the Mala, from the Sahels?
One man, Buhari has lost his integrity. Buhari has finally lost his integrity. Why do I say that? Even the APC governors, they are fighting against this guy. Everybody's fighting against him. It's just like Buhari is standing alone now. El-Rufai is against him. You just mentioned almost 10 APC governors that the suit against him. So what is the cabal, so to say, and the Emefele and the Maman Daurat? What are they holding? What are they holding on Buhari on? Is there anything they are holding him to that can't even dance to the tune of the governors? Ajaleko have been saying this, that the governors are even powerful than Buhari. I normally disagree with him. Now I know that the governors are powerful than the president. Anywhere the governor lies, it's so be it. I don't understand Buhari. I expected him, even from now, he should be backing down on his position. about the last speech that he did. That it normally it threw me off guard when I listened to that speech about the naira designing and the 500 and the 1,000, and we told it the 200 naira. So Buhari has lost it. I don't know the legacy he wants to leave before he leaves the May on May of this year. I don't know the legacy he wants to leave, because if your own government, if your own party, if your own governor, if everybody is fighting against you, and he didn't see it as it's a red flag. It's a really red flag for Buhari. So it's very, I don't know. It should just break the ties with the cabals, because it's getting too much for him. El-Rufai doesn't even care about him. The governors, they don't care about him. Now it's just a lame dog. To me, he has lost his integrity. He has lost his integrity totally. I feel for him, but I don't know why he's still holding to his thoughts, and he's still Buhari is a stubborn man. With all this double down, with El-Rufai, with the governors, it's just adamant, it's just stubborn, it's not ready to back down. Now, Buhari has lost his integrity. He has lost his integrity.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Thomas. So, Thomas, now, somebody that's never even had integrity, never mind losing it, it makes a 360-degree reversal on a position adopted as early as 2 days ago. So, Atiku Abubakar, of course, no surprises, a man that has no honor. Atiku backtracks, says CBN Naira redesign policy hurting ordinary Nigerians. So just as early as 3-4 days ago, he was asking us to grin and bear it. But now, seeing the sort of visceral, organic, heartfelt pain that the people are undergoing, he's now trying to pivot now to rebrand himself a man of the people. So Atiku Abubakar, a man without honor.
Yes, you know him now. He's a treacherous man. Now he has backed down again. For him to delete that tweet on Deborah, no, I can't forget that tweet, one man. For him to back down again now, it's not a man of his word. Don't believe him. If any one of you is doing business with Atiku, is going to stab you at the back. He's a treacherous man. He's not a man of his word. He can't stand with what he believes in. Sometimes I would just think maybe we just cancel Atiku on this ballot, but really because of his party, we can't really cancel him, because the party is still. Don't let us deceive ourselves. The party is still one of the biggest in West Africa. I can even say the biggest, because since 1999, they haven't changed their name. They are still PDP, and they are, so to say, they are waxing strong, not just because of the obedience, shenanigans, and the G5. So, as you just said, we should cancel Atiku, and I am canceling him emotionally because I want the president to come to the south. So I cancel Atiku himself, but the party is still stronger. Don't let us deceive ourselves. I said it thousands of times. PDP, without campaigning, they will still become second on the ballot, or fourth, if it's possible. So Atiku, for him to delete the tweet of Deborah and double down now, what is Peter Obi doing? Peter Obi doesn't care about the anguish of the people, about the pain of the people, about the calling of the people on this monetary aspect policy. What is Peter Obi doing? At least we can say Atiku has backed down. At least he is now with the people. What is Peter Obi doing?
Thomas,
So
Thomas,
yes,
don't you think Peter Obi is boxed into a corner? Look at my example of Dr. Damages yesterday when I was talking against this policy. Did you see how they reacted? So now, if Peter Obi now says, government should chill out, look at the way Peter Obi's supporters are banking on this monetary policy as this is going to make us win.
Buying of votes. The
So do
only
you
thing
think
on their brain is the buying of votes.
now that's what I'm saying is Peter Obi can read the tea leaves that his supporters are banking on this. So he can't come out and say, no, this is too much for our people. He can't do it anymore.
Kolata, before I move on, my heart goes to you about the attack yesterday.
What do you mean your heart goes to him? I got a bigger beating when I got a bigger beating from that girl now. I was the one that girl really gave them. But you remember when she launched at me?
I don't know who is more notorious now between me and one man. I thought one man was the notorious one, but it looks like I'm joined.
That's me. Oh my God!
Come here and bamboozle people and brainwash people.
And she just rat-a-tat-tat. It's just like a machine gun. She just goes rat-a-tat-tat.
One guy they called show. He said his mother said he's ready to sacrifice.
Mama thought the girl say.
No, those are there are only, if I go to that space, I only really want to hear from maybe somebody like you, Kulata, how you interact with them, and maybe like somebody like Augustine, not even Augustine. Who is that one? That one called Scribe. Maybe those two.
Scribe is reasonable.
Forefather is
forefather.
Two Nigerians is yamming.
I don't know. Yes, Scribe. Yes, because he has a steady mind. But for forefathers or Prestige, I just mute there. I just mute those spaces because I cannot bear. But
my heart goes to you also.
Machine gun, no, you say machine gun. He didn't even have the endurance to stay there.
Those guys,
Kolata, I saw your last super chat that God bless you all. I was just
I almost died laughing.
One guy said, look, if he's not a criminal, why is he covering his face? Only the criminal.
Oh my God! But Kolata,
you can't use this platform to promote criminal. Somebody that is covering his face cannot come here.
I don't know. Maybe you noticed this. Rudolph was on almost 1,000. Immediately you came in, within an hour,
it blew up. I saw it.
Almost 1,006, 1,005. It's just you are the Rudolph supposed to be paying you some accolade because no. You wowed the space. Everybody that came in.
But did I say anything controversial? That's what beats me. I did not say a single controversial thing.
You didn't tell them that Obi was going to win, and that damned you. So if if you don't go there and say Obi. It's a savior, it's a saint, if you don't say that, you are damned already. It was like feeding time at the zoo. It was wild.
I'm going to when the election is over, I'm going to tell Rudolph his mistake. Rudolph's mistake is he never really exposes them to the crowd that the Tinubu and the Atiku that they are getting. He never shows that, and he never shows the tiny rallies that Obi is having. So people have a skewed belief that Obi is going gangbusters, is going to win this thing.
Cannot do that now.
He needs the traffic now. You should see Rudolph's traffic before he jumped on the Obi train now. But it'll be interesting what that space is like in 2 weeks' time. But I like Rudolph. But
Rudolph is a very nice guy. He's a very nice guy.
He's a lovely guy. He's a lovely guy. And
I
I don't usually like.
He likes you. He likes Kolaka. He likes you guys. It's just, but he can't
because we're the only
Yeah.
alternative voices in that place. Everybody says the same thing. So I think people just like the fact that when these guys come, they just don't toe the line. So of course it gets entertaining because we're just not going to say, "Oh, B is the savior." I'm just going to say my thing. One man is going to say his thing.
I only been there once. It was boring for me. I think that
it gets boring.
I was in the
No,
comments.
it's an echo chamber now. It was an echo chamber.
I said this is a boring place. I couldn't stay for more than 15, 20 minutes. I just left. And since then, that was the only time I've ever been there. I just stumbled.
Watch it when one man or myself or Thomas, when we go there, they attack.
I was there now.
But you got your flogging too, Thomas. You got your flogging too.
Thomas,
it's just a fun. And I hope after election they can come out and still hold their views and their assertions, because I know with fact Peter Obi is not going to be the president. But that is what is just, I don't know. I don't know what is giving them.
Thomas, it's difficult for people to handle because you know what? Being in an echo chamber, that's the only thing you hear daily. It's going to save the world. These people, they're loving him. Obasanjo endorsed him. And these are people that don't know Nigerian politics. They're not politically savvy. So you cannot just go there and say Peter Obi is not going to win the election, because that's almost like a frontal attack. It's more like questioning every single belief you have. So it's a dedicated space. People will get, it's going to be an experience for people in 2 weeks' time or whenever election happens. But it's difficult to just go there and say, he's not going to win. You get what I'm saying? It's just difficult.
I understand you, but the reality, when the reality sets in, I hope there will be. It's just because I don't see the winning. I don't see where the winning is coming from. I don't see where the number is coming from. I've never seen.
You are looking for trouble, Thomas. Again, your wife, doctor in London, is listening to you. You come after.
It's unbelievable.
But one man, I still decide. I still don't like Rudolph when some name is. That is why one man.
I like Rudolph. I like Rudolph, no matter what.
But Okolasa, there are some words you shouldn't take. One man, I'm not flatting you. You can't make some comments here.
I agree. I agree with what you're saying, Thomas. I too feel that because it lets too many vile abuse go. I'm all for robust debate, but not abuse.
Argument.
Yes,
but the people that resort to those kind of languages, they're people that are intellectually incapable. They can't keep up, so they just resort to to abuse. So when someone is doing like that, I actually feel happy.
But that is his invitation to step in, and because if we let it ride, then the next person will. Rudolph not here to defend himself. So back to it, Thomas. So there was a governor in Lagos State called Otedola. There was some sort of convoluted politics brought him into being governor of Lagos State because the Lagosians, they were not happy with the politics being paid at the central space, and they wanted to punish them. So during that time, anyway, let me show you what happened at that time as it's repeated now. So this is something that somebody just sent in to bring to your attention.
Once the sister, God bless you for a new Lagos. Please, for a new Lagos.
let's get vote to be the presidency. Then when it comes to governor, please vote PDP. On 11th, president. But when it comes to governor, please on 11th of March, don't forget. After any other one, PDP.
So there it is, Otedola repeated. So that's now Otedola politics repeated in 2023. What are you making then of the politics being played by Jandor?
One man. So he said they should vote for I don't get this very well. He said they should
Let
vote for.
Let me play it again. It's only 30 seconds. Listen attentively.
Once the sister, God bless you, for a new Lagos, please, for a new Lagos, let's get vote to be the presidency. Then when it comes to governor, please vote PDP. On 11th, president. But when it comes to governor, please on 11th of March, don't forget. After any other one, PDP. God bless you.
Oh my goodness. Oh my, these people they are fraud. Really? He said in president, let me say, maybe I got it wrong. He said in president, vote for Obi. Then when it is governor, vote for Jandor. Did I get it right?
That's the PDP campaign structures in Lagos State going to canvas in what almost certain is a predominantly Igbo area. So they are not going to go there then and ask them to vote for Atiku Abubakar. So they don't care about Atiku. But what they are saying is, yes, vote for your clansman at the presidency, but let us rescue Lagos from these people. So vote for. So he said, vote for B. That's the PDP man canvassing vote, inviting that the Lagosians should vote for an opposition for presidency, but vote for their. So and that was what the $10 space was all those years ago.
One man. Nigeria. So can we say now that Peter Obi is outlet of PDP? Can we say that categorically?
I think that's more of a sophisticated, realistic approach.
Thomas, that's what's going to happen in Rivers too now. They are going to say vote for Tinubu president, vote for PDP, every other one. So it's just the politics. That's all they are. It doesn't mean that they are fraud. In Rivers, if the PDP man is campaigning, it's going to be vote Tinubu president. Any other one, vote PDP. That's what it's going to be. So it's just
Patrick, once it's finished Atiku.
Atiku is nowhere.
Oh my God. My heart goes to Atiku and his family. They finished this guy. So they are telling the people to vote Peter Obi for the presidency and vote Jandor at the governorship. Oh my God. Well, you said it's politics. Oh well and good. What can we do? It's just crazy. Is that not anti-party? What do you normally call it? Anti-party
activities. Yes.
Activities. It's just crazy. Vote. One man. Let me quickly react on that video of the Labour Party collapsing to. I sent the video to you.
Was it you that sent it?
Yes, I sent the video to you. Now we can see the handwriting is on the wall. So that's why I say Labour Party is a mushroom party. When the election is getting closer, you haven't seen anything, as days go by, counting down on election, who will be collapsing to APC or PDP. The big ones, they will be collapsing to APC or PDP. And you gladly see the guy said their governorship candidate has collapsed to Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And he said all their campaigns, everything has collapsed to Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But why are they doing this? Why do they choose to do this at the 11th hour of the election? Why are they giving Peter Obi some what would I call it, assurance that they are going to work for him? And at the 11th hour of the election, and they decide to stab him at the back. Why are they doing this?
He no pay shishi. That's why people will carry shishi for hand don't pay now. But
So when we are talking Ajali Kuku, when we are talking of structure, this is where structure matters, isn't it?
Yeah, you're right.
So this is structure. This is structure. We will tell them Labour Party cannot win presidential election in this contest. They will tell us Kamoriwa Kaforusile. It's not possible. I still say this, one man, in the widest mind or imagination, a party that scored 5,000 across nationwide, 2019, 4 years ago, is expecting him to go to Aso Rock. Are some people living in the dreams land? Are they living in the dreams world? It's not going to be possible. No, man, in a free and fair election, there is no rigging, there is no vote buying, there is no suppression of votes, there is no I call every factor. Labour Party cannot win election, presidential election in that country. So, people that are listening to me, obedience, the Labour Party, anybody, get that into your skull, man. It's not going to happen. So I'm a realistic person. I don't dance to, we're going to shock them. That is why Peter Obi, Nigeria is suffering. I don't buy all those shenanigans or mundane talk. It's not going to happen. You can see now, maybe you will be see tomorrow now, maybe it will be Katsina. Maybe you will see now, maybe it will be Bonu. Maybe you will see now, it may be Oyo. People are going to align with the winner. Nobody wants to be the loser. Labour Party is a loser in this election. Take it or leave it. I'm telling you the gospel truth.
Don't poke at them now. Pansat will start insulting you in the comment section in a minute.
Woman, you know me. I don't care about the comment section. They can say anything they want to say. I stay with what I want to say. I don't care about you. I don't care about your comments. I don't care. So it's not going to happen. This video you show us now about the Labour Party in Kano, woman, Kano for that matter, Kano. So be it, woman. It is well. Let me leave you, woman. I'm rushing to work.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Brilliant. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Thomas. So, gentlemen, let me go to Ogbeni only because he's in Nigeria and he puts in a lot of efforts to join us. The generator will be doing boo in the background, and as he tries to interact with
where is Ogbeni even getting the money to buy generator fuel and everything?
I want to go with Nigeria.
It's not obedient money.
Well, it can't be obedient money now. They know they give shishi. They know they give.
Àbí Tinubu ti gbówó wá ní Ọ̀gbẹ́ni.
Look at that. Olùbọ́yà àmọ́ nǹkan tó lọ ṣe Nàìjíríà. Look at this. Mo ti wá wá bring her own. Just bring her own.
Wọ́n ti gbówó lọ Tinubu náà ṣe
bọ́ tó wá bọ̀. You know, it's a funny thing. Somebody was just asking in yesterday's session, the rally in Borno State, that how were these crowds bought, with the new Naira policy. But Ogbeni, before I take you to the talking point, something that Thomas just said there in his reaction to that clip, that Atiku Abubakar is toast. That's what he was saying. And it just set me thinking that the way they are campaigning in Lagos, they've abandoned him in Lagos, of course, no showing like before in Lagos. And what we're seeing from Kano State, Labour Party collapsing into APC, and senior functionaries of the PDP party crossing over to APC. So very little showing for Atiku Abubakar in Kano State as well. Very little showing for Atiku Abubakar in Rivers State as well. And virtually no showing for Atiku Abubakar in the Southeast. So how can they possibly declare him as president? It would take some monumental rigging for that to happen.
Yeah, one man. You see, we should be expecting this for anyone who is an ardent observer of Nigerian political space would understand that a few days or weeks to election like this, there will be a lot of alignments and realignments. And for me, I expect more in the coming days, towards the election. I expect more alignment and realignment to happen, because this is the time when politicians that understand the strategy and skills, this is the time they work, they reach out. And this is the time the people that have always been their supporter, the moles they planted in other political party. If you watch, if you listen to Showore talking, is it today? But I just watched it today, so I'm not sure. Maybe it was yesterday or so. That his own the gubernatorial candidate in AHC, they alleged him now of being too harsh and being too dictatorial to them. And Showore said something. He said, you see, this time in the political space, it's time you form alignment, it's time you woo people, and it's time they sell their mandates. But I see it beyond that. Because according to Showore, he said so many of those gubernatorial candidates, those AAC guys at the state level, they are selling their mandate. That there was one he caught red-handed. That one wanted to sell his mandate for, was it 1 billion or something like that? But he caught that one red-handed according to him, and then they have to start working against them, in order not to taint the name of their political party. But for me, I see it beyond that. You see, these guys, most times they are moles in. I remember back in Ondo State, back then, Mimiko was in cross to PDP, but Mimiko still determined Labour Party, this same Labour Party. He was still the one who put moles in the Labour Party ESCO and others. And even at the national level, at a point in time, if you remember, Mimiko was the head, the major person in the Labour Party, and implanted all those moles there. So they do it most time in case, and then for the last minute alignment and realignment. So I expect that. Fine, I expect that. Now for Atiku, the Atiku is a dying mine. He has a sinking boat that is sinking. He's just fighting for the last minute survival of that boat, and he thought he could whip up sentiment, tribal sentiment. Because if you see, that was where he started from. That was where he started his campaign from, to whip up a tribal sentiment in order to gain ground in the north. But it's obvious now that that's not going to work, And he thought that with time, he'll be able to woo somebody like Konkoso to his side. But as it stands now, everybody, even Konkoso himself, you see, one thing about Konkoso I see is Konkoso is just like Obi. People came out. Konkoso has only Galadimawa supporting him and one or two other people. They came out. They thought, okay, let's just prove a point. A time will come for us. That's the way I read Konkoso. I read Konkoso as someone saying, someone strategizing. Say, okay, now this power is moving to the south. By the time it's coming back to the north, let it be on record that I have taken a bold step before. And let it be on record that this is what I stand for. So that by then, I'll be on a good footing, to contest this election. I don't see Konkoso saying he wants to actually win now. So if that is the case,
I think Kwakwanso is really canvassing for the fabled Buhari 12 million. I think he's auditioning I agree with you that he's not doing anything in this electoral cycle, rather than just highlighting his name as a senior politician in that space and then trying to gather that fabled Buhari 12 million.
12 million.
Yes.
I agree. That's what Konkoso is doing. My only thought, and he never, I'm not sure Konkoso even never expected that he was going to have this, this kind of crowd that the guy is having now. So, and for this kind of crowd that is having now, you could see the reason why he will not go and form any alignment with Atiku. If he forms an alignment with Atiku now and Atiku fails, it is very obvious that this is going to be Atiku's last chance, because by then Atiku will be crossing to his to close to his to being octogenarian. He may not be able to contest again. So he would not want to pinch his tent with that kind of person who, by the time he wants to contest, whatever Atiku stands for will now become by then Kokoso will now be personifying Atiku personality or candidacy. He was not going to have that. And just like Obi also pulled out to go to Labour just to go and do try and error. But it worked for him because the NSAS guys, the IPOP guys, and some elites that believe, okay, there should be a change. They all, started giving him support. And at a point in time, he felt, wow, this thing is becoming real. And that, for me, that's the reason why you see Obi in the race. He couldn't finance what should ordinarily make him to become a candidate in PDP, and more so, Wike was a very major factor that kicked him out from that place. Although he didn't tell us the reason, but we can insinuate, we can rationalize and know that he actually led that party majorly because of Wike, not because of Atiku, and the rest is the case. So for me, Peter Obi, what happened in Lagos now, where they are saying, oh, go and put Peter Obi at the presidency level, but vote Jandor as governor, is to tell you that Peter Obi is now an extension of PDP, and I've said it here before. If Peter Obi wins this election, in case, which is the most unlikely event that can happen, in case Peter Obi wins this election, let me tell you, Peter Obi will cross to PDP the next month. Peter Obi is going to cross to PDP the next month. After all, he did that in Anambra. He will cross to PDP. So it's an extension of PDP. And what you are seeing playing out in Lagos is because Bode George and the likes. Don't forget that Bode George also is endorsing Peter Obi because of the issue he has with Atiku, and because he has supported the G5 so much that he can't even reverse again. And lastly, because Bode George had the history with Tinubu, he doesn't like Tinubu. He's the major promoter of Tinubu. Is not a Lagosian. He's the one that will always say that the man is not a Lagosian. The man is not a Lagosian.
Did he not say he will leave the country if Tinubu becomes president? But
we are still waiting for him. Wole Soyinka said his own during the Trump time. So we'll be waiting for him. Where we've had Obasanjo before who tore his own PDP card. So we'll be expecting him also when Ashwaju emerges as president. We'll remind him by then on this platform and also in every platform we'll find ourselves. We'll be reminding him that he has to leave and go to maybe Togo or Benin Republic, and let's see if he will still enjoy that his bourgeoisie way of living that is living in Lagos, in Benin Republic or in Togo or in Ghana, So people like that, I don't blame them. They had opportunity, okay, to be exposed to the public treasury. It was in Ondo State. It was in my state, former Ondo State, and they had was able to get a lot of booties, and they are still, enjoying from me today. So nobody is questioning them. Obasanjo only questioned him on a personal thing and sent him to prison, and he came back. So fine and good. Let Peter Obi enjoy his time. He enjoy his days. It's just 5 or 6 days for him now to understand the reality. Although I believe Peter Obi also understand that he won't win this election, but he just has to keep going because he has become what do you call it now? He has become a car that is being autopiloted. So there's nothing he can do for now. He doesn't own himself. That's my take on that.
All right, brilliant. And to the space, the position adopted by the APC, naira scarcity, comply with Supreme Court order, APC tells federal government. So it looks as though Buhari becoming increasingly isolated in that space. But do you think he would double down on his stubbornness? What are you anticipating? Because he needs to do you even think he will make any more public pronouncements, or we've heard, or will ever hear from him?
Buhari is a very stubborn person, extremely stubborn. I don't expect Buhari to back down. I don't, because there are many events. We've all seen Buhari in action. There are many events. The only thing I know will happen is it may not be that vocal the way it has been doing over time again, because he would come to realize that the election is close by, and I know by now he has realized that these guys he's fighting, they're not going to bow for him, and they're not going to withdraw. They're going to fight it to finish, and eventually it's going to affect him, because whether he likes it or not, he will leave this government, he will leave that Aso Villa by May 29. Whoever he's going to hand over to is not going to, as it stands now, is not going to godify him or turn into a semi-god. That is not going to happen. So I know by now you realize that, and you want to play safe. It's okay. Which should be the best person for me to? Yes, and when you look at it, you see, these guys have been even very magnanimous with El-Rufai, and I keep saying it. Why? Because with Buhari. Why? Because they are not even really coming out to fight him in the real sense. Look at it. I was watching all of them. They've been saying, oh, they misled him. How can you say they mislead an adult? An adult who contested the presidency, who qualified all the criteria in the constitution, he was eligible to the office. He's physically fit and health-wise fit, at least, they told us, and assumed this office, and has been in that office, has been taking critical decisions in the office. All of a sudden, you just want to say, they deceive him. We all know you deceive Buhari. Nobody. You just Buhari's own stubbornness. You just feel that.
Yeah, but Benny, sorry to budge in, but to what end? What is it trying to get? That's what I don't understand.
Well, for me, I see someone who wants to be the friend of the Committee of Nations. That's my personal opinion anyway. I know I may be wrong. You see Jonathan. Jonathan was a failure, let's say 70%, because of insecurity. Insecurity failed Jonathan. Jonathan tried in terms of economy, he tried in terms of even infrastructure in some areas. Jonathan established federal universities all through Nigeria, about maybe 6 or 8, functioning university, employment and everything for people there, So Almajiri School in the northern part of the country. Jonathan did some things. He revisited this rail system and everything. But insecurity messed him up. And because he was very greedy, he couldn't stand his ground. He thought he would be able to win the second term so that he would be able to walk. But they didn't allow him, But with all this, with all his failure, at the last minute, at the tail end, what happened? Because of just one call, just 1, 2 or 3 second call of excellency, congratulations. You see, the guy has become the bride of the entire nation. The Committee of Nations invite him into everywhere now. There's election, go and monitor election here. There is this and this. Everybody that died in Yanya bomb blast, people that died in United Nations bomb blast, the high GP Lucedet house in Abuja, and all those gone. Local governments in Borno State and Adamawa State taking over. Mubi take over. That's the second largest town in Adamawa State. They took over. They erected their mast there. They established their own court system. They chased the traditional rulers away and took over everything. But because the man just put just 1 4-second call to the other man that won. Congratulations, and because of that, they wipe us all his sins. And you see them now still going to Otoke to go and consult the man. So I think Buhari has seen that, and he believes and he knows that Nigeria has a very short memory. And we can see it. See how the obedient are praising Buhari. See how PDP, see how they are praising Buhari. So you can't reconcile reality with what is happening. You just feel like these same people, so they can actually praise this man So he understands, and I think that is what that guy is banking on. He believes that if I can sell out this narrative of I'm changing currency in order to curb this, and I can sail through, and then whoever wins, then whether candidate for my party or whoever win, I hand over to that person. Then I become this saint, Democrat, and then I get to that level where I won't need to go back to Dara. Even if I go back to Dara, they'll be inviting me to go and monitor Kenya, to monitor this. They invite me to come and address United Nations on how you can maybe democratize or change the face of democracy in developing nations or Africa. So I just believe that is what's going on in his head. I don't know. In law, they say even devil doesn't even know what is in our head, So, but I think that is what is going on, and we'll see how it plays out. As it is now, he's fighting with he's fighting a battle he can't win. See, people like Tinubu are not new in this terrain, and they've been showing him. And I don't know why he's still stubborn. Tinubu has built pedigree. Apart from pedigree, has built people. All those El-Rufai and others that you see, they are not fighting for Tinubu because of today. It's established relationship. See, when El-Rufai was under Obasanjo, okay, back then as the minister of FCT, Tinubu was a kind of person that even if he's fighting your boss, Tinubu can still reach out to you. There are so many examples I can give you. So he has built that relationship over the time. So the loyalty is there for Tinubu. And that's one of the things I think Buhari is getting to understand. He thought his northern boys, the northern guys, would rally around and still respect him like before. But they've shown him the red card now. You have few months to live. So you can't continue this thing we have been managing, we have been tolerating over time. It's game up. So that's my understanding of what is playing out in the man's head.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. But give us then an understanding of what is going on in Atiku Abubakar's head. I suspect even he may not understand that fully. The CBN currency policy is hurting ordinary citizens and those who legitimately earned their money. The Apex Bank should, as a matter of urgency, allow all commercial banks to join the CBN in the collection of the deposits of old 500 and 1,000 naira notes. Complete reversal of position barely 4 days. So that's Atiku, of course. Flip flop.
One man. See, see, in Ado Ekiti now, that woman that show people exchanging, doing trade by barter. He is not. He's just a replica of what is happening now. I'm telling you. People now, people now bring out their things, okay, to go out and exchange for whatever you need. So when I was discussing with someone today, and he said, so we're discussing, and he said,
sorry, that's cashlessness now, Abby.
Cashless. You
just
see,
exchange goods.
You just exchange. They will just value it and say, okay, this thing value this. Okay, please give me food of 200 naira. Don't let me die. And they collect your thing. You see, so when you look at that, it means Buhari has taken us back to maybe 100 years ago. That's what that guy has. He has taken us back, far back. And that's why I mean.
Watch this, Ogbeni. Watch this.
tó bá gbà tó bá lọ kó máa fi kiri yẹn sí lọ tó bá ti ń lọ kó máa bó kí mú ọṣẹ wá kí fi ta oúnjẹ fóun ọṣẹ 300 naira èmi náà lè ti ta rice 200 naira spaghetti 100 naira mo sì tó ń jẹ 300 naira fún bó ṣe wá sí nìyẹn o. You bring up to chop food.
So that's where we are.
That's like how many generations away, that's back. That's what Buhari has done to Nigeria.
That's over 3,000 years ago.
Years ago. That's where the guy has taken us back to. And that's why I always say, I pity whoever is going to take over from Buhari. Seriously, I pity that person. That person is going to face a lot.
But the curious thing about Nigeria is almost because people wonder why that country is not already totally bankrupt. Nigeria has a bounce back ability, the capacity to bounce back that is almost singularly unique to that country. What have we not been through, and we still, continue to move forward? They will just bounce back now.
Well, it seems so because we still have the resources to bounce back. If you pick example for Venezuela, Venezuela also they were bouncing back until eventually they ran dry of those resources, and then crisis came in, and a lot of things overwhelmed that society. I think we should.
It's because they are following Angelico's ideology.
No, I think it's because of religion. Oh, the religion sell hope to people, and Nigeria is the capital of Christianity in the world now.
Yeah,
that's just the truth. You have more churches in Nigeria, and the churches sell hope to people. So if people know there's hope, they will still continue to stretch. And to me, that's a virtue. That's something good. That's what has really kept our society together. We just hope that things will be better. Things will be better. That's why suicide rate is not high in Nigeria. If it's in the West, that's all these things are happening. You'll be seeing suicide rates, a small thing. Here, they will say they have gone into depression. When I came here and my church will start saying, this person is depressed. Yeah, people don't go into depression in Nigeria because
Patrick,
Are you sure?
people go into depression all the time in Nigeria. Let's not kid ourselves. It's because nobody goes to diagnose depression. It's just like Nigeria that you see a lot of people falling dead. And people people say the spiritual attack, wanting. All sorts is happening to us. We are not unique. We're not unique.
We are even worse. It's only because we don't have a psychiatric clinic to handle all those situations, and they are underreported. So that's why we don't know. A lot is happening in that country. Like I said, there even a lot is happening. Don't let me just talk too much.
I also believe so because sometimes there is this social party that there's something they call it in sociology. That's when you're doing social legal research. There's something they call it that why people commit crime. Is one of the reasons why people commit crime is also because of this depression thing. You see, so they look for every means to just ease that depression out, and you see them commit all this crime like sex related crime, raping girls of younger age, pedophile, all those things. They involve in it because of the depression they have in them, and they don't know how to express it, and nobody diagnoses it for them, and nobody's helping. They don't have professional to help them, and that's why all these things they are increasing in our society because we don't pay attention to our people's mental health. That's the way I see it. So it's not as if we don't have depression. I believe we have so many people that have the depression, but the way they vent it, the society allows it. I've handled some few rape cases before I decided to include it in one of the cases I would never handle. If I try to defend a rapist, I will never do it. And when you see them, when they finish the whole thing, you've ever seen somebody who wanted to commit suicide before, and then they are able to calm him down. The person feel that 1 second, that little time that he had that boldness to do that thing, you just see the complete reversal of what the person wanted to do. You just see a complete. That's the same way this thing works. You interview a rapist and you're asking, so tell me the motive. They don't even know. They can't tell you the motive behind the whole thing. They just, and in Africa, it's devil's work. It's depression. Something is wrong with your mental health. But because we don't have we don't have institutions to take care of all these things, and the society allows it. Like some few cases I did, they just, even the victim herself was the one who say, "Oh, please don't stigmatize. I'll still get married one day." University graduates, and feel like, "Lawyer, your own is getting too much." I said, "What?" They just settled it and said, "No, Oga prosecutor, please just leave this thing, because if you get to court now, you just get you should go and pay." And they said, "Okay, settle out of court, pay that." I said, "I will never be part of this one." But they settle out of court, and I left them. So our people do have depression. I don't think we are that special that we don't have. But by and large, it is what it is.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So now I'm not sure this maybe comedy or not. EFCC speaks on raiding Tinubu's Lagos residence. So the story is making the rounds that the EFCC swooped on Tinubu's residence and found a stash. Sometimes when they pull these stories together, you wonder if there's a real functioning brain behind it. Because of course, they said they found a stash of 400 billion naira. So when you think of 400 billion naira, then you want to look at the volume of that money. I'm not quite sure. Even a two-story building, but then of course the EFCC debunks this. Should they even have made the effort to even debunk it, though? Is the question.
Yes, I think it's something they should debunk, because Tinubu, as it stands now, Tinubu is no longer just the Tinubu of before. He's now a major contender to the number one office in Nigeria. So, for instance, in US, when you become a major contender like that, you have some private security to take care of you. Government put an eye on you, because if anything happens to you, your supporters may cause mayhem, may cause issue in the society. So all eyes on Tinubu, or don't let me say, all eyes presently on Tinubu. So you can't the law enforcement agent cannot just waive the thing. But let me draw your attention to something. The website that brought out that nonsense news, do you know what that website is called? Go and check it out. That website is www.igbotimesmagazine.online. I'll repeat.
Right.
www.igbotimesmagazine.online. I don't do ethnic profiling, okay? I don't like it. I don't do ethnic profiling. But I like telling the truth. I like making statement of facts. You see, these are obedient guys. You see, there's nothing anybody can tell me. The owner of these rogue websites are obedient guys. We know them. They have all these pseudo websites everywhere, and they post things anyhow. And I've said it before, maybe not on this forum. I've said it on Lawyers Forum before. I said, only if our public figures can take defamation cases seriously. You see all these charlatans, all these people you see spreading fake news around. Sometimes you just click on some YouTube channel, and the title will not even match what is in the video. They can tell you R.I.P. Tinubu, and you feel like, what happened to Tinubu this morning? You click it, and another thing will find you.
I saw that yesterday on Dr. Damages. Two different people. I had to go and check that is Tinubu dead. I swear, I saw it in the comment section yesterday.
I'm telling you. In fact,
Dr. Benny, please, before I forget, you can add this one. That case of defamation against Oshibajo, where are we on that now? The one that is Reno Mokri that was talking about how he mismanaged money or whatever.
Yes, money on that case. What's the case?
Where are we on that case?
Yeah, who knows? I don't even follow that.
I wanted to ask you something in that direction too. Why do you think that we don't pursue that? Because that's one of the ways to really curb this misuse of social media. I'll give you a good example. I don't know if you saw that thing. There was one woman in Osun. That woman she came from the UK, started a restaurant in Agogo, Restaurant was doing very well. That's why he used to support herself, her family, and everything. One day, one girl, stupid girl, just the way they suspect restaurant in Southwest. Oh, they are using jars, they are washing their body and putting the soup. So the lady just posted that thing on the Facebook, and then the woman got to the restaurant the following day to start. It was nobody was coming. The restaurant has been running for like over 10 years. The food for that day was wasted, and they now discovered that was what happened. So they now took her to the Oba in Nagowi or something. She was now begging, and saying, sorry, mommy, But that kind of thing has to be, because some people would never trust that restaurant again, even if though she said now that it was really a mistake, But why do you think, why do you think our people are not pursuing defamation cases to the conclusion?
My brother, let me tell you why. Let me tell you the reason. But I'm not a defamation. I don't really do defamation cases, but I've done few ones before. First and foremost, before you, under the Nigerian law, before you can defend or before you can prosecute a defamation case, you must show that you yourself, you are clean. Okay? You must show that you yourself, you are clean. For instance, somebody say you're a thief, that you stole 10 billion naira. If I go to court against you, I say I didn't steal. If that person is just able to show that you stolen 50,000 naira before, don't forget, what he alleged you that you took to court was you stole 1 billion. If the person can just establish that you stolen 5 naira before, okay, that has established that you are a person of no good character. So you can't bring a defamation action.
Okay, nothing to defam.
Nothing to defam. You don't even have the name.
Okay.
You are not clean. So you need to be clean first. So you see, so many politicians are not clean. In fact, all of them. Okay. All of our celebrities, they are not clean. And these are the people they do defame every day. Our clergies, some many are not clean too, because they defame them too. You see somebody coming out and said, I was the one who gave Bishop concoction that is using to get crowd. All sort of defamation around them. But if they go to court and they just establish just one simple case of maybe there was a day something happened in the church and you decided it, that means you don't have character. Okay, so it will bring a negative. So it's something they don't even do except few ones. You remember Tinubu has tried this before against AIT.
Yeah.
But that 1 billion naira case. Did you hear anything from Tokwesi again since then? Tokwesi kept quiet. Let him come out without his lion or body long again.
Ogbeni, please. Kulata, I saw that text as well on Dr. Ludov yesterday that Tinubu is dead. Yes, I quickly got out. I go Google and check Google. Is Tinubu dead? Is Tinubu dead? Nothing was coming up. I was just thinking, where are people drink? And if you check the name, it's from the Easterner. I can mention the name now. I still remember the name. But it's just crazy.
Let's go easy on our Eastern brothers. Let's go easy on our Eastern brothers.
I think it's not the Easterner, it's just that person that is misbehaving. That's just
yeah. You see, for me,
everybody.
When you ask them, they will always, I don't know if one man is a professional journalist. I don't know if you have anyone here. They will always link it to this thing they call journalistic license or something like that. Just like poetic license.
No, I'm not. Is the answer to that? But carry on. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no. So they have this thing they call, I think, journalist license, something like that. So they have a license to coin, words in such a way. They coin their phrase or their, the catchy title in such a way that it attracts people to read or it attracts people to their website and others. But where do you draw the line? Where you draw the line is you don't defame people's character. You don't send malicious message in the name of poetic license or journalistic license. No. Somebody has built a name over years, built character over time, built reputation, built everything. He has children everywhere. He has people who are relying on that name, and you just go on your YouTube channel and you think you can just talk rubbish about that person. You think you can just bring out one title about that person? But then again, like I've said, before that person can also come out and prosecute, you have to also be a clean man. And where is the clean politician? Look at Trump, for instance. Trump has a standby legal team that is handling his defamation matter in the US. And so people are very careful of what you say about Trump. You better just get your fact right. He will go after you, and he doesn't need to do it personally. He has briefed his lawyer, and they're all on standby. So you just have to know. And that's why you see all those, even CNN, they are being careful. Whatever they want to bring about the guy, they try as much as possible to, they don't balance it, but they still try to, as if it's our opinion. So they don't, so that they still connect it to an event. They may be
they don't state it as a fact.
Yes, they will be misinterpreting an event, but they will connect it to something and say, okay, in 1980 he said this, so we believe that is what is playing out, But our own space is not like that. And secondly, let me tell you how I think we can end this thing. You see, when Lai Mohammed started that Twitter ban, my opinion back there was, you don't need this ban. All you need is, just like in China, we should start in our society now to be looking at how we could be controlling commercialization of social media space. I believe this is what push many people or motivate many people to coin all these defamatory catchy titles and news, because it draws traffic. And the more traffic it draws, the more money they are making from it. The more click you get on your YouTube, the money you are making. The more click you get on your website, the more money you're making. I know it's creating employment, but there are ways we could probably verification. I know some of the social media outlets are doing verification now. They verify you, they know your address, they know. Look at, for instance, I had my friend had a personal case against not Linda Ikeji, the other one, the blog, one of these bloggers in Nigeria. One of them that is just a straw. You don't know his address. He doesn't have address. He doesn't have. You can't sue the outlet. Nowhere to even serve your.
Is it Tunde Ednot?
I think so. Something like that. The guy published something against my friend on one of the cases the guy is handling, and started lambasting him as a lawyer of no. So, and the guy filed a case and he was looking for where to serve this blogger. No way.
He should serve him on Linda Ikeji.
Yes. Okay. So nowhere, no address, nobody will show. So if you now finish, how do you even execute your judgment? Against who? Which account do you even tag and say, okay, I want to get my money for? So these are the issues, that we have in our. But you won't do that in the space of maybe US, for instance. You are a blogger and you don't have an address. Somebody have a case against you. You just go against the domain. Is it domain that is hosting that website? Shut the website down. That's all. They shut it down. But ours is not like that. So for me, that and please, there's this point I want to make again. If you go to that website now, that Igbo Times magazine, just few hours ago, as we are battling with Tinubu's own, see the news, the guy, or maybe guy, I don't know who the person is, just brought out again. Few hours ago, breaking news. Buhari order ICSP to raid Atiku's house in Adamawa, and 15 million PVC was recovered, mainly from underage registered voter rating from 10 to 15 years. That's the news the guy just brought out now. Another breaking news. Could you imagine? In Nigeria, and this guy will just be in the comfort of his, maybe someone even outside Nigeria, and he just crafting all these things to cause issues in Nigeria space. Anyway.
All right. So I'm on that space now. So let's amuse ourselves just with a couple of headlines from that space. It's unbelievable, but sometimes they talk about doubling down. So the headline you were reading out just now. So it says breaking news: Buhari orders ICSP to raid Atiku's house in Adamawa, and 15 million PVCs were recovered, mainly from underage registered voters, rating from 10 to 15. So there it is. And then the next breaking news, bank manager that released 400 billion redesigned Naira notes to Tinubu arrested, jailed for 45 years on order of Buhari. So,
Buhari did this Supreme Court.
but
People are actually reading this and believing it.
People are actually reading this and believing it. But let me share another thing with you, just to see just how ridiculous some of it is sometimes. Let me share this with you. This is from
no, well, that last one said we are planning to borrow money from Kaduna kidnappers.
Hey, look at that. But look at this from El Rufai. So this was what I was reading out earlier. If you look at number 6, it says implementation of the cash swap. The CBN withdrew over 2 trillion naira from circulation, but printed only 400 billion. So the totality of the 400 billion naira printed by the CBN was found in Tinubu's Bodilion home, according to it's unbelievable. It's wild. It's a special diet. It's
Times magazine.
There it is, right there. I was coming to a comic book near you. So it's just but they try
some edibles. The guy must be taking some edibles,
Yeah, but the tragedy of it is there will be people that actually do believe it, because that will be where some people, because anyway,
of course, one man. Do you know that so many of Tinubu's all those short videos that always play and send to? Do you know so many of them are actually edited?
Heavily, you can see the jump in the editing. Sometimes
Yeah.
you can see when they cut it. Yeah.
Sometimes they will now slow it down so that Tinubu's way of the way he expresses himself will now be so slow that you look at who is this dumb, who is this talking, is this one dumb? What's this?
Okay, that's true.
Yes, they slow and watch. And if you go and now watch the live video itself on YouTube, you won't be able to reconcile it with the blah 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 and all those things. So where is this thing? You won't find it there. They are so mischievous.
No, technology allows rubbish these days. Like Ogbeni for now, you just need someone to record your voice, and they can record your voice and use your voice to even reproduce what you never mentioned.
Yeah.
But he did say that.
To reproduce what you never said, right?
Yeah, because once they can capture your voice, so whosoever that is voicing, it will just be giving something similar to your voice.
Yeah, the character of your voice and everything will
exactly. So the world is a dangerous place now. So where you don't find some
everybody, what are you guys seeing about all these kids? Sometimes I would just watch. I would just say, what is going on?
But some of those people that are making propaganda that you see, they may have some stake in this thing. See, don't think some people are doing it for free. Some people may be doing it for money. You never can tell. So whosoever that is spending his time, energy to do propaganda, there may be something in there for such people. So don't ever underestimate anybody or underrate anybody. So the same way you see Yahoo boys that are doing something for money directly, you see some people too that will be doing that Yahoo professionally just to make sure that they bring someone down. But don't think it is always free. It may not be.
It should be with money now, because it's taking a lot of risk actually.
Exactly. So you see someone that went to the extent of hosting a website and is using the same website to defame. It can't be for fun. Up to now, some people are cashing out on the fact that Buhari is Jubilee, right? So tomorrow, some people they will never.
Are they still on that storyline? Are they still? I thought they'd abandoned Jubilee already.
One man, they are still there. Some people are still there. Some people till the time they will enter their grave, even if it is 1 million years to this time, they will still believe that was never Buhari. So that Buhari
one of them is Data O. Data O still thinks
you know one thing, one man. Do you know that particular Jubilee thing? A learned co-worker of mine was arguing with me
Seriously, like real D, to the point that I was since that time I've been looking at that coworker with like, when you take a second look at the person, like
side
this person
eye,
even
side
is
eye. Yeah, giving a
this person
side eye.
actually go to school or like you I'm trying to every time this person says something to me and I have to second guess, trying to go online to see if I'm actually myself making sense. Because I mean, I understand the new technology changing and making somebody say things that they didn't say, but cloning human
You,
being,
you look at him
clone.
and say, you feel like, is this person? I hope this person has not
No,
been
at,
hired on
at
a
the time
borrowed
I thought,
certificate.
when because most of the information we received, we in diaspora, most of this information has already been bala blue and mixed up and colored and all that. But thank God that we live in an advanced country. If we are to be somebody who lives in Adamawa in one rural corner, it will be hard for them to decipher the truth from all this nonsense being put. The threat to democracy. I mean, even in America, in the advanced democracy, it has shown the past 5 years or 6 years now that social media has become a threat to democracy. Misinformation. As you guys were just talking, I was checking the messages sent to me over a year ago. Somebody sent a message to me, and on that message, that message with attached comment was actually fact checked and it turned out not to be the truth. So most of the time, people put nonsense out there, but you know, everybody have their interests and all that. But then people that can actually, decipher the truth to from the nonsense, to them it might become their truth, and they will run with it. That's my fear. I mean, we all saw what happened in America. Trump used online platform to put wrong information about Hillary, and it works for him. He became the president. We all ended up having, you know, uh, nonsense person in the White House. So, and I'm hoping, of course.
You might be getting him again, though. That's the thing.
Oh, Trump?
Yes.
Don't say that again, please. Don't say that.
If they put
We've
him up
we've we've
against,
we've
if they
the
put him up
House
against
divided.
Biden,
No, the Republican
Yes,
Party
let me
they are
get my
divided
American
now.
green card before you say that. So I still want
They,
to jump out to
they are
America.
no that party they are divided now. Some are supporting the DeSantis, some are supporting Nikki whatever her name is, and some die-hard fan of Trump are still supporting him. But that apart, there's no way. The only problem we have now, if our president is is contesting again, I don't know if the Democrat is going to give him that ticket. But it seems that it's still okay because everything is stable. Whether we like it or not, American government, economy, everything is stable. So
Is the
we
man
don't.
himself stable?
Who?
The
Biden?
man. Mm.
But the government has been working. I mean,
No,
lately
he
we haven't.
himself. Is he stable
He's
as a
fine.
person?
He's doing. You can't take it from him. I mean, away from him. He's 80 years old man, right? And like
Mm.
somebody who is in his 40s, like DeSantis who is in his 40s, but he stabilized the country. Remember, he went through the COVID thing, right?
Yeah,
Up to
yeah.
today, we still have inflation in America, but then he's working around the clock to make sure the country is stable. I mean, we fare better than 2 years ago, so that tells you that it's working. Sometimes these folks work behind the curtain. They don't have to be on the television every day
But
like
my
Trump.
brother, if America can vote for 80-year-old man, why can't Nigeria vote for Atiku or
No,
Tinubu?
but no.
What is the
The
difference?
circumstances differ, because when Biden was coming in, America needed somebody who has, experience, who needed to get things stable, and that was the reason why Biden was voted for. But if it happens that Trump becomes the front runner or the party bearer of Republican, the Biden will get the ticket from Democrat because they needed somebody who is also more powerful and that can confront him. And if you look at it, he's doing well. It may not be up to par, but he's doing well compared to what happens in the past. So apart from in Nigeria, we don't really. It doesn't even matter whether you're 10 years or 30 years old or 40 or what we need is somebody who is a seasoned administrator at the same time because Nigeria is very peculiar. We are different people. It's not about rhetoric. It's about who can galvanize to put people with different vision, different idea together.
Can I interject?
That's what makes somebody a good leader. And what we've been having so far are not good leaders. They can't actually see the potentials, because most of the time they always bring politicians to work for them. They hardly bring technocrat or somebody, I can't imagine somebody who is in charge of health sector who is not a medical doctor, who has never practiced or even worked in a hospital before. So we needed somebody who can bring those people to the round table and tap into their knowledge, and that we would, at the same time as we think about that, we also think about politics on the other side, because you may be fine, you may be good as being a good citizen administrator, but you are not good in politics. Buhari is not a politician, he's not a Democrat, he's an authoritarian, he's a khaki man, right? He follows others, he dictates orders. But if you look at it, Jonathan, that was supposed to be different from all of them, he didn't have the good backing. His administration was full of corruptions, people stealing left and right. Yaradua was a little bit different, even though he started, but maybe we would have been able to judge his administration well. But he started on a good step, because he acknowledged that the election that ushered his administration was full of irregularity, and that acknowledging that shows that he was ready to right some wrongs. But at the same time, was it Obasanjo, who himself was not a Democrat, because these people do not believe in the rule of law, what actually established democracy. Because if they do, Nnamdi Kanu would have been released by now. By now, Buhari wouldn't have preempted the outcome of Supreme Court rulings. So all these people are just, being put there because we expect 1 euros and all that. But we needed somebody who is good in politics, at the same time, who is also good in bringing people that can actually work for the betterment of the country. But social media, if care is not taken, social media will be the will kill democracy in Africa, because what we've seen so far are just nonsense. It's not worth it.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Dewale. Let's bring Zeta into the conversation. But on our way to Zeta, let's invite, because we're getting quite a strong viewership on Facebook. So can we invite the people on Facebook to make sure they're sharing the link so that it can spread as widely as possible? We're getting quite a lot of traffic from that space. But Zeta, you wanted to come into that American political space.
Yeah, I wanted to. Thank you, woman.
Good to have you.
Yeah, I don't know the name of the last speaker.
Dewale.
Dewale, I don't know why you said America was better now than 2 years ago. I don't know where you work in the United States. But one thing I can tell anybody who cares to hear is that you might not like the way Trump behaves. You might not like him as a person, but he had one of the best policies so far. What is happening in America today is ridiculous.
I beg to differ.
For somebody to compare American economy today with when it was with Trump, I don't know, but most times when it comes to election, it's usually subjective. So, woman, is it my time to talk? I was interjecting.
If woman can give me and you time to talk about these, I'm ready.
Our election 1 week. Let's leave
I beg, please talk. I beg, talk.
I'm ready, for real.
You see, sometimes when we do politics or we look at countries, we seems to put more of our emotions than what is happening on ground. In Nigeria today, a lot is going on because of slow in policy implementation and the person in charge. In the US today, a lot is going on because the man at the head, I don't even know whether he knows where he is. And then the kind of people he put around him too. But when you look at the result, I always look at the result. What was the result when Donald Trump was there? And what is the result today? So if the result when Donald Trump was there was better, why would I say that the man there today is doing better? That's just the question I'm asking. Because
Madam
I
Seda,
look
were
at the
you in
numbers.
America in 2007, 6, 5?
I don't know how to answer that question, no, because I've been
It's
married
not.
for 15 years.
No. I'm asking if you were already in America during that time.
I said I've been married for 15
I'm not asking
years
about
now.
your marital status, ma'am. I'm
That
asking
says
if
it
you were
all.
already in
No,
America
she's
at that
telling you that she's been in America for going on 2 decades.
Okay,
I've been
there's
married
no
for 15
ulterior
years.
motive in asking the question. I'm trying to drive a point home.
No, that
When
she answered. Yeah, go
I
carry on.
answered.
okay, so when George Bush became president, towards the eve of his administration, uh, uh, there was economic a big huge recession, right? Now, what led to that? Because it is a known fact that Republicans are always against. Sorry, I'm a little bit distracted here. They are always against regulations, and regulations are put in place to help economy stabilize. Now, what we have is that Republicans are known to spend less, and at the same time, they are not about regulation. And the same thing Trump did when he became president. What did he do? He cut the bureaucracy. But Americans, is a reactive country. They are not proactive. They don't usually put measures in place, except something happens. If something doesn't happen, they won't do that. When Trump became president, what did they do? Every measure being put in place by the previous administration, he started cutting them. And then what Americans see as a gain of administration in terms of economic gain was just for a period of time. Now, at the end of the day, COVID now brought it to the forefront. Americans started struggling.
Oh, God.
This is a known fact. However, we have.
All right. A couple more on the American space, and we'll go back to Nigeria before we lose all our audience. But round that up, and then we go back to. I have a clip that I want you to react to, Zeta, but round off that conversation. Carry on. Land your point, Adewale.
Okay.
I just want to
So
say is
what
that
we
when
now
it comes to
sorry, let Adewale land his point. You respond, and then I'll play you the clip I want to play you.
Don't even mind me. I'm a little bit distracted here by my little one. Anyway, so what Americans saw was that economy is doing well. However, the politics aspect of it was lacking behind, and Americans thought, well, the American is doing good, everything is doing on well. Then when the COVID hit, they now realized that a lot of things are not what it is. For example, the transportation sector became a big, huge problem when the COVID hit. So at the end of the day, thank God that it was during the election and the Democrats came and stabilized everything. Now,
bring it home in a couple more sentences.
Let me pause and come back. I'm kind of distracted here. Let me come back.
Let me just say one or two sentences to respond to what he said. First of all, fact check: Republicans don't spend less. Republicans empower U.S. military. That's one of the best things they do. They make sure the military is very strong. Now, I ask Mr. Adewale, is there any economy in the world that was not impacted by COVID? I mean, anyway, never mind. Play the clip on one man.
All right. I'll play you the clip in a moment, but let me just sweep up some of the super chats that have been coming in, mainly really from Ayo, who really seems to be the one propping up that space. So he came in with this. It says, Oh, hold on. Who said what? Oh, no. Actually, Joel came in at some point. So Joel came in to say Buhari is nervous and he sent in army to lag. So responding to that time and space in the conversation. So Ayo comes in. He says from Igbo Times magazine, a bank manager that released 400 billion redesigned Naira notes to Tinubu arrested and jailed for 45 years on order of Buhari. So it's just wild. It's just, and there has to be an audience for it. Otherwise, they would not be doing it. It's just so staggering. Ayo continues. It says, Igbo Times magazine, Buhari orders ICSP to raid Atiku's house in Adamawa, and 15 million PVCs was recovered, mainly from underage registered voters rating from 10 to 15 years. So even the grammar even rating from, which will be ranging from. So this is just it's just so bad all the way through. Ayo still more news from the stable of the Obedient Network. Leaked video captured Wike telling his team to collect money from Tinubu and vote for Peter Obi. So there it is right there. So Ayo then just really wanted to super chat to the space, because the super chat space it's just so dull. He decided to energize it. So thank you for that energizing. Let me put it that way, so I don't yeah. So Zita to it then. So we're revisiting conversations from yesterday to bring it forward till to today. So yesterday you were talking us through the politics of our River State, and you were telling us how Wike straddles that space and how voting is done in that space with bad boys in corners of streets supervising how voting is being directed. And if you don't vote along the lines that they have instructed, then you pay a heavy price. So this is how you were telling us then that Wike is a very dangerous man. So it looks as though Buhari is more aware of that than you, and he has taken measures. Watch this.
And in Rivers State, security agencies are stepping up preparations to ensure hitch-free elections come February the 25th and March the 11th. The Nigerian Navy has embarked on a show of force around Port Harcourt, the Rivers State capital. The executive officer of NNS Pathfinder explains that the exercise is to build the confidence in citizens that security and of lives and property will be assured during elections.
We all know what we're preparing for the forthcoming general elections. Like I said, route march is a sign of preparedness for us. At the same time, it's a way of enforcing confidence in the general public that members of the Nigerian Navy and the armed forces at large are always ready to be out there in the discharge of our constitutional responsibility to safeguard life and property. It is also part of the Chief of Naval Staff's strategic imperatives that the Nigerian Navy supports INEC in whatever way possible in reaching out to those in the creeks, make sure that election materials get to them safely and that elections are conducted there without rancor. So the Nigerian Navy is very much ready with our boats, with personnel. We're going to escort election materials to the creeks and make sure it gets to everybody. Everybody will be able to exercise their franchise. Nobody will be disenfranchised in Rivers State.
So there it is, Zeta. Buhari surrounds Rivers State with guns.
I think they've done that several times before. They always send troops to Rivers State during elections. I don't see anything wrong in that. Wike will still do what he wants to do. Hello? Are you there?
No, I'm listening, because this runs contrary to what you were saying yesterday, because we were looking at troops being rolled out on Lagos State. So now, okay.
Yeah. Lagos own. I don't think troops will be sent to any state without informing the governor. Because if you do that, the governor will going to make a press release for his safety. So if they're not making any press release on the safety of the citizens, because you don't just move through to a state. I don't know what kind of constitution is that. You don't just move through to a state. It's not what do you call it? Again, in the, is it state of emergency? So they are not saying they declare state of emergency in Rivers State, are they? Or in Lagos State. These things are done with the permission of the state governor. Otherwise, they're going to release a press conference that their state is being besieged by the military. They do it. During the time of NSAS too, he used last election, they were there. 2015 election, they were there too.
So you don't see this as a move to cage Wike, this move by the federal government?
To close him how now?
To cage him.
To cage him
Because,
how? How are you going to cage him?
Because of course, Wike entirely about violent politics, and the federal government, of course, are aware of that. So you don't see that. You don't see it in that context.
Well, man, I don't really know what you want me to say on your platform. In Rivers State, I repeat, in Rivers, by the way, Wike has finished everything he needs to do. After the election, the military will go, right? Or they will live in Rivers State. They said they came for the election, right? After the election, they will go. Wike has already done his work. 10 times 200 is 2 million votes.
Do you think all these military deployments that we're seeing, do you think it's even a misreading of the landscape? Because there's not the sense that this election is going to be about violence. So these deployments that we're seeing all over the space, is it a misreading of the landscape? Because like you said, the money should have changed hands and instructions would have been given already.
Can I ask you a question? In 2015, did they use military for the election?
I think they did. They always use it for every election, don't they?
In 2019, did they use military for the election?
Every single election they did.
Okay, so they're doing the same thing now. I don't see anything wrong in it.
One man, if I may just chip in one or two things.
Yeah. Come in, Ogwene, come in.
You know, I think it was yesterday I was saying that until we re-engineer or reorient our mentality in Nigeria, we'll keep having this issue. You see that gentle military man talking about their constitutional duty, and he was saying their constitutional duty is to safeguard life and property in Nigeria. That's not the constitutional duty of armed forces. See the wrong information they give them whichever place they take them to train them. And that is supposed to be a senior officer. Abi, he's the one leading them there. The senior officer. See the rubbish he's saying. Is that what the constitution says?
No, hello. Can I interject a little, please?
Yeah.
You see, when you see military, normally it's state of emergency, right? So that's why everybody is panicking. But the military man himself is saying a different thing, that he's doing the job of the police. Is that not what he's saying?
That is it.
Mm-hmm. So
police.
So people are panicking because this is not their job. We know it's not their job, but Rivers State, police cannot handle Rivers State during election. I don't think so.
I don't even have you see, I don't have issue with. I have issue with an officer not even understanding his duty.
They never do.
You can
so
find
I don't
a
have
way
problem with that.
to still do it. But the Armed Forces Act simply says your duty is to defend the Federal Republic of Nigeria, land, sea, and air. Is the integrity of those two spaces. Three, I mean, land, sea, and air. That's your business. You know? That's just the only thing I just want to correct in what that guy, and millions of people have watched that and it continues. We continue to hand over this thing to generation upon generation, and we start thinking that is their duty.
And
They're
that
doing
guy is a very senior officer. He's a captain. He's like a colonel in the army.
they are they are doing the job of the police. But the thing is that are they going to stand on the line during the election at the polling unit? Are they going to deploy each military? I don't know, but River State election, woman is not. I don't know how to put it. Somebody will understand. River State election is not. Wike came and changed everything. Yeah, when what's his name, Peter Dele, Mechi, then we were there. It was yeah, well, it was somewhat like that. But Wike came and became more forceful. He's more aggressive in his actions, more brutal. So it's not some. He still have about 2 months to go. So it's not somebody who will tell you to do something. One man is on Saturday now.
All right, it's only around the corner now. Actually, after all these months of endless debating and back and forth, it's
I don't
only
know
now.
whether
Yeah.
I don't know whether they're going to shoot Wike or they're going to shoot his boys or they're going to. I don't know what they can do, but I know that this man that came to River State will definitely report to Wike. He will go and see Wike. He will see the governor now. If he doesn't see the governor, Wike will let out a cry to the people of River State that they have besieged them. So since I've
But
not
is
heard
River
that
State?
from,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Go ahead.
so if he has not made that announcement, then I think everything is okay for now.
All right. I think it's just a side. So sorry, Dewale. Yeah, you wanted to come in, but I was just going to say. Yeah, go on.
No, I
Yeah,
was trying to
you go
ask
first.
that
Yeah.
is River State one of the red states? I mean,
No,
apart from PDP, yeah. Go ahead. That's my question.
Sorry, what do you mean by red state? Before
Like
you mean purple or red?
No, I'm trying to like a red zone, area where there's a possibility of.
You mean a flashpoint? A flashpoint for?
Yeah.
Okay.
Kind
As
of.
per security, Amber.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Because I mean, with all what I will be saying, going by Wiki's television appearances, it shows that he's firmly in control of the state. But I'm kind of looking at who could be, apart from they are not having a gubernatorial election now, but well,
Okay,
I
let
don't
me
know.
tell you.
I'm just asking.
Let me tell you. Wike. Okay, how do I put it? For people in Lagos State, it's kind of different. When you have people disturbing you in a state, Tinubu was kind of smart to convert them, make their job, make it a decent and prestigious job. In as much as somehow they're a little bit doing the same thing, like the IPAs in Lagos, give them uniform too. But Wike did not do the same thing in River State. I think he pays them heavily. He made them very rich. So they are like his foot soldiers. And these boys I'm talking about, I hope and I pray that the military, if they actually want to fight Wike, I hope they have spiritual bulletproof, because those boys have spiritual bulletproof.
All right.
It's a terrible situation.
Can I say something?
Yeah, call me rational mind. Yeah.
Well, this is one of the only few times I would agree with Zita, our lady Zita, on this River State politics. Yeah, Wike has a way around those military that usually that are sent to him. The two election circles that we've seen, he did have a way with them whereby he was able to buy them over to his side. That election that brought him in, the last election, I mean, he almost lost that election. But then the military that were sent to his state, he was able to, I think, kind of like, I don't know, maybe buy the, of course, he must have bought his way because that guy has money to spend. So this military that are sent to him, well, let's just see. Because the way I'm saying, the way he's playing his politics, he's playing APC now. But the question now is that is APC, the president, who of course sent these people there, are they really for Tinubu? Are they really wanting Tinubu to win this election? But then from the way I'm looking at it, it's playing it safe. What's his name? Wike is playing it safe. He's playing is a double fiddle. So he's fiddling with APC. This time he's still with PDP. But I know, like from antecedent, I know this guy has a way around with those military people that are sent to his state. I think he buys them, no doubt, over to allow him to be able to reign his terror during the election and be able to rig the election for himself and all his party members. So, I mean, I would agree with Zita on that. So, but let's see how these military boys would perform.
Rational mind.
Yeah.
Let me make bold to tell you that Wike has already won the election. If the Wike I know is still the Wike today, he has won the election now. He has done what he wants to do. All these ones that are doing is formalities. Back to what you said about Buhari sending the military, is it actually for Tinubu? As I said yesterday on this platform, I think Buhari is playing this politics more than the politician. That's all I can say. And that thing
because we are not
makes
seeing
them
this deployment in any of the major cities in the north.
he's playing the politics more than the politician. So he wants to paint a picture for you people so that at the end of the day, whosoever wins, any noise from any corner, he's going to be very brutal. So I think he's playing the politics more than they always sent. In 2015, it was a bloodbath in River State. The military, they were there. In 2019, he would have lost the election, but he was smart enough with maybe all the leadership and code. He got an injunction to stop other parties from contesting, being part of the election, and he won. This year again, he has done another smart thing. He employed 200,000 people. Come with 10 people, that's 2 million votes. So, and they are collecting their money, they're well paid. He knows them by their name. He has every word, he has the name of the person there. So, and he has his boys. You wanna be killed? Military will go after the election now. After the election, we can still have about a month. So,
All right, brilliant, Zita. So still staying with Buhari and the politics that he is playing. Naira scarcity, comply with Supreme Court order, APC tells federal government. So now a meeting took place where the APC, both the chairman and the all of the party state governors, they had a meeting and came to the conclusion that they had to back Buhari down. So now this pronouncement now came from Abdullahi Adamu, the chairman of the APC party. So it looks as though Buhari is now totally isolated on this stance that he is taking. But we know him for being obstinate. So how do you think he's going to pivot? Because some people are saying he might have to sacrifice Emefiele to reverse this policy position. But Buhari's position looks untenable. But which way does it go, Zita?
Sometimes when I want to talk about things like that, I want to first of all talk about it on the political aspect and then talk about it on the normal aspect, how things are supposed to work. In the first place, I overheard people saying, how can somebody say Nefele deceived Buhari. Now, what is the job of a president? A president might not be an economist, a geographer, or a military man, or even what do you call it, or whatnot, a lawyer or whatever. But his job is to employ people who are in those fields so that they can help him, guide him on how to rule a nation. Now he employed the NFFL or whatever you people call that idiot. He is supposed to tell Buhari, this is how we are going to do it. This is what might happen. How are we going to solve this in case if this happens? Can you imagine him saying that? The other time he said he doesn't have papers again to print the money, right? The other time he said he didn't envisage that there will be chaos. I heard him say two things like that. So if you are employed by somebody and then you give that person a wrong information and he approves something for you, you are to be blamed. Because the person employed you because he doesn't know. No, even if he's in that field, he needs a second brain. You are supposed to be his second brain, but you are not there for him. So you are supposed to be blamed. That's the normal aspect of it on a normal life as a president. Then the political aspect of it. They said Buhari should reverse course. APC talking to APC. You know, when I sit down to remember what happened in 2014, 2015, how this group of people again, this same old group, they came together to unseat a sitting president. Jonathan opened the vote. They opened their vote because most of them are extremely rich. And they fought. They went around Nigeria with all manner of campaign strategy and they won. Not only that they won convincingly. Look, I want to ask you guys a question on this platform. When you do something in a particular way and get a particular response, and at the end of the day, you get a particular result. When you come again, do something in a particular, maybe probably a different way, get the same response, there is 80% of the chances that you will get the same result. I repeat, when you do something in a certain way, you get a certain response. And at the end of the day, you get a particular result. There is every tendency, 80% chances or 90% chances that when you do that same thing, maybe probably a little in a different way, they hit you with the same response, there is every chances you are going to get the same result. That's exactly what is happening now. APC people are too smart for my liking. I repeat, those guys are too smart. I don't sweep them under the carpet. They are not that kind of politicians. They are not. I don't. You see all these, will I call buyaya they are doing. Politically, I will call it a strategy. So why do they have to wait for this long? Are they telling us that among them they don't have economists? That we know that putting this currency funny regime is going to cause problem in Nigeria. They kept quiet. The deed was done. The response was there. They went back. They pretend to be divided. They started fighting each other. They have their states to hold on to. They want to give their state the impression that this guy is on his own. So they've been doing that. And the Nigerians are still giving them the same response. That's exactly what they did in 2015. That's the same thing they did in 2019. They bring one issue, they blow it, everybody keep talking about it, reacting, wow. At the end of the day, they win. They have started again. Are we not talking about them? Instead of us to talk about the issues, what have they done? What have they not done? We are concentrating on colored naira because that thing is not redesigned. I didn't see any redesign in it. My brother snapped it to send to me.
You know, I've not seen that new naira as well. I certainly have not held one. I'd like to hold one, actually.
My brother scanned it and said, when you say redesign, it's like cut and then maybe design, change face or something. But this man just brought color. Maybe he changed the position of 200 to 100, changed the position. I don't know where he got that blue color for the 1000 anyway. So,
you know, they say the colors are starting to run on the notes.
Because he did it in a hurry. That guy, legally, that guy is supposed to go to jail. I don't know what people are saying, but I was looking through the Constitution. Buhari has power to appoint him, approved by the House, by the Congress, then kind of autonomous. So I don't know which one he's running to Buhari. Buhari is running to. That's the bit I don't understand. From what I saw in the Constitution, maybe I'm not a constitutional lawyer. I wasn't able to interpret it. Maybe I didn't understand it. But the only power Buhari has is to appoint. So I don't know this one. Buhari is now the currency determinant and how it functions. I don't know. But one man, I don't trust APC guys. They're really, really terrible. When you put very intelligent people together, it's really a big problem. Sometimes it might be counterproductive. That's all I can tell any Nigerian. Those people are a bunch of smart, intelligent crooks. So whatever they are doing, I'm not really, I don't know how to put it. I'm not moved. That's the right word. I'm not moved, honestly. They can't confuse me.
Okay, but if you are saying there as you've just described, and you are also saying that the likelihood is that they are going to return themselves into power. So what happens to the rest of us? How do we get out of this situation we find ourselves in?
I won't say prayers. What will happen is that along the line, that we have issues. You know what happened to PDP? Nigeria is a foreign country. When PDP started, they had a lot of good brains. When those brains started leaving them, started being like, you can see that when they do things now, it is not really, PDP is not really coordinated. Their level of plan and the actions are really below standard, quite unlike when they started. I think along the line, that kind of a thing might happen to APC. But it's a group of smart guys. That's all I can tell anybody. That's smart.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Zita. So Zita, still staying with the politics of it. Atiku Abubakar certainly not helping anything to be entertaining within the politics. He seems to be self-harming almost on a daily basis. So Atiku now reverses his position with regards to this Naira policy thing. Just as early as 3 days ago, he was telling us that he was with the government and they should stick firmly to the deadline. But now the feedback coming from the public totally against this policy because, of course, the way it is impacting on the space. So he does a 360 yes again to now say that the government should loosen the noose around the economy, especially the currency. So what are you then making of this flip-flop politics that is being played by the pot-bellied man from Adamawa State?
Okay, I said this before now. I said that when I was plotting my graft, I usually say this because it's my hobby. You use a kind of the thing that is helping Tinubu now is just this thing you said about Atiku. His personal political structure.
Sorry, hold on, Zeta. Did you want to come in? The rational mind. We could hear the kerosene lantern going off. Rational mind.
On the kerosene laptop.
And the kerosene laptop. Oh, all right. If you're not coming in, then please mute us. Sorry, carry on, Zeta. I thought rational mind wanted to come in. Carry on.
So it's when you behave, you see the way he's behaving. He's neither here nor there. Today he will say something. Next day he will say a different thing. Maybe probably in 2 months' time, when you tell him he said this, he will deny both of them. So that kind of character, when you want to go into politics, it will hurt you. Do you understand? You cannot, because politics is all about interest, ego. What am I going to get? My career, as a politician, where will it take me to? If I help you, are you going to help my own career? What are you going to give me if I help you? And you get somebody who will tell you today, I will give you you'll be my secretary. The next day he's telling another person, no, you be the secretary. You come back, did I ever tell you you will be the coordinator? All those things. He gets somebody. When you drop all there, I keep telling people, Tinubu is still scoring 82% on my own chart on that variable. And that's a lot for a politician. That's too much for a politician. To have people who trust you, believe in what you're saying, believe that you will do what you told them you are going to do for them. When you get there, that's a lot. That's a lot of percentage. So I'm not surprised. Is it not Atiku that deleted Deborah's tweet?
Yes, he was the one. The Deborah tweet, and then of course the fight with Wike.
So why Wike was telling you? Wike might be. People say Wike is talks too much. I don't think so. I don't think so. Wike can only talk too much when he wants to spill the beans, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's not that. He doesn't talk too much. Wike is an undertaker. He's an undertaker. He will hit you with surprises. He's an undertaker. So I don't know. I don't know. That's why when people say that the Northerners don't really like Atiku, I'm not surprised, because that's not the characteristics of a Fulani man.
Yes, and that's one of the things that damns him the most. They like straightforwardness. In all of the things that we condemn them for, they actually like people to be straightforward. And Atiku, just as devious as you can be.
Apart from not being straightforward, apologies. So I don't think he's smart. I don't think so. He's not smart, because
right, yeah.
When there is a situation, at his level, he should have people around him who projects, this thing is happening. What is going to happen in the next 1 week? What is going to happen in the next 2 weeks? With that, you can start speaking.
That's why he has Bino now, madam. You can imagine, those are the kind of people he's surrounding himself with. People like Dino Melaye, people like Buwala.
This guy, you're funny. Anyway,
but Daniel, sorry,
can I say something?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, but you also have the likes of Fani Kayode speaking for the APC. I don't think it would be fair.
I won't say that. Let me tell you something. Fani Kayode is loud-mouthed. I don't think he's indecent. I repeat, Fani Kayode might be loud-mouthed. He might be a hustler, but I don't think Fani Kayode will fall on a podium demonstrating how Tinubu's leg and hand is shaking. I don't think he will do. That's what is class and style. He might be loud-mouthed. He might talk from both sides of his mouth, but he has a class. I will never jam, what's his name? Fanny FFK with Dilo Minaye. They're not of the same class. They might be talking the same.
Excuse me, Zeta. Zeta, excuse me. You said that Fani Kayode has class?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Look, when I mean class, I don't mean class in the sense that overall his aesthetic that two different things. I didn't say that.
Do you mean pedigree? Is that what you mean, pedigree?
Maybe. There are things Kayode will not do. There are things he will not do. Dilo Minaye, but you just mentioned one on Tinubu's side. What about Atiku's side? How many are they? Tell me your friends, I will show you who you are. Show me your friends, and I will tell you who you are.
Who else? I think Ms. Zeta, just sorry to cut you, right? I'm just trying to interject, okay? If you follow me on this show, I've always said that the difference between a Peter Obi and the APC and PDP is the people around them.
You are right.
And I have made this point on this show, and I said, no matter how good Tinubu is, look around Tinubu. Who are those that are around Tinubu? They are career politicians. They are part of those that have brought us into the system. Look at those around Atiku. They are part and parcel of those that have brought us as a country where we are. So I do not see class in any of these two parties. And I do not see class in Kayode from whatever angle. Fani Kayode
it's better to go with somebody who doesn't have anybody around him, like Peter Obi.
No. But I'm not saying P2B has people around him.
No, I can't see anybody.
And who are they?
Well, you can say you don't see anything amongst them, probably because they've not handled political positions. Can I finish, please?
Joe. What is the difference? Joe,
go ahead.
I have a very funny question. What is the difference between Akara and Pop-Puff?
What's the difference between who?
Akara and Pop-Puff.
Akara is made of is made from beans.
The ingredients.
Which ingredient? Are they not made from flour?
No,
no. Akara is made from beans.
You mean Pop-Puff and
but they are both are fried with the vegetable oil, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's no difference between Fani Kayode and who else you mentioned earlier. They're all the same. It's just that
that is what I'm saying. Like, she's saying that you can't put class in the same word, in the same sentence with
they are different.
That is like, oh my God.
Joel, one stayed on the tree for 9 days. One was staying on the tree, running from policeman. He said he entered the bush and he stayed on the tree for 9 days. The other one
Dino Melaye should not be an example.
No,
for
you're
anybody.
Comparing the two of them now.
Look, Fani Kayode is also on the EFCC radar for
he went
theft.
By himself. He went to DSS by himself.
Forget whether he went. Hold on, my brother. Whether he went to DSS.
Get me right first before you argue. When you look at somebody like, because the way the person talks, the way the person acts, or sometimes, please look inwardly there are certain things the person can never do or had never done. Okay?
Like what?
So
Man?
Wait now, just calm down. You see, Dino Minaye and Fani Kayode are not the same people, the person. You can't compare them. You can't. They talk anyhow. They talk. But you can't. Well, class is not. It's not like saying overall he has class. His English alone, his tenses alone is a masterpiece.
I
Sometimes
disagree.
hold on.
I disagree.
Who is disagreeing with me?
Dewale, yeah.
I disagree with you on that one.
But let's Zeta land.
Yeah.
No, I think the class that Zeta is talking about is the elegance of his presentation, his long-standingness within the political space, and the quality. You know, he's an Oxford alumni and all of this. So, and of course, the backdrop of a gold standard political name within the Nigerian landscape. The Fani Kayode name, of course, been long-standing, almost to independence.
That is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But all this thing you just mentioned about Fani Kayode, hold on, Zita. That you just mentioned about being an Oxford alumni. I mean, does that reflect in his kind of person, the way he carries himself, the way he presents himself to the world?
I have never seen him falling on the stage before and demonstrating.
Well,
I wouldn't say that.
There's a level to every idiocy.
And when they did skit, if you watch that skit, both of them did, you will see who is intelligent. I mean,
there's a level to every idiocy. There's a level to it. So maybe Dino is more of a lunatic. I mean, should I say a court jester? More like but then even FFK himself, if you've had the utterances from that guy, the way he talks, you understand that this guy is just out there just to make his own money.
I know, but both of them, everybody in politics is out there.
He has no honor. He has no honor. No honor. Fani Kayode has no honor.
Now.
Joe, when it comes to politics, there's no honor. Okay, politics is about what you can get.
Look, we are saying a total different. Even me, I call him madman that knows English, knows how to speak English. That's what I call him.
What makes him relevant in the first place?
We are just comparing the two of them now. We are not saying
he said that
we are comparing
people around. What was I saying? I said that Atiku, when you look at people around him, he has supposed to have been guided on how to speak or what to say in this dispensation concerning what was happening in Nigeria. But I don't know what to say, whether he spoke before he how do they say it? You are speaking before thinking or something like that. So then he will come and say another thing again and go back to think and come and say, maybe because the people in PDP now are telling him, like the Sokoto state governor that went and joined the other governors to sue CBN, maybe he's seeing the handwriting on the wall. And from what I heard in the north, my cousins in the north are really angry, just like that guy said yesterday. They said they're going to vote Tinubu just because they believe that now that Tinubu will change the note, like telling them to continue with their note when he wins. So when you hear that kind of a thing at the grassroots, you have to change course. But the guy is not steady, so I don't know. And he has a lot of
one man. Sorry to bring in another kind of because you just said something that just really caught my attention, and I wanted to ask us. I wanted us to challenge that view that El-Rufai and the rest of them has been talking about, that if Tinubu wins this election, that it will reverse that thing. I mean, don't we see that is going to cause a systemic? It's going to cause something in the financial sector. In this financial system in Nigeria, it's going to cause some systemic failure there.
Can I ask you?
How so?
Okay.
Can
All
I?
right.
So sorry, let him expand a little bit. How so?
Now, if already our current government says that okay, we're scrapping these old notes, we want you to bring back your old notes, and then we'll change it for the new notes. And now already they started the process, and they've already started getting money in, and no doubt I'm sure that the CBN governor must have had some cap as to how much they've had come in, and if they have this cap as to how much comes in, they have already. And I know because the whole idea behind this thing is, besides the whole thing they tell us about wanting to like stop election buying and money laundering and things like that. But another thing is that they want to credit some money back into the federal government account, because if people cannot return their money back, federal government at the end of the day gets those money. It becomes their money. Now, if after a sitting government, we understand they're lame duck, they're going in a couple of months, some few months time. Now, suddenly a new government comes in and tries to reverse that thing. Now you're talking about people who has already brought their
No,
money.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure you are clear on what El Rufai is suggesting. What he's saying is they're not going to reverse the new currency at
They're
all.
not going to
No.
cancel it.
No, they are going to let it run pari passu through a more steady phase rather than these deadlines. Or so they let it run to the end of the year, something like that. That's almost.
Do you understand the idea behind this whole thing? Besides so many other reasons I just gave, but one of the
No,
main
Rush.
reasons. Hold on. One of the main reason is that they know that some people have money, illegally have this money to them. If you listen to what CBN said, they said the new circular they just sent out to the banks. They said that as banks should no longer get those money back from people. People should go to the CBN in their local states and go and bring those money there, and they'll have to provide evidence of how they got those money, all those kind of things. They have
Who
to fill
said
up.
that? How can somebody say that?
No, that's the new secular. That's the new secular. I don't know if you're aware of that. One man, you showed us a video yesterday, didn't you? About some people going to, it was in Kaduna State, where they went to CBN, and some of them were told that they should go back to the bank, and bank sent them back to the CBN. Now, you see, when you start try to reverse this, or you try to elongate this, like you said, you want to like elongate the time for people, then you're allowing those people who have this money illegally, you're allowing them to bring that money to the system.
No,
Which will defeat the whole
Rational Man.
purpose. It will defeat the whole purpose of the
But
whole
it
thing.
didn't. From the way they implemented itself, the purpose is already defeated. What they're
We know the
saying,
implementation was so bad.
hold on.
Go on,
What
okay.
they are saying is that if Tinubu wins, he will tell them, continue spending your money. As the money comes into the system,
And then you're going to allow people to bring the money back. People who have this money already, who have stolen this money, they will start bringing it gradually.
But
through different means.
People have been returning the money. Even you saw where banks were counting bundles of heavy Naira notes. Why haven't EFCC arrested those people?
80% of the money are already returned.
The return. So why
where is the stolen money
EFCC
now?
catch those people? If that's where you're going to, that's
Can I
not what we are
quickly
saying.
can I quickly chip in something here?
Okay.
Now, there is nothing wrong and criminal about you still returning your money even 2-3 years after.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? What the law simply says is it ceases to be a legal tender. A legal tender simply means that you want to exchange it for a good or service. You can no longer do that because it's no longer backed by CBN. But the law still says that you can still return it to CBN in exchange not for good and service, but in exchange for that exact currency. Okay, so and that's when El-Rufai is saying that I believe El-Rufai Attorney General must have advised him properly when he's saying that we will collect everything from you and we will go and exchange it for you because it is your
But
money.
then that would be a violation. Do you know
No.
that?
How is it
That's
No.
what the law.
How so? How so?
I'll explain to you.
That's what the law says.
Hold on. When you get the money, a state is not empowered to do that. Hold on, I'll explain to you. The bank is a financial means by which you can do that. A state does not have the right to say, okay, bring your money. will go on which person's BVN, on which person's account is this money going into the system.
No, as I
You are
dead.
hold on. You are allowing. You're going to because, like I said, one of the reasons why they did these policies because they knew that some money is out there in the system. People are afraid of bringing it back because they're going to be challenged as to how they got those money.
They have already collected
Hold on now. A state cannot do that. If you tell me that you're telling the banks to open so that people can bring their money into their banks and have it converted back into, I get credited for the new bank notes. That is, but a state on its own. So, okay, everybody, this local government, bring all your money. Everybody, how much? 1 billion naira. Okay, this local, all these people bring all their money. How do you want to trace who owns those money? How can it? How do we have to do things like? Why do we do things like as if we're in a banana republic in that country? For goodness' sake,
rational
everybody
mind,
has
BVN. You are not getting what is going on. No,
you are the ones not getting it.
Let me give you a typical example. This one you are calling state government and you're vibrating. Let me explain.
I'm vibrating. Goodness.
Calm down.
You're actually vibrating.
Calm down. It's
not
as terrible as you think.
It's just how if you ask sometimes you people talk about this thing like as if we're all.
No, just calm down. Calm down.
I'm calm. I'm calm. Go down.
Let me give you an example. What the state government are doing. There are people they call. They have their own far in the deep hinterlands of northern states. They have these POS people. Because there are no banks in the villages, what they do is that they go and then use their POS to collect those money from those people.
Is that how he says he's going to do it?
Wait,
are you the one just formulating it yourself?
Wait.
Because listen. You guys do a lot of things here. You come here try to paint a narrative for us that we don't.
No, it's not a narrative. I don't know how
you and I. You and hold on.
Wants to do his own.
You tell me say you don't know. That's what you
should
say.
I don't know how Erufai.
That is it. But what we heard is that bring your money to us. Bring it to the state government. Hold on. Who will change it for you. That's what they said.
No, I am not. I don't know how Erufai is going to go about collecting the money. If he says,
shall I tell you what Erufai is saying? What Erufai is saying is inviting them to carry on spending the old money because of this Supreme Court judgment, but is guaranteeing them that whatever happens, that their money is still guaranteed, that they can bring it into the state and then the state will convert it for them. And what he's saying is that the state will just take the money from all of them in one swoop and then just take it to the central bank, which in perpetuity must always defend the value of that money.
How you're conflicting yourself, one man. Can you just hear yourself? You said,
all right.
Hold on. You said
go on.
They will allow people to use the money in their states. Which, if that's what he said, that's how you want to go about it. It makes about you and I. We heard him, which is the latter thing you said. In your latter statement, you said we'll bring the money to us. We'll take it to the central bank. Who does that? In what financial system do you do that?
Let me read. Okay, let me ask you a question.
We're not in the kind of
rational mind. Let me read the law to you. You see, and that's the you have always have with people in diaspora. You use laws of UK or US to be interpreting Nigerian law.
Go on now.
Let me read Nigerian law to you. There's a law that guides it. Wait, let me read it to you. It's section 23. Please listen. Let's start with section 21. 21 says the currency notes issued by the bank shall be legal tender in Nigeria at their face value for the payment of any amount. That's legal tender. 2, the coins, one is note. 2, the coins issued by the bank shall, if such coins have not been tampered with, be legal tender in Nigeria at their face value value up to such amount or amount as may be determined from time to time by the bank. That is note and coin. C3, notwithstanding subsection 1 and 2, the bank shall have power, if directed to do so by the president, and after giving reasonable notice in that behalf, to do what? To call in any of his notes or coins on payment of the face value thereof, and any note or coin with respect to which a notice has been given under this subsection, the bank shall do or shall, on the expiration of the notice, cease to be a legal tender. But See this but now. Subject to subsection 22 of this act shall be redeemable by the bank upon demand. Okay, shall be redeemable by the bank upon demand. Now,
by the central bank, you mean?
Yes, by the central bank is the bank in the CBN Act.
All right, yeah.
So my understanding of this, see the understanding now. That 21 is saying that the bank can issue note and it becomes legal tender. 2 is saying the bank can issue coins and it becomes legal tender. Legal tender simply means take the money to anything and get goods and services in exchange for it. 3 is now saying whenever the president, the governor now get consent from the president to recall notes and coins, it ceases to be legal tender on the date that the bank gives. It now say, but exception is this, that your money is no longer legal tender, but it still remain redeemable by that bank. The moment upon your demand, once you take it there and you demand, they redeem it for you, because that currency is the property of the federal government of Nigeria for life. Take it there.
We're not arguing all this thing you're talking about. I'm not talking about.
That's what we are arguing.
That law, that law does not. Wait. That's not what I'm. Hold on. Let me land. Sorry, let me quickly land on that.
Land. Okay.
That law does not prohibit me, for instance, in a market, and I say, okay, everybody gather your money. I have the means to go to the central bank.
Dude. This is your lawyer. This is your don't.
Does that law prevent
insult? Not insult our intelligence.
Does that law prevent that?
No. Don't insult our intelligence. I know you're a lawyer and you can't just come here and bamboozle us.
Okay, what's your argument? You don't just.
What I'm saying to you is this.
You argue to
because Nigeria is a banana republic already.
What do you mean by banana republic now?
I will tell you. A place where we don't follow norms. We don't follow standards, international norms. That is where you can talk about hold on. That is where you can talk about what you're talking about.
Okay, so what's international norms?
And I've heard you several times here criticize people abroad that we tend to use different standards. But this is the same you that live abroad, but maybe you are in Nigeria. I don't know right now, and you're talking about this, but that's another thing for another day. But my point is this: all you just read to me, or just read to us, I'm not disputing the fact that if a note is ceased to become legal tender, you can still redeem it. Yeah, I believe that you should be able to redeem it.
That's all.
Yeah, I agree with that. But the point is the process by which you're going to redeem it that El-Rufai is talking about is what I'm against, and that makes no sense, and that that violates anything that has to be that violates international norm of banking and all of that.
Which international law are you talking about now? Can you quote it? The way I quote this one.
Yeah, this is it.
Okay.
Every individual has BVN. And
is that the international law?
Hold on. The reason is that what?
Is that the international law you are quoting?
Is that international what?
Which law says that I can't gather that money and take it to bank to exchange?
Yeah.
That if somebody will go and exchange.
Hold on now. You see, okay. I don't want to challenge. I don't understand. Maybe
challenge it, please.
I'm attacking you. Now,
no, you don't need to attack
my point. Hold on, Farabale.
Just argue. You don't need. Must you attack me to argue?
I'm not attacking you. It's just because I'm not attacking you, but you're pushing me to that point.
Why am I pushing? Because I'm engaged.
let him land. Rational mind will also make a point. Make that point.
What kind of pushing? No. What kind of pushing is that? Because I'm engaging you, then I'm
no. Hold on.
You're pushing my button to the point whereby you.
All right. Hold on. We have. Hold on, gentlemen. We have something here. Anytime we go past 5 hours, it's usually five hours. So we're in the 5. So this always happens. But,
okay, sorry.
Push him. No, it's all right. It's just it's a long session. Push. And by the way, Ogbeni, rational mind, as you know, is a gentleman, so he's never on too much in any way. Yeah. So push him and then let him counter back. So do the pushing. Rational mind.
Okay. So my point is this: that people have BVN, and the reason for BVN is for law and order.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why even here where we live here, it's what we call social security number. I have one. My kids, everybody have one. My wife, everybody has one. We have one. I can't use my wife. My wife cannot use my own. I can't use my kids. That would be impersonation.
Yeah.
Right? Thank you, your lawyer, in all of this. Now, and the reason for all of this is because of law and order, so that there will be there will be order in the society. Things can be traceable. Now, when you're asking people to bring all their money, and one person will carry that money to one bank, in whose BVN, in whose person's name is that is going to register?
Let me ask a question.
Hold on. And you are giving room for criminals to bring their money to under the guise that, oh, we cannot find a bank, or because the state government says they're going to help us to change it, they can bring that money back into the system through that means. So you are not going to allow the law enforcement agency, or even the CBN, or the inspectors within the CBN, or EFCC, or whatever, to be able to trace who is bringing money back into the system. How is that money? Is it an ill-gotten wealth or money? How do you explain for that? How do you account for that? When one single state government is carrying everybody's money to the CBN, and they cannot link anybody to one particular amount of money, except the state people do it on their own.
Can I comment?
Can I
comment?
It is Banana Republic. That's why you don't
sorry, if you can allow me to just answer
just one question.
Just
let me clarify something for rational mind. I'm trying to understand you now. Maybe what you are querying.
Good luck. We've been trying to understand him for a year now, but good luck. Carry on.
What I think what you are trying to say, you are questioning the system by which the governor wants to do that, right?
Exactly.
Okay. According to the law is not question. That's what the guy just read out to you. The law is not question.
Don't say that. There's nothing he read out. All he read out was because he said people can bring their money back and change their money. But
yes, so which includes a governor. That includes
no. It doesn't mention. He said the governor is the governor of central bank. That's what
rational mind. Let me ask a question.
The governor mentioned there is the governor of the central bank.
Rational mind. Let me ask a question. Now, in the UK, where I stay, a third party cannot take cash and deposit it in your account. Like me now, you can't give me your account number. Then I will go to Barclays, for instance, and I tell them I want to deposit this money into Rational Mind's account. It is not allowed in UK. Okay? I don't know if that is obtainable in the US too.
It's some banks won't allow you, but some banks will allow you, but it's a certain amount of money.
Okay, in UK, you can't do that. You must deposit into your own account. If a third party is paying to your account, you must do transfer. That is the UK laws and regulation system. In Nigeria,
cash.
Yes, cash. Cash. You can't pay cash into a third party account. It must be you yourself paying to your account, or they do transfer to you. In Nigeria, it is not so. Our law has not developed to that stage, or we don't see it as what we need now. In Nigeria, I can send you to go and deposit 500 million in my account. As long as you have my account number, you deposit it there. You don't need my BVN. Yes or no?
Yes, you can. Yeah,
okay.
You can.
Okay. Now you see what I always emphasize on differences in law. So if that is the case, the law here simply says that money, as long as you have it.
But there's a cap to it, right? You know that?
Where's the cap? Do you want
me to now I tell you, well, now this is the cap, because we just had recently somebody who was a campaign manager was sentenced to jail or whatever for getting cash beyond certain amount of money. And recently we had the CBN saying that you can't withdraw more than this amount of money. Right?
Yes.
Like you can't go past this amount of money.
Yes.
Now, let me not speak to that much. I don't want to sound like maybe I'm just trying to make up things here. But if I were to understand what they're saying there, yes, you can pay in check into people's accounts, I'm sure, in Nigeria. And I know before, like you said, we can pay even if you want to pay 100 million naira cash into people's accounts. You should be able to do that. I mean, in the past, you can do that in the past. You can do that in the past. But with these new guidelines that I'm seeing coming out from the CBN, you cannot pay more than 5 million naira cash into even your own, I mean, I think into your, I don't know how it works. Let me not say anything. Because I can't even think straight right now. But it's like you're catching me with that right now. But what I'm trying to say is this: the idea of this whole thing is that people should bring their money to the bank. And for you to bring your money to the bank to change it into the new account, into a new currency, That is why people allow now to they're asking to be open their BVN. To acquire BVN. So, and the reason is because they want to bring law and order into the system, into the financial system. They can trace people. Whoever is paying money out, whoever is taking money out of the system, they want to know. Now, when you are now taking that money and giving it to one person, in this instance, a state governor, state government or state government, how can they trace that?
See, what no, you didn't. You
it doesn't
see,
even make sense.
You see, common sense is not law. There are different things.
Yeah.
There are some laws that are not common sense. So don't use common sense to state what that law says. The law I just read to you now is clear. It doesn't talk about the process of taking that into bank. It simply tells you that money is no longer legal tender. You can't change it for goods and services. You can't deposit it into your account again. The only option available for you, take it to central bank. Upon demand, they must change it for you to the normal.
But then, did you hear what central bank said recently?
What did
that when you are bringing your money back to exchange with the central bank, you must prove how you got those money. Have you heard about it?
That's not in that law. People who go to court and challenge
let
me just say this real quick. The same CBN Act empowers the CBN to formulate policy.
Yes.
And that policy stands. It could be
that policy must be derivable from this law. This law that regulates.
Can I say something?
Your policy must not contradict this law you are looking at. This is their ground norm. If it contradicts, people go to court and challenge it.
Okay, see, Obeni, I believe, is a lawyer. The issue here is straight. You can still return your money. The CBN did not flout that law.
Yeah.
So I do not know where the fuss is coming from. They said you are able to return your money to the CBN even after the deadline.
That's the thing.
And when you bring it, yes, that is the issue. So I don't know why Aerofire will start going to the route of collecting money from people.
No, you have to understand that he's speaking to a largely unsophisticated
people. But one man, you cannot just refer to the law to this law that you just stated, Obeni. You should also look at the Money Laundering Act. So there are certain things, there are certain laws, that are part. It's like a group of laws, that guide the monetary policy. So you cannot just pinpoint that particular one and say, okay, this is what it says. So, but in all of this, the CBN has not flouted no law. The only thing
CBN there is this: CBN is not a commercial bank that everybody can access. For example, someone in the remote area in Ekiti now, how does the person access the central bank? So we have to look at the practicality of what we are backing.
No, every state has a central bank. Every state has a central bank.
Even if every state has a central bank, okay, look at it this way. Look at it this way.
From their villages to go and deposit in the central bank. Is that what you're saying?
Mizeta, this thing has been going on for 4 months.
No,
4 months.
Just hold on. Let me speak with Joel. Joel, we are all from Igbo land. You are saying that it has been going on for 4 months. What about this thing? How much what will I call it? Notification, like awareness did CBN? What did they do to get the awareness down to the interior villages? You cannot just You cannot just wake up and change money and believe that people in the rural areas know what you are doing, and immediately they should run to change their money. That's not right. The timing. Madam. Wait, let me finish now. The timing, the everything, the process, the implementation was wrong. That's why they're having all these pockets of issues here and there. Remember, nobody is faulting the policy. No, nobody.
Nobody is saying that the way they color the naira is wrong, although some people are saying the colors are running. Fine. What they are saying, give people the opportunity. I cannot be corrupt with my money. It is my money. And if you are a government, you are so dumb that you are not able to catch me, and I make that money in Nigeria, it's my money. So you cannot tell me that if I should not bring my money to the bank because you have a law. It's not happening, and it will not happen. I promise you
Nobody,
that.
They're not saying it's not happening.
Madam Zita, nobody said, Madam Zita,
Joel,
98%,
sorry to
98% of
interject.
Nigerians, 98% of Nigerians has less than 500,000 in their accounts. 98%.
Joel.
So what am I trying to say here? 80% of the money has returned back to the CBN votes. 20% are still outside there.
Uh-huh.
Now, when people say 80%, it's like, when the people say 20%, it's like 20% is little. When they tell you 20% of how much is it about? Is it about 3 trillion of our total notes that is out there?
So how many
20% of
percent
it.
supposed to be in circulation? How many liquidity is supposed to be in circulation?
No, they are
If
trying to move towards a cashless society,
that
right?
is impossible.
So
There's no society that
It's
is
not
Cashless
possible
cashless.
does not
now.
mean
You don't
zero
do it.
now.
There's no
You don't.
society that is cashless. It's
No,
not
it's
possible.
not cashless.
no,
Having
You can't do
no.
cashless
Come on
like
now,
that.
come on.
It's a
Joel,
particular
if you
You
have
guys
percentage that will
understand what I
pass
70%
mean.
of
cashless.
the
One at a
population,
time. One voice.
You,
Yeah,
if
carry
you
on.
have
you guys
70%,
understand. Okay,
Joel,
you
just
guys
1
understand
second.
what I mean. You guys understand what I mean. It's not like everything's going to be. Even America does not have a
But
cashless
hold
society,
on,
but most of
Joel.
the monies move electronically.
Joel,
Come on now, we all
hold on
have
1
our
second.
cards.
Hold on, Joel, hold on 1 second. Sorry to interject. You can't have 70%
Joel,
of cash
United.
in society and circulation in the banking. It's not possible to leave 30% out. You will create artificial scarcity. It's not possible. Our society can't have that jump to cashless or so-called quote unquote cashless society. It's not going to be happening. You know why? Because we don't have the infrastructure that will push us, that will be a scenario that will push us to that realm. We don't have that yet. Until
Sorry.
we have that in place. Now, having 70% of the cash in circulation in the banking, it's not going to augur well. You know why? Because we're still not in that realm. If you're talking about 50-50, I can still see that. But when because what propels the economic per se is commerce, buy and selling. Majority of the people that are doing this, the practitioners, they don't have bank account. Now you're going to compel them to have bank account. And those people that are illiterate, that they can't even read and write. And some of these banks, remember, we're in a society that is insecure. So most of the banks don't have ATM or banks in those rural places. Now, if we're replacing it with the POS, how is that working out for us? So there's no society that is 100% cashless. It's not done. Now, when you have
Adewale, I just want to say something. Even
I
I
was
heard
saying that
something that the money in circulation in United Kingdom, the percentage of money in circulation in United Kingdom is more than the percentage of money in circulation in Nigeria. I heard that one from the deputy governor, Lagos State.
5%. In Nigeria, is 5% of total money. In most
And in UK it's about
cashless
6%.
economy, is 20%. In most
Uh,
cashless
So,
economy, is 20%.
Joel, you are forgetting that in many villages, I'm from Ekiti, for example, in many villages, they still have this open market. That's how they are not even using lock-up shops. And so, open market where you can't even find electricity. So, if you want to go and buy pomo or you want to go and buy a ogufe, how do you go to all those abattoirs and use cashless? Or you want to go to farm and you want to go and pick fresh palm wine, or you want to go and pick banana and plantain. How do you explain that? You go to inside the farm in the hot there and spend cashless. See, some things are not just visible. Even if we have infrastructure, you understand? Even here, when we still have infrastructure, whenever we go and buy, like we normally sometimes we ask people to slaughter cow and divide. When we are going to all those farm, we still go there
Farmers
with cash.
market.
Farmers market, we go there with cash. We are
Yeah.
talking of even fully. This place is supposed to be cashless society. So some
And
things
you are
that
still sorry, you are talking
the
of
amount of
village.
money in circulation is not even more than the one in UK and other countries by practice. So the one in Nigeria, we are just exaggerating.
You are
Just
talking of
because
villages in Ekiti. I stay in Ado, which is capital city. Do you know when last I've seen electricity now?
oh
Do you
And
know?
of
Let me
trans-
let me give you one experience my brother gave me today. He said he went to the market to buy meat, and he went with one chairman, one of his friends. They went together. The man they cut the meat 10,000 naira. So the man had already cut the meat. So they said they would do transfer. This man does not have an account. I think he used maybe his son account. He just gave them the account number on paper. They tried to send the money to him. The transfer didn't go. They sent it again. The transfer didn't go. So the man took the meat. He didn't give them the meat. When they got home in the night, they discovered that the transfer started going. 2 times, 10,000 was taken from this man account to the meat seller account. When the man went there the following day, yesterday that transfer actually went to, yeah, even eventually transferred 20,000. The meat seller said, lie, that nothing came to his account. That's how I lost 20,000 naira to meat seller without meat. That's the weakness of this kind of process.
Who is telling you that story? Who is telling you that story,
My
please?
own immediate elder
That has
brother.
happened to a lot of people.
No,
What you
no,
are
no,
My
no,
saying,
no, no, no,
immediate
no, no.
elder
Please,
brother just
please,
told me.
please, my brother, please don't deceive us here.
Joel is
Jewel,
Don't
Joel
Jewel,
deceive
is
us
just
here.
listen.
Leave
Joel
that
People
is
are
one.
telling you what they experience,
yeah,
and
it's
you
His
true.
are
account was
just
No.
trying
debited twice because he
to
tried it twice.
Ajele Coco, please. We
yes.
are not fools here, please. We are not fools.
Oh,
I just
stop
came
it!
back from Nigeria.
Ah,
Stop it!
no.
Hold on, now.
Don't
Can I
act like
What
finish
is
Ajele,
this?
now?
we
Like
are
a
just
game.
talking.
Let's
Joel,
game.
I'm surprised if not this thing
just
has
stop
not
it.
happened to you in
Hold on.
Nigeria.
Like
Can
a
I
It has
finish?
happened to
Can
me in
I say
Nigeria
something?
before.
What are you
Are you
Can I
talking
say
sure
about?
it's not
something?
true?
Can I say? Okay, can I say something?
oh, let him
Can
just
I say
A
finish.
lot
something,
of
Ajele
people,
Coco?
it happened to my own person too.
It happened to
What
my immediate elder brother. That's what I'm
Ajele
telling you.
Coco.
Patrick is narrating now. It happened to my own person.
Ajale Koko, let me even tell him something. I had experience in electronic banking, right? So that was my job, part of my job while in the banking environment. This thing happens a lot. And we normally have a lot of issues that we have to create some kind of portal. So on that portal, everybody with a trade transaction, whether on ATM or on POS or internet banking, they log on to that place. And this thing is like an ecosystem whereby if you are with Visa card or you are with MasterCard or you are with InterSwitch, you have everything there that you process from your own environment area and you have to approve. It takes 7 days that time. I don't know of now. The minimum of 7 days that time before you could do that reversal. Because a lot of fake transaction that you will have to wait for a month. Some people will wait for like a month without reversal. Some people may not even get their money forever.
That is
So
the
this
word. That is the word I was looking for. Reversal. We do not live. This is the issue here, Mr. Patrick. I understand where you're coming from. What I'm trying to tell Ajele Coco is this: I went to buy meat from a meat seller, and I was paying money into his account. I know the store where where I paid this money to. I call my bank. It happened to me this one. I went to Nigeria. I called my bank and they reversed it.
Let me tell
They
you.
reversed it.
Let me tell
So that
you.
is my point. So you
Let
can't
me tell
just
you.
say
Let
that.
me tell
You
you,
can't just say
Joel.
that he lost the
Let me tell
money.
you the
He lost the
difference.
money.
Let me tell you the difference. Most of the time, for example, if I'm using a GT bank and I'm buying something from a mid seller that is using First Bank, you understand? That money has gone to First Bank. My bank does not have the authority to debit First Bank account or First Bank customer's account for that transaction, and I cannot go to First Bank and tell First Bank to block that cash in that customer's account. I don't have such powers. You understand what I'm saying? So this thing,
Joel. Let me say this to Joel. Even here in America, if you want to, like, for example, you want to do Zelle, they tell you that make sure that this account, this money you're sending, once it's sent, it's irreversible.
Yes.
They tell you that,
Yes.
right? So the point is this: what everybody's saying to you, Joel. Maybe you were so fortunate to have yours reversed. I tell you, even in Nigeria, a lot of people complain about this sending money through this online something, and it just hangs somewhere, and later they find out that they were debited, the accounts were debited. And in the Nigerian system, if such thing happen, it's very, very difficult for you to find a bank that would say, like Patrick is trying to explain to you, to have it reversed. Even here, I've had some of my bank tell me that, like what Patrick was describing, they do not have the right. All they can do is they can only speak to the bank and see if the bank can have the money sent back. They cannot just say they want to go and go to that person's account and draw the money back. So they only coordinate with that bank that received the money. I said, please, that money that was sent, that is if they can even do that. That is if they can even do that.
Yeah.
That is why Zelle will tell you here, Zelle or other money transfer agencies here, they will tell you that make sure that this money you are sending, you are sure of it. Because once it's sent, it's irreversible.
Yes, and but rational mind again
that's what
to
I say.
here too. No. What rational mind here too, right? For me, my own case is also different. Bank of America will pay me my money, then go after those people.
In Nigeria, bank won't do that one.
It's only in the case of fraud. No. It's a case of fraud. Hold on. We know how it works. In the case of fraud here, if maybe somebody got into your bank account and used your account and pay, or maybe you pay a merchant and the goods was not delivered, or the goods that was they will ask you for every. Recently, I went on a trip. I used one traveling agency, and I went to the hotel. The hotel was just oh my goodness, I just hated the hotel. Right there, I called the traveling agency. I can't stay in this hotel. They said, well, there's nothing they can do. My money, I had to call my bank. My bank had to go through the whole process, and at the end of the day, they cannot reverse the money back to me. So you see, there's a process to all of this. You need to understand it. That if you in your own case, you had your money sent back to you, reverse back to you, it means maybe you were so fortunate. But in the case of fraud, you can have it reversed. They can do that because they will just
Yeah, you are right.
Even in case of fraud in Nigeria, Nigeria is not like all these American Canadian bank. You will spend a lot of your time before if you are lucky that your money is reversed at the end of the day. I know what I'm telling you.
There's one case that happened 2019 in the United Kingdom. I just send the link now to this private chat. In that case, this guy, one Peter Teach, that's the guy's name. He lost almost £200,000. What happened to him? Because of he missed just one digit. His own account, he wanted to pay to his own account, and he missed the last digit there. And Barclays Bank paid that money to another person's account. He wanted to get it back. To date, he went to court, and the court said no, except that person gives consent. The moment they've credited it, they can't reverse from that person's account. I just posted the link now. You can try and check.
That's correct. Let me tell you about my wife's experience. My wife was going to send money to someone. So GT Bank, 50K. So he sent that money, right? So on the report, on the receipt, it said, okay, the transaction failed. Meanwhile, the transaction has already gone through. So gone into a wrong account. So my wife called GT Bank, the customer service, and made complaints. They could not do anything. Try everything. Call the account officer. Well, they were just on it for more than a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Nothing came out. So we eventually, when even my wife even got the number of the person that took that money. You know what the person said? He said, I'm a pastor. People got enough alone. You see, because you know the annoying thing is this. My wife,
one night pastor won't hear.
Nigeria,
the thing even. I'm telling you. You see, the thing is that my wife even reported before that guy could even withdraw that money. Because you know the source. You know the source of that money, and the source is telling you that this money was not meant for this person, and yet GT Bank will not do anything. That is the type of internet banking. Okay, now imagine someone in Nigeria. 50K is not a joke. 50K is far more than minimum wage in Nigeria. My wife lost that money. All my wife did was just to shout from now to tomorrow. Nothing came out of that. Pastor Long, I was just wondering, if they want to do something for you, is it by force? Is it by coercion? Because oh my goodness. So when you look at all those things, the infrastructure, the process, we are still not there. We are saying, so people still have this fear of using electronic banking. So all this cashless story we are talking about, people still have that fear. So you go to ATM, you withdraw, and if you want to withdraw, ATM will not give you money, and you still debit your account. And bank will not want to give you your money immediately. They will still want to be very sure that the money is there, and you may not be able to get that money
Ola,
after 20 days of
Ola,
withdrawal.
sorry. Do you know that even when I was in Intercontinental that time as the manager, my ATM was in my pocket and 600,000 naira got out of my account. I'm talking of 2007.
That's before we implemented the ship and pin, right?
At the end of the day, I told my HOP to check the places where the account was the money were taken. They discovered that a large percentage of them, one of them was taken from Zenith Bank. A large number of them was on one Zenith Bank ATM in Kwara Hotel, and the other one was in GT. So I quickly ran to Zenith and GT, talked to the manager. The camera on Zenith on GT Bank's ATM was not working. Luckily for me, one of my staff, the wife was UPP in Zenith. So I now I quickly went to the wife. The wife said, okay. So the wife pulled the camera and we just saw the guy live. The guy was going at intervals and was coming. Unfortunately, I didn't have alert on my phone for that account. It was my staff account, so I didn't really see anything. That guy withdrew 650,000 of 2007 money. That was a lot, and I
No,
was already a manager. So it's
that year,
internet bank.
That's year you talk. You know, there was a lot of fraud. That was the year we implemented the ship and pin our own VEV card. Remember, because
Okay,
I'm saying because I was the one that
I
actually
lost
certified for
650.
the bank. Yeah, you said what?
I lost
Ship and pin.
650,000. I couldn't report because I was the manager. How can I say they took money from my bank account? It won't rub well on my bank.
No, someone just needed your card that time. The person will just clone it. Maybe you just give someone just a minute. A minute is enough, or maybe they set a trap on one of the ATM. So as you just swipe your card already, it must have collected your data that time. Because that card you are talking about, that was when there was no chip on that card.
Yes.
It became better when we put the chip and pin. It was
Oh,
it
oh.
was serious that time. It was very serious. So now
I
every
hope
day
they
you
are
dey
better.
get if they are not threatened by soldiers, sometimes some people will just come say, "Well, man, it was a mess. That it was a mess."
All right. Zita, let me play you this video because I suspect you might not remember where you were in that conversation anymore. But let me play you this video and then have you respond to it.
I am not a contestant in this election, but my party, the All Progressive Congress, has a candidate in the person of Asuwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. As I mentioned before, Tinubu is a true believer in Nigeria, who loves the people and the development of our country. I am calling on all of you to vote Asuwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He is reliable, and I trust he will build on our achievements.
So there it is, Zita. So that's Buhari endorsing Tinubu from Ethiopia. So I'm not quite sure how many endorsements is
Can you play
necessary.
the Hausa? Can you play the Hausa version?
I don't have it. Do you have it?
No, I don't. I thought you said you have it. I thought you said you have it.
No. They did it in both languages. So that and the Hausa one. So that Zita. What's going on? Yeah.
I'm laughing because
All right. Yeah.
Tinubu is a bulldozer, honestly. That's all I can say.
Do you think he did that under duress, Buhari?
Yes. Not actually under duress. Let me say this. There have been a concern going on that his body odor, body language, whatever you people call it, is not in line with what is going on. That he's not supporting Tinubu. So anytime they throw out that information out, the man gets very uncomfortable with it. And he has to say something. Anytime you people, he's not convincing me enough. So even after he finished endorsing the guy, he keep getting the same response. And then he keep endorsing him because it seems his endorsement is not convincing the whole Nigeria that he's supporting him. So he's doing what you just have to do to convince you guys. But let me say this. That being said, let me say this. I don't really think Buhari can be that mean. I mean, somebody who cried on camera to be the president of Nigeria. And he after crying, he was minding his business. In fact, he sworn he's not coming out again. Somebody somewhere just came and say, come on, I think I've seen a window for you to be the president. And then not only that he said that, he meant it. Not only that he meant it, he walked towards it. Not only that he walked towards it, he achieved it. And then you pay him back by dealing with him. I don't really think so. But I think Nigerians think so. So the man will keep coming out. Even maybe tomorrow again, he will come out again and endorse him, because no matter what he's telling Nigerians have a mindset. You know, sometimes when people have a mindset, it's difficult for you to break through. They're in their comfort zone, believing what they want to believe. But I don't think Buhari is not supporting Tinubu.
So you think they are playing us, Abi?
That's why I said I think he's playing this politics more than the politicians. He's
So
doing
with
a lot
Tinubu,
of
they are all
things.
playing us.
Yeah, I think they're doing a lot. He's trying to. Nigerians expect him to be as forceful as Obasanjo. That thing Obasanjo did was totally wrong. Coming out to campaign is a do or die affair. It must be this, that is really undemocratic. But this man is, in as much as, yes, this is my party, this is my candidate, this is our candidate, I have to support him, but I should not be too forceful. So that when the result comes out, nobody will say, after all, my body language said is the guy. Do you understand? So he's trying to manage it, playing that funny, cranky, crooky politics. And I think Nigerians are falling in line. So maybe by Friday again.
There's still the anticipation that there's going to be another big move from Buhari. So there's still that he's going to do something big, but what is it? We don't know.
Do something big like how? Let me tell you something in politics. It's something that makes me happy, because you won't believe how human beings, their level of intelligence is until politics come. So, you see, what is he going to do? I've told you the chances that is on his table now. If he cannot have the balls to stop Tinubu at the primaries, it's like a tree that wants to germinate. It's easier for you to destroy it at that moment. If you allow it to grow and have branches, it will take you a lot of effort to cut it down. So, if he cannot stop him in the primaries now the man's tentacles are spread. Which of the angle is he going to stop? Or is he going to call the INEC chairman, as I said the other day, stop this guy? Coup d'etat. Interim government. Unless you kill him. After the 6 months of interim government, he's still a bona fide citizen of Nigeria. If he's still alive, he will still contest. And what are you going to do? I mean, you kill him for what? What did he do wrong that you should kill him? I don't understand. That's why I said he understands, and he too is playing. He's very careful. He has said what he said in Ogun State, and the whole country is let loose. That's fine. And you can see he's quiet. He's watching because he's very articulate. So you're going to arrest him for what? He has not done anything wrong now. So all you need to do is to call the INEC chairman to scuffle the election or do the interim government, kill him in the process of the interim government. But if you leave him alive, he's a bona fide citizen of Nigeria. He will come out after your 6 months or 10 months or 1 year or 2 years interim government to contest again. So I think the stage has passed. Buhari should just let the election go.
Yes, I think he has done his best to try and stop this. If he's trying to stop him, he has done his best.
He has done his best. He should let the election go. Let's see who wins. It's not, don't cause, well, I don't even know why people think the guy will do such a thing, because this is a democracy that was handed over to him from one democratically elected government to Buhari. And even he has to unseat a sitting president. And the skies did not fall. They allowed him walk into that place. I'm sure they're hearing me now. So why would he leave the place very chaotic? I don't even get it. I don't know why people are expecting him to do interim government, spoil everything, destroy it. He came in as a time bomb. Unseating a sitting president in Africa is not easy. But he walked in there that way and everywhere was quiet. I don't know why people are expecting madness everywhere, interim government. Why would Buhari do such a thing? What kind of history will he want to go home with? To go to his grave with a man of his age? I don't get it, but well, Buhari will keep endorsing Tinubu maybe 12 midnight before the election day. He will come.
It's going to be campaigning with Tinubu in Lagos tomorrow now on Tuesday. That's going to be the mother of all rallies everybody is suspecting. So some of those deployments might well be for that purpose. But tomorrow, a lot of people will be reading the body language and try to decipher what the final signal is from the Buhari space. So by tomorrow, at that rally, we should know how things are positioned.
Buhari's, you people are always interpreting Buhari's body order. You people should leave the poor man alone now. He's old. I don't know why at his age he will want to hurt somebody who helped him achieve his lifelong dream. For a man of his age to weep on camera, believing that something was denied him, and somebody somewhere he's not expecting tapped him and said, "Come on, I've seen the window. You want to be president?" He said, "Yeah, I've seen, I don't want to go." "No, don't worry, we do it for you." And he didn't miss words. He did it with his own money, his own effort. All the guy needed to do was just to be following them about, raising his hands. And he will pay him with shooting him, killing him, arresting him. But where are you people getting all these things from now? I mean, come on. Let's be honest with ourselves. We have our own. I don't like Tinubu. Buhari is even getting on my last nerves.
But Buhari is a very peculiar sort of a man. So, and all of these things is not beyond the.
Let me ask you, what has he done peculiarly? I can predict Buhari. So what has he done peculiarly? Buhari is somebody.
This Naira move is quite peculiar.
No, it's not.
Patrick was just explaining to us that in management you don't do. Maybe you'll explain again. I don't understand what he said, but all of these things they are very peculiar. All of the moves they are saying from Buhari.
Let me describe
changes
Buhari
at the same time.
Yes, you don't implement several.
If you want to facilitate in change management, you want to effect changes maybe in an operating system or any kind of system. You don't implement several at the same time
That's
because
what he did.
the
He has
changes
done
might
it.
just react and you create a problem.
Yes.
Yeah.
He was implementing a lot of strategies for a particular policy at the same time. They go one after the other. But this one, he just mumbled everything. But that's Buhari for you. And again, if you people think you can predict Buhari that Buhari is someone that is in himself, and he doesn't know what is happening around him or somebody until somebody calls his attention to it. I am sure that he has been minding his business, saying free and fair election, and the election campaigns were going on. He did not notice that, look, it seems as if you are not supporting this guy until people start tapping him and say, look at what is going on. No, you are not supporting this guy. You look at what is going on. And he say, oh, well, why won't I support him? But even at that, the message has gone so far that Nigerians seems not to be believing him. But Saturday is just round the corner. Let's see. It just 3 days. Is it 4 days? Let's see now. But don't be surprised. He might come out tomorrow again to endorse him.
No, it will do that again on Tuesday, certainly, that I'm endorsing him.
For him, that
One
looks
man,
like a
one
national
man,
broadcast.
one man.
Come in, Joel.
You know, I wanted to tell you, I've been longing to tell you good morning.
Oh, good morning to you.
Yeah, I've been longing to tell you good morning. And good morning, I mean, it's not like good morning, like literally.
Oh,
It's
good
just to
morning,
tell you.
Is it good morning, Vietnam? Is it good morning in Vietnam? Look at that. Look at
No.
this.
It was reported, like I said earlier, when Saruiwa was in prison, was locked up, and it was reported that Ojukwu went to the prison and told him good morning. And that was what I wanted to tell you, actually. I wanted to tell you good morning. And the reason why I'm saying that is this. Remember when this whole thing was going on, and I told you earlier on, I said, woman, that I do not see Buhari supporting Tinubu the way I feel like a presidential candidate. I'm not saying that he should be on the streets following Tinubu everywhere he goes to, but that there is something that is going on with Buhari and people around Buhari that I am seeing. But then, you said it's an obedient thing, and they might say it's obedient, blah, 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 blah. But now you're seeing it. You see, one man, if you have suffered stroke, for those people who have suffered stroke, they normally say that they have this aroma that they perceive before the stroke happened. If you have been marginalized in Nigeria, you see those aromas. Whenever you perceive them, you will know. We have been oppressed. I'm talking about the Southeast. We have been oppressed in Nigeria that whenever we see those moves, we know them. But whenever we talk about it, people say, oh, no, it is. But at the end of the day, that is what it is. One man, Buhari is not supporting Tinubu in this election. It is plain and simple. All these things you're seeing Buhari do right now, putting up endorsement after endorsement, you don't need to prove yourself. Acting like the lettered people, if you're a woman, you don't need to, reaffirm that you're a woman everywhere you go. I'm a woman, I mean, you're a woman. We know you're a woman. But when you see someone always telling you, I'm a woman, look at that person very, very well. It could be that the person is not a woman. It could be a Bobrisky. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you don't need to reinstate what is obvious. What Buhari, I listened to Zeta. She said everything good. But one thing I want to tell her is that the damage has been done.
No to you, Jewel of Nashville, to you.
Madam Zeta.
No, hold on. Let Zeta have the interjection. Let her have a conversation with you. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Jewel, to you, the damage has been done. To people who believe in with their interpretation of Buhari's body language that is not supporting Tinubu, the damage has been done. But I will leave one thing with you, Jewel. APC people are extremely smart. I don't trust those guys one bit, and I will never trust them unless they scatter. Those APC people are too smart. Whatever they present to me seems like a mirage. Anything that's presenting to me, I always see it as a mirage.
Well,
But
that's your game. That's your mind playing games on you. But
I'm not.
it is obvious. It is obvious what we are seeing on the street.
Yeah, it's
The people
okay.
are angry.
No. I quite agree with you. Whatever you want to believe that is in the street that is not supporting Tinubu, I agree with you 100%. But to me, I give you your opinion. That's the way I debate. I give you your own opinion, and I will tell you my own opinion. Whether you accept it or not, that's a different thing. But the only thing I'm telling you is that you can believe that. You can believe he's not supporting Tinubu. You can believe that all the policies he's putting on is to destroy Tinubu, which up till now is not yet destroyed. You can believe that. But to me, I see all those things as a small screen. Simple. But I'm not saying that your belief is wrong. No, I don't. I'm not saying, and I'm not gonna say that. Those APC people, I don't trust them.
Madam, prior to an election, you start bringing up policies that are inimical to the growth of the average Nigerian, that are inimical to the success, to the happiness. Now, in every election, you have your base. You also have the undecided that you want to lure to your side. When you are approaching an election, you want to make people as happy as possible. You do not bring up this the redesign of the naira, and it's not the redesign that is the problem. It's the implementation of the whole thing. People are more angry. It is just natural. So this thing you're saying that people and that the APC are intelligent. Look, the average Nigerian is intelligent. There are as much as intelligent people in APC that are in PDP and they're in Labour. If you have paid attention to the speakers and to the spokesperson from Labour, you'll be surprised. So Nigerians are not in the problem. We don't have problem with brains in everywhere. What we are just saying is that when those policies are being put in place to make people angry, to deny people of happiness prior to an election, that you want to beg them to vote for you.
You are working against your candidate.
I do not care how smart you are.
Okay, let me explain.
Smartness. That is not smartness at all.
Can I explain?
Go ahead.
Before when I was taking the stage the first time in this platform today, I made a statement. I said, a president is not all-knowing. He hires people to work with him. And then when you are the one hired for a particular job and you are doing that job and you give a president an impression and he approves something, sometimes in life, when we look at something, we don't just look at something straight. You are right. You put a policy that is hurting your candidate, that is destroying the whole country, that you are supposed to be weighing them to your side, but you are repelling them away from you. I agree with you. But the other side of it, why don't you say, what if this man actually wanted to do the right thing and it turned out to be like this and he's trying to make amends? Why don't you think that way? He actually wanted to do, with a clean heart, he wanted to do a free and fair election. And he wanted to make sure people go to vote their candidate. And according to him, I've listened to one question they asked him some time ago. He said, why I kept quiet and I want Tinubu to be running, he's not involved, because that he have his ears on ground, that the guy is not doing badly in the north, that he's doing so well from the information he's getting from his own foot soldier. I'm quoting Buhari now. So you get the point. And they now told him, no, people want to see you on stage. And he said, fine. So when you say it is this way. I agree with you, but the problem I have with arguments sometimes is that you should always know that when it comes to a debate, there is for and against. So you push your for far, stop by to listen for against. It might be an honest policy that because of the pressure coming from people he has gone to promise her he's going to give the whole world a beautiful, free and fair election. And he decided to look for one or two brains to put it together for him. And what did we get? Deja vu. So, and again, he's trying to, but by the way, if he's working against Tinubu, you think Buhari doesn't have all it takes to stop Tinubu at the primaries? Is that what you people think? Okay,
No, at the
well,
primary.
just hold on. Let me
Okay.
finish. I buy your opinion. Joel, don't get me wrong. I'm 100% on your side. What I'm just trying to do is to give you another side too. That's what I do. I just want to give you the other side. I ask you a question. Do you think if he announced his consensus candidate, what will happen with the Skyfall? I mean, he would have stopped him if he hurt him that much, as people are spitting venom of hatred from their body language, understanding of Buhari's body language. People are speaking just like you are speaking now. You can't tell me that he is for the kind. Yeah, but if he has Tinubu that much, what stops him from stopping him as a germinating issue? Because at primaries it was just germinating. So why did he stop him? You think he couldn't? I mean, let's look at these things from other side now. Come on. It's not a one-way thing. Yeah, I'm not saying he loves him, don't get me right. But I'm saying, why don't you think he's working for him too? That way we move to the drawing board.
But Miss Madam
Zeta.
Madam Sister, sorry. But you know, they did something then that did not work. They had their own candidate, and they announced him. Lawan. But because Tinubu has already covered a lot of ground against them, their candidate couldn't push through. So you cannot say,
I'm not talking.
So you can't.
I get your point.
Claim you can't claim that. I mean, the way you are putting it, that
I get your
if
point.
if he had wanted to stop him, he would have done that. He tried, but he couldn't succeed. So, so
he did not
he's
try
coming
enough.
to another round now. We'll
No,
get past that. Now
didn't
this
try
election
enough.
proper is trying to, his body language that we are describing him as not putting a strong weight behind Buhari, behind Tinubu, is very clear. It's not engaging in, campaign with him. What we expected from him to do for Tinubu as a way of returning in good faith to Tinubu, what Tinubu did for him when he contested in 2014. It's not putting so much energy into it the way Tinubu did for him. So I don't think Jewel is wrong in saying that, it looks like this man is not really working. And that is the way a lot of people, millions of people.
Ajani Koko, let me respond.
Yes.
I would like to refresh your memories. Number one, I didn't say Joel was wrong. I was just trying to put him, it's a debate. He has a position. I'm trying to move his mind in another position. But let me refresh our memory. During that primaries, it got to a point they announce that so and so person is Buhari's consensus candidate, or whatever they called him. And again, most of those governors went to Buhari to ask him to tell them. He didn't. Again, at a point, if everybody can remember, the whole Nigeria was waiting for Buhari's press conference before that primaries. And when the man mounted the podium to speak, everywhere was quiet. He had an opportunity to stop it there and then. That's what I'm saying. He was given a platform. Now, Oga, speak. He would have said, and put this is my person. I would like to be the president, to take it from me. At that point, he didn't have the balls to do it. As I said before, still on the debate, if you cannot stop a tree when it is germinating, I don't know how dumb we think Buhari is, that when the tree now has branches, he's struggling to find a means of bringing it down. I don't know, but if you people believe on that notion that he's all out to destroy Tinubu, is 4 days down the line if they will allow the election hold. But I still want to tell people to look at the other direction. What of if? I don't think it is all this way. What of if? When you put that if, all it does is to take you to the drawing board. Then numbers will start coming out. Numbers will start being reduced. Numbers will start being added. But if you go all out that this is the way this thing is working, and you totally convince yourself that this is a long road, straight parallel road, it doesn't have anywhere to take, then you will have a particular result in your mind. But I don't see things that way, Oga Jani Koko. I see the other side. We are saying, yes, it's not working for Tinubu. I agree with you people 100%. His body language, things he has put in place. But I'm seeing the other side. He had an opportunity starting from the beginning to stop him. He didn't. He couldn't. So why now?
Okay, let me tell you why.
You can actually
hold on, Joe. Let Ajan Lekoko. Sorry.
Yeah. Let me tell you why he couldn't do it. Let me tell you why he couldn't come out strongly against Tinubu before the primary. He knew if he do that, the party will have broken up, because it will come clear to everybody, particularly the Southerner in the party, that their Southern brothers, their Northern brothers within the party does not want the power to shift to the South. And remember, the governors before then, all over the Southern spaces rather, have called for power to shift to the South. And, it's going to be politically wrong in their party when a Northerner, in the person of Buhari, have ruled for 8 years. And when it is time for power to shift to the South, he doesn't want it to go and want a Northerner to continue. The party will just break up, and that will be the end of APC. So he didn't want to do it openly. He didn't want to say it because I believe he has done his own work. He had his soldier on the ground. They have seen majority of the governor in the north back in Tinubu, and it will be a political suicide. He will commit a political suicide.
Okay.
To say, okay, I am not supporting Tinubu. I am supporting another person. So that is why he couldn't do.
Okay, hold on.
Can I add something later?
Yes, no, hold on. Let Joel come in and then respond to the two of them. Yeah,
and that is why he came out at the dying minute then to announce Ahmed Lawan as his candidate. He came out at the dying minute via the chairman of the party. But Tinubu has already covered the ground.
Yes.
And they couldn't get it. And the same way he's doing this time, he refused to back him openly, to support him openly, put his weight before him, sending a bad signal to his core base, core supporter in the north. His supporter in the north, since Buhari has their religion. So he was signaling to them that I'm not with this man. You can go anywhere. And he made a statement in that respect that Nigeria can vote for whoever they want. Nonsensical statement like that. He said it.
It's not
Why can't he
politically
say
savvy.
openly? It was when
Buhari is not
Tinubu started
politically
to punch him, and that is why he started mentioning the name of Tinubu.
Can I respond?
Okay, let me respond. Let me add, then you now respond to the both of them, Ms. Zeta. Ajele Koko, what you said was actually right. In fact, let me add to what you just said, Ajele Koko. The reason why Buhari did not come out open to announce Ahmed Lawan was because he is from the north. He did not know her because he is from the north. So people were going to, and we've started accusing, people have started accusing him of feudalism, tribalism in his appointment. So it would be hard for him to come out straight. He thought that the northern governors were going to look at his body language and accede to the request. But at the time, he then took, what's his name, the APC chairman, to come out and say, this is who we want. We knew it all this while. It's not hidden. If, for instance, Buhari was from the south, and his candidate was Ahmed Lawan, he's going to push Tinubu under the bus and adopt Lawan. Whenever Buhari wants to do something, forget all these things. I hate it when we come out here and we say that man does not know anything. He knows everything that he's doing. He knows everything that he is doing. He knows everything that goes around him.
Can I respond, Joel?
He only speak to the wants. He only speak to the issues that he has interest in. So let's forget all this issue of that he is not responding because. Go ahead. You can go ahead.
Well, as I said before, and I will repeat myself again, opinions are not straightforward. It's wrong. First of all, Ajani Koko said he knows that if he try it, that will be the end of APC. Because even after Lawal was announced by the chairman, that was before Buhari took his speech at the arena. So he still had the final opportunity to do what he wants to do. I will never underrate the power of a sitting president. That is one. But if you people think you can underrate his power, that he couldn't have said something because somebody was holding his throat, that is fine. Secondly, you said that if he had tried it, APC would have scattered. So it is not good to scatter APC at the beginning, but it's good to scatter it now. Is that what people are telling me? He doesn't want to scatter APC at the beginning, but now he wants to destroy APC because the main point is destroy APC. Because from what you people are saying, you are saying when somebody is the flag bearer of a party, he is actually the leader of that party. So if you are destroying him, you are actually destroying the party. Now, if you say at the beginning that if Buhari do that thing, announce his consensus candidate, that he will destroy the party. So now there is a flag bearer representing that party. And if you people, we all can believe that he's working against that flag bearer, is still the same, doing the same thing he never wanted to do at the beginning. So I am not getting this right. He doesn't want to destroy the party. Now he wants to destroy the party. I don't get it. As I said before, I do not do my argument straight. I have room for if. I always have room for if. He had an opportunity to announce whosoever he wants. He even said it, that he should be given an opportunity to choose his successor. That opportunity was there for him. He is a sitting president. He has every right. He was given the platform to speak. Everybody was listening. In fact, that day people were tweeting, hey, they will serve Tinubu breakfast. They will serve Tinubu. Wait now, let Buhari speak. We are waiting for him to say. Everybody was waiting for that man to speak that day.
But let me tell you, Sister Zina, it's going to be against the rule for him to announce at the venue.
So what you are saying,
No,
I agree with
hold
you.
on. It is totally against it. He cannot do that at that venue. He can't announce a candidate. If he do
that, what's going to happen? The party will scatter, right?
That would have been a cool plot. That would have been.
That is the same thing.
Hold on.
You know, Zita. If he had done that, then he wouldn't have had the party to back his will. Who is going to campaign for that candidate if he superimposes it on the? Then he would have had to ask Mahmoud Yakubu to write a check. Because who is going to campaign if he superimposes a candidate on them?
Actually, one man, I think you people are the guys confusing the whole thing. He wouldn't have people to back his candidate, right? If he has done that. All right? Now, he has a candidate that he now have people to back. And he's on his own, one corner. He's trying to destroy the back end. He couldn't do it the other way around. Now people are saying he has so much power and he's doing it the other way around. That is where I get the confusion. You people should not get me right. I am saying, I repeat, at the beginning, he has everything it takes. Let the sky fall. But now, even what he's doing, the sky is not falling. So why would it be that somebody will not do something when he has so much opportunity and it's easier for him? Nobody will back him. That means the party will lose. Now he's doing it. People are backing the guy, and you people still believe he's working for the party to lose. If he cannot do it because he doesn't want the party to lose, why do you think that now he's doing it because he wants the party to lose? I don't get all
because it's a vindictive man. That's why it's a vindictive.
Oh my God, he would have done the vindictiveness at the beginning.
But can I ask you a question, Zita?
Yeah.
Yeah, come in.
Do you believe in pattern? Do you read pattern to people's
Of course, I do. Of course, I do. And listen, wait,
hold on. Let him. Go on. Irrational mind.
So when you say yes, you believe. So when you see a pattern of somebody, what it does, and you've seen him to be doing it, don't you see that should be a sign that something is not, it doesn't sit well?
That is his pattern, right? That's what you are trying to say.
Yeah, we've seen it. I mean, at the primaries.
Thank God.
What he said, allow me to choose. Hold on. Allow me to choose my successor. If you governors could choose your own successors in various states, allow me to do that. And suddenly we had, what's his name? Starting from even when this guy hijacked the party, when they sent this guy out, the chairman of Somale, replaced him with the governor, and now all the intrigues around that. And after that again, he said, allow me to choose my own successor. And later we heard that Ahmad Lawal was the one that was chosen. And then we know how all that. So when you saw this, I think again, we talked CBN policy, all this. So how do you read all of this?
As I said before, I don't think straight. I ask you a simple question. What is Buhari's mission for doing this? You said vindictiveness. You said the beginning, you said he doesn't want the party to collapse. And now you're saying he wants to victimize. He's being vindictive.
I said nothing. No, I'm not saying
No, no, I'm referring to one man. He's trying to be vindictive. If you don't want a party to collapse, and the party is in somebody's hands, because as it is now, APC is in Tinubu's hands. He's the leader. Take it or leave it. You would have done something to deal with this guy at the beginning. You did not do it for one reason. You don't want the party to collapse on you. Now, the party has eventually been handed over to the person. The person is holding it. Now you have double wahala. It's like shooting yourself on the foot. You don't want the party to collapse. Somebody is holding that party. You want to collapse the person. I don't think that way. I'm not saying he's not dealing with Tinubu. Or I get you people's point. But the only thing I'm trying to do, I'm just trying to give you people another side of the story. You get the point? Yes, I believe he's destroying Tinubu. He wants to kill him. He wants to bring him down. But I didn't want to ask you people his mission, his motion, his idea, why. But you people have given me two whys. He doesn't want the party to collapse on him at the beginning. Now,
No.
I
Let
want
me
to.
tell
Can
you,
I comment?
Zeta. Let me say this.
I
Look,
would really love to.
he had a preferred choice.
Adele Koko, sorry, hold on. Let Adewale come in, only because we've not heard from him. For Adewale come in.
I've been
Yeah.
listening. It's not my. I'm not used to interrupting or interjecting.
No,
so
it's often conversational, so you can come in just to
speaking to what we think Buhari is trying to do. I don't think he's trying to destroy the party, but let's look at how Buhari emerged as a candidate of APC in the first place. He was approached by APC and other party members that they could help to get into Aso Rock, and the party was formed, and they had at the point APC was more or less the forefront leading that. I mean, the ACN right then was leading the majority in APC, but you see, there was an agreement. You can call it gentleman agreement. Tinubu wanted to be his vice president, but I don't think Buhari was comfortable. Apart from the fact that both of them are Muslim, he wasn't comfortable having a very strong, astute politician becoming his vice president. And it's the best thing that he did, because if he had allowed him to become his vice president, well, maybe I don't know what would have happened by now. But what I think is playing out now is that Buhari is not comfortable seeing Tinubu as a very strong, powerful politician becoming the president. The one thing I see in the pattern of Buhari is that it's not a politician per se, because politicians are outspoken, they're out there defending their own cause. But hardly you will see Buhari. Buhari is a person of a few words. Now, during the primary, he was trying to play a game. He was using Adamo to front for him. Because if he was really fully involved in the emergence of the party candidate, he would have been super active in the process that led to the primary. But he wasn't. Now, he allowed, or should I say, because of his body language, I won't even use the body language, because he was trying to play it cool, just so that I won't be too. Because if he had come up front and let the party know, look, this is who I wanted, most likely most of those people that bought the tickets in the first place wouldn't have further wasting their money. As a matter of fact, I heard not a rumor that Tinubu sponsors some of those other contestants. I mean, other aspirants. He sponsored them to get the form so that they will have multiple voices, and at the end of the day, their voices from his own sector will, cloud others. Now, when that didn't play out, it kind of like went into his cocoon and see how this thing is going, because you could tell on the day of the primary when the result was announced, you could tell that he wasn't that enthusiastic about how things are played out. But then he brought this CBN issue out, and he was passionately, strongly defending it in the media. He went abroad, gave press, international press audience, and told those people that people should vote for their own choice candidate, and he's going to make sure that the election is free and fair. If you are to somebody who is looking forward to having a power outside the office, he would have gone a different route. Buhari is not, I don't think he's looking forward to have power, political power or influence. As it is right now, there's nothing that shows that he will have influence on the on the administration of Tinubu if he becomes the president. But then, since Tinubu is the party candidate, he doesn't have that power much. He won't have much influence on him. But what he's trying to do is there a way I could deny this man? Tinubu is going to be a powerful president if he becomes president. Why? Because he has political strong base. He has been a party man, unlike Buhari. Now, he has people that is showing him what to do. And he bought into it simply because he already have that ambition in him in the first place. So when this idea of changing notes comes up, that's the best way, because number one, I want to leave a good legacy. At the same time, I want to play my card and see if I can checkmate this guy. But unfortunately for him, the progressive governors are solidly behind Tinubu. And he doesn't have that power much. Because when you look at it now, Adamu came out today to support the other governors and says the federal government should obey the Supreme Court pronouncement rules. But now we have the party, the chairman of the party supporting the governors now. So the president is against the governors and the party chairman. Now, if he used this to deny Tinubu, that means he succeeded. Lavan can't become president anymore. So what he's trying to do now is that video clip that you show one man, I won't say that he was compelled to give that speech, but he was trying to save face so that it would look like I'm supporting Tinubu. Now, if once he's out of the office, there's a way things happens. Once you are out of office, you see the way Jonathan is parading himself around as the Messiah Nigeria never had. Being invited into international, places, giving speeches and all that, observing elections and all that. Those are the things he was looking forward to. But then, even if he doesn't do all those things, he still wants to be seen as someone who did his best and is a very good person. Now, at the end of the day, he's playing it cool with the Nigerians, but at the same time, his plan is sabotaging the candidate of his party. Giving that speech alone indicates that he's losing that momentum in the party. Remember, he's not going to have any political power once he's out of office, right? So probably his assistants or handlers, as they call it, because I don't think it's covered as his, bringing this out. Probably because that video clips, that press, that video release was not necessary. Not necessary at all. You've been at the rally, you've raised his hand, you've given speeches, everybody have seen you, even though you're having different plan. There's no need, because it's like that shows its inefficiency. It's incapacitated, because it's like somebody say, look, I'm still here, but at the same time, because if you have a strong voice, there's no need to put it in the megaphone. So coming out now to tell Nigeria, in the first place, you told Nigerians to vote for the candidate of their choice, and now you are saying vote for the candidate of my party. You should have said that before, when you address the nation, or well, if you can't do that during the national address, you can do that while you are campaigning for your party. But now, releasing the video clips while you are even on assignment outside the country, that shows the desperation of
That's desperate measures.
desperation. Because once he's out of power, one thing is this: he will be sidelined, and it will be shameful to see an outgoing president be sidelined when the same party is still going to be in the office. You don't expect that the PDP will extend that olive branch to you once you're out of the government. That's a 50-50. It's very dicey. So now that once you will call it ballet, and you're about to leave. So what he's trying to do now is to, redo everything. But things are already gone. Things are already gone bad. So putting that video out now, it's like trying to save face. Politicians don't forget, but they will act like they forgive. Now, let's pray that Tinubu doesn't win the election. Let's hope and pray that Obi, well, I hope Atiku never win the election in the first place. Let's just wish that Chowore Obi wins the election, not Tinubu. Now,
please,
I'm just
leave Chowore out of this.
No. I'm just giving an example. It doesn't matter. It could be Adewale.
No. Let's get serious. Let's just get serious.
No. I'm just using those thought forces. Just Okwakozo wins the election, right? Now he will say, "Well, I did my best because I promised Nigerians that I will conduct free and fair, peaceful election. So I tried my best for my party." Now, if Tinubu wins now, Tinubu is not well. He has no. How should I put it? I won't call it political capital because it still has some followers that are still going to follow him. But then it has nothing to offer the incoming administration because it's no longer going to be having power, right? But politically, it's done because what he has done towards the election time to his party with this policy is anti. What should I call it? I won't call it anti-party, but more or less like retrogressing the progress of the party or trying to limit their chances of being voted into the office. So at the end of it all, if Tinubu wins the election, he would lose that. Well, politicians sometimes you never can tell how things work out, but they would take their pound of flesh out of him once they get out of office. That's one thing I know for a fact.
All right, brilliant. I think Adale Koko wanted to come in, unless it's Adale Koko. Are you still there?
Jerry can go ahead.
Okay, go on, Joe.
So what I wanted to say is this, right? There's no fooling anybody here. If you're working against me, then it means that you're working for the other person.
It's not like that in politics. So it's not like that.
Hold on. If you're working against me, what do you expect the other person to do? That is the point. If you are working against A and you are B, you're working against A, you expect B will be the beneficiary. In all of this, let's not hide it. We'll still come back here after 25th to say this. I am telling you that Obi will win, but I will put it on record today that Buhari is working for Atiku. I am putting it on record today. Everybody here, listen to it after 25th. I know Atiku is
No. You're not putting it on record because you don't know anything to that effect. You want to tell us that you think. No, you're not putting it on record.
I know.
You think that. You're saying it as though you have secret intel.
One man, the issue there is this, right? If he walks like a dog, quacks like a dog, that is a dog. So I am not here to, go, and I'm not going to run a zeta trying to say I'm trying to think this other way or think that other way. This is plain simple. If you're working against me, then it means you are favoring the other person. It is plain and simple. If you have seen Buhari and you have seen Buhari's past, and we want to say let's look at Buhari and the way he has managed situations in the past and use that to judge what he's about to do, what he's doing or about to do, I will tell you without any hiding it that Buhari is supporting Atiku. And you can clearly see too from the followers, all of a sudden, nobody's attacking Atiku. Nobody's attacking APC from the PDP camp. It's like everything is just like
Joel.
I wouldn't.
Joel.
Do you people want me to respond, or you've taken the conversation away from
me? Comment Zeta. Let's Zeta comments. Comment Zeta.
Anyway, as I said before, I didn't say you people are wrong. What I said is that look the other direction. That's what I'm saying. If you feel it's just kind of contradicting issues you people are saying, somebody could not stop him at the beginning, that he has already had a lot of forces. The governors are behind him. Their same governors are still behind him now. So why would you still stop him or want to stop him? That's just the question I'm asking. I'm not saying you people are wrong, but you guys should try and look at my own direction. He couldn't do it, as you people said, because the governor, if he tried it, the governors are already backing the other guy. And therefore, he couldn't. Now, the same governors, the same backing the guy is, in fact, he's even having more backing now. Because I'm sure at the primaries, the chairman was not with him. But now, I think he's with him. So why would he now start doing something? Why don't we see it is a policy went wrong? Somebody is being enthusiastic, trying to give a free and fair election, and everything went wrong. Nobody is seeing it that way. They are seeing it is all about Tinubu. All about Tinubu, you want to bury a whole nation. Is it how daft he is? Well, if you people think he's that stupid and daft and that a weakling, that's fine. But I'm not seeing it that way. You people can be 100% right, but I am not seeing it that way. I have my own opinion. That's the angle I'm looking at it. Policy went wrong.
If
you can't stop.
Are you there, Joel?
Go ahead, Zidane.
So that just on the note I'm saying, it's like you people have decided to make it two parallel lines, that two of them are not joining. What I'm saying cannot come over to your own debate argument, and your own cannot come into the. I'm not seeing it that way. In as much as I believe you people 100%, I'm trying to put if in it. That's all I want to say.
Oh, all right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Did you want to comment?
Let me just say this real quick, because I will have to leave. I have some things to go do right now. I'm in on my work. Thank you guys very much. The election is 4 days. It's 4 days to showtime. Whatever thing that has happened has happened. I do not think that there's anybody changing their mind between now and the 25th. So let the ball roll. Let's get this thing away with, and move on as a nation. God bless you all, and we'll talk tomorrow. Bye.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, Joel. Yeah.
How many times did Buhari contest for presidency?
Was that not his fourth? Was that not his fourth attempt that he succeeded? I think.
Fourth attempt. How many times had Atiku contested for presidency?
Probably more.
Yes.
More. So, and how many times has Tinubu contested for presidency?
I think this is the first time.
Okay. Is Atiku a regional politician or a national politician?
I would say Atiku is national. I don't think it's regional.
What makes him national? Because he was elected a vice president.
And no, because because he has political associations and relationships cutting the expanse of the country.
And he's running on a national party.
Okay. Prior to 1999, he was elected the governor of Adamawa State, right?
Yes, it was 1999, yes.
And he never for once governed that state.
No.
Okay. So they did the presidential election after that, and the party won, right? On that same ticket with Obasanjo, right?
Correct.
Now, what I'm trying to bring out is that between three of them, who is more politically savvy between the three of them?
Who's the third one, Obi?
No, I didn't mention Obi. I said Buhari.
Oh, between Buhari Atiku and Tinubu.
Buhari, Tinubu, and Atiku.
I would say Tinubu is more politically savvy, only because Tinubu almost single-handedly orchestrated the bringing about of this administration that we have now. Just through his political acumen and sagacity was able to do that. And then also we saw what played out in the primaries. Against the wind, he got the ticket, and still going against the tide, he is still where he is now. So it's a political grandmaster. I would say but then he has to win that presidency for you to be able to say categorically. But you would want to think, yeah, go on.
I will place them this way: Tinubu, Atiku, and Buhari. The reason why I place Buhari third is that the limitation that Bola Ahmed Tinubu faces during this election, if we are to be Buhari, you wouldn't have even qualified to pick that form in the first place. The same thing with Atiku. Atiku has to buy his way in for him to be able to get this ticket. If not Tambuwa gave in because both of them are northern. The limitation Tinubu faces was this: we have multiple aspirants picking from left and right. Some he sponsors, some, from other interests, right? To the point that they were ready to go toe to toe, including his own kinsman, with him. But he bulldozed his way. This is his first time. There are other more qualified aspirants before the primary as well. Remember, Ekiti State Governor too, the outgoing governor, also picked the form, contested, denied him on the national television, denying his closeness with Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But at the end of the day, he emerged as the candidate of the party, right? So that is the reason why I place him first before Buhari. Buhari is not a politician. He's not even a Democrat. A politician that knows that I'm going to work against the candidacy of this prospective aspirant. I will start digging his grave even before the primary, not waiting at the 11th hour, because it's so obvious now that what he's doing is to set roadblock. Set this order against the race for him so that he will stumble and he will not be able to get up. Buhari, but it's so obvious. A savvy politician would have done that before the primary, so that it won't be so obvious that you are both, unlike Babashir Lawal that says Bola Tinubu will not become the president simply because they didn't pick him as a vice presidential candidate. So if he's a politician that knows what he's doing, I'm talking about Buhari now, probably would have galvanized and get people, against him and then have his candidates, because I see no reason why, as a president, as a leader of the party, use your authority, use your office to galvanize people and impose your candidates. But it's not an astute politician. So him coming out now to set the roadblock for him just makes it worse for him politically. Maybe he sees himself retiring to what is it, his farm called in Daura, you know, returning to farming completely and just bury himself with, doesn't want to do with any national issues and all that. Some people are like that, but at the same time, part of your legacy is to have a political lineage that will continue with that trend. Because if you have people talk about Yaradua these days, why? Because these are the families that have been, you know, been in our political consciousness, political discussion for a very long, long time. His brother was once president of this country, was once a governor. So that tells you the dynamic, because this family, they are known to be political. Today, we're still talking about the family. So, as a politician, part of your legacy is to leave that trace, that political trait, so that you will have proteges that will follow your footsteps, that can make reference to you in the future, that says, "Oh, I'm a follower of this. I'm a follower of this person. I believe in the ideology of this particular person." Buhari doesn't think about that. I can't even point to a particular person that is working in close proximity with Buhari that will say this person, watch out for him in the nearest future. None, zero. So doing this is just to, he doesn't believe in even the platform that put him there as a party. He doesn't. He just want to come into the presidency, enjoy the glamour and all, because a president supposed to be feasible, active, while all the kidnappings were going on and all that. It was just sitting at Nasser Rock. I still have a video. I mean, a picture, a photo on my WhatsApp. That's what I use as my WhatsApp picture, where he was using toothpick. You know how long that picture has been circulating in the social media? That will form the narrative in the mind of people. If politicians won't even do that, they will have taken that thing out in the first place. So him doing this now, in the first place, everything was going smoothly. But then you introduce a policy. I could remember Dr. Ruben Abati on Arise News, one man. This man, before, once that the idea was coming on gradually in the media, he asked one of the CBN director or some whatever about their plan towards this. And I could remember very well telling them that they are going to face a lot of issue, because how would they, how would the commercial bank bring this money out on time, because they will be facing shortage of staff. Are they ready to staff them, or even the resources that will be needed financially and all that? And the CBN representative, there was saying, "No problem, we will get this thing done," and all that. A good politician, apart from the fact that he's trying to use it to fight corruption, in the electoral process and all that, a good, sound, savvy politician would have looked at it and, number one, how is it going to benefit my party? How is it going to benefit my proteges? How is it going to benefit people around me? So if it doesn't, then you look at the totality and and started maybe something that will have taken maybe a project of an entire year. Because before you roll out new currency, you will sensitize people. You would have jingles in TV. You have advert to advertise to people that, look, this is what is going on in the country. We don't have that, so it shows that he is part and parcel of this uh, issue that is almost destabilizing uh, the country. We now have a country that is divided, not just in opinion, but divided politically. So he's now forced to bring soldier for, I mean, the side of having a military presence on our street during election still speaks to the fact that we are not ready. Our democracy is not yet there. That's just the fact. And the crop of politicians we are bringing up that is in charge of the affair of the country, uh, they are not yet there. They don't understand the meaning of democracy per se. And I see people celebrating that. You posed that question, was it yesterday or day before yesterday, that it could have been that it's for the APC or for against. Whichever way we look at it, whether it's for or for against, the presence of those soldiers on our street reminds people that knows what happens during the military era, that this is not the side that we should be seeing during election process. We should be seeing black and blue and maybe red with the civil servant, civil defense and all that. But what we are seeing is the camouflage. We're seeing, green, military marching in the street in Riverside to show strength that they are there. We shouldn't need military. We shouldn't. But that is the democracy that we have. And the president, if I expect him to, be in charge. But unfortunately, this man never even fought for democracy we're talking about. He's a beneficiary of the democracy Tinubu and co fought for. Folks that they were the one clamoring for this democracy. Buhari has never for once in his life advocated for democracy. And he's doing that now. He's trying to destabilize it because he doesn't know what democracy means. He has cashed out to his family. His family are enjoying. His children will enjoy the wealth they've acquired. He's 80. He's past his prime. But then, unfortunately, what he's trying to do is not, to me, doesn't speak well as an elder statesman. There's so many ways you can get currency across to the citizen. There's so many ways you can do it. And if you really want to fight corruption or fight money laundering, there's so many ways you can do it. Not just about introducing currency. So many thousands of ways that you can do it. But unfortunately, we are not there yet. And it's not helping as well. It's not.
All right. Thank you, Adewale. So thank you, Adewale. So Adewale, we're in deep hours now, and those deep hours means deep sleep. So I'm going to head off to bed now. But let me just name check Rational Mind to see if it's still with us. Rational Mind.
I'm still here, but it's okay.
No. I know a couple of words from you because we've not heard enough from you. But just give us you have the final word since Ajanle Koko has had to depart. So the final word from Rational Mind.
Well, one man, thank you for the opportunity. Appreciate that. Our people, please subscribe and like this session. Hopefully, we have you guys back here tomorrow with us. Well, we are just entering the week, a new week, the week of election, I would say. Just have to see how this whole election plays out. And this time next week, we should know where we are, at least know who is the winner of the presidential election. But then I think this whole thing will be over. I want us to start discussing ideas, not just this people who wants to become president. I know it also determines who's going to be our president, the policies too, and all of that. Well, I wish Nigerians the best in this election. If we did not get it right in this election, I doubt if Nigeria will ever remain. But let's just see how it goes. And woman, thank you so much. I appreciate your time. And Mr. Ade, thank you so much. And everybody. And Ajele Koko, everybody. We thank you all. Have a good night.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Rational Mind. So thank you, Rational Mind. So that was Rational Mind deputizing for the mighty Ajale Koko. So that was Rational Mind, and that has been the session. So the roll call. To the super chatters, you had Adelaja, And then Alexander Gomez in a series of super chats. Jaja comes into that space. Ayo, who does the coffee, now doing the super chats as well. Joel of Nashville had a little bit of a tickle there. Ayo still keeping it 100. And then Ayo just went wild with it for a moment. And there he is again, Ayo. And there he is again, Ayo. One man went to more as sponsored by Ayo. Rotimi, he had a wink at the space, and Thomas had a laugh at the space. So thank you to all those. And then, of course, the coffee buying space, you already know who's coming. So all together, you can say it in unison wherever you are. Ayo does, as he always does. So that's Ayo keeping it 100 in the coffee space. That's coffee space, by the way, not exclusive to Ayo. It's not. I've not ring fenced it that only Ayo can go there and buy your host cups of coffee. Anyone else, any and everyone can do that. So hopefully that will expand beyond Ayo in succeeding sessions. So that has been the session, and that has been me. So there it is, all done. Another one bites the dust. Another day, another dollar, as Ajan Lekoko will say. So I'll leave it here. Carry the conversation on with you in the comment section. But here, I say, peace.